And away we go. Boom, bitch. How are we all doing? How are we all doing? No intro today. We're going straight into it. We're raw dogging it. We are raw dogging it. All right. I'm feeling fancy today, so I'm drinking out of a chalice. There we are. Gentlemen, it says what it says on the title. It says what it says that we're doing today on the title of the stream. It is time for the big GW reveals, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. And I know that Valrak's been running his preview show for like 2 hours. Just milking it. Milking it. Scam rack. But I have decided to turn up at a sensible time. A reasonable time. Also, I was meant to start at 6. Oh my god. Oh my days. Hey, I know it's crazy. Everyone in the in Europe and the UK right now is actually able to everyone who's in Europe and the UK right now is actually able to enjoy the stream, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, Valgor leaked the entire preview like 3 weeks ago. Yeah, exactly. I will just say, by the way, I haven't done anything, but it appears that the alerts are being slightly foolish. So, but that's probably actually works out okay, not having the alerts on during the reveals stream. Because obviously normally you'd have like Banzai going off when they're saying important things. So it's a happy accident, but just know that if you have done support, that it will get picked up. All right. Shall we get ourselves? It's almost like OBS knows. It's like OBS knows. It's like, don't worry, it's okay. I got you covered. No alerts. Yeah, there we go. So basically, guys, big summer Warhammer reveals coming soon. Apparently, they're going to cover all of their game systems. So it's not just going to be Warhammer 40k. It's going to be 40k, Old World, Horus Heresy, and loads of other. Sigmar's probably going to be in there as well. Black Library's probably going to be there. So I tell you what, I am genuinely very curious about a couple of things. I'm kind of curious. It sounds crazy, but I'm not that curious about what's happening with 40k because we kind of know what's happening with 40k. Do you know what I mean? We kind of know, like they've revealed the roadmap, and although they fucked with it and stuff, maybe Imperial Knights or whatever it is, whichever one of them, Imperial or Chaos, whichever one it is, will finally get a codex. But I'm very curious to see what they do with the old world. And the reason I'm curious to do with the old world, because we already had a massive update with the old world. One that I would say fairly satisfied the community. We weren't really expecting anything else. We weren't expecting anything else. We're kind of happy with it. So it'll be curious to see what they do with the old world. I'm nervously excited. I will say I'm nervously excited about that. I would have been just excited, but then obviously Horus Heresy happened, and it looks like SDS has fallen to the dark side a bit. So now I'm nervously excited about it. Speaking of Horus Heresy, it's going to be very interesting to see if they address any of the things.
I only have
the alerts are back now.
Everyone fights, no one quits. You don't do
the
your
alerts
job,
are back now.
I'll shoot you.
There you go. So the alerts will be talking. There we go. I don't know why the alerts were going off before. They're going off now. But basically, it turns out it's quicker than Sean. Just fix the alerts. But I'm kind of curious to see if they address anything with the Horus Heresy stuff. One thing that I would say is I have suspected for the longest time that these live reveals aren't actually live, that they're pre-recorded. I think that's fairly obvious in some cases as well, because they get new people onto like the sofa for like the interviews, and it's like instantaneous. So it'll be curious to see if they do any sort of addressal of some of the issues of Horus Heresy. I suspect they won't, because I suspect it's all going to be pre-recorded. But that's okay. We don't care if it's pre-recorded or not. We just care about getting that sweet, sweet information. And then Age of Sigmar, who knows? Maybe Age of Sigmar will come in with a curveball and end up being pretty decent. So yeah, but yeah, 15 minutes to go here, boys. And you're obviously always excited for things like Necromunda and stuff like that. So yeah, basically, we are going to watch the reveals. We are going to chat. Now we're going to have obviously we've got like 15 minutes leading up to the reveals now, where we're just giving a chance for people to filter in to the room. But of course, also it's important to note that we will be sticking around after the reveals as well. So we'll probably stick around after the reveals to discuss what has been revealed, so we can have some hot takes from myself, hot takes from you guys as well. And then also there has actually been quite a significant piece of drama with 40k as well. So we'll probably be doing a bit of old 40k drama. Someone's been caught with trick dice at a super major event, and not only that, a team super major. So we've got, not only do we have reveals for you to sink your teeth into, but we've got beef. We've got big beefy boys, big juicy prime beef, no vegan beef, and it's gonna be it's like toilet dice all over again. So not only are you getting a reveal stream, but you're also getting a big old beef stream. It's been a very beefy week. It's been a very, very, very beefy week because of, you know, what with GW dropping the ball with Heresy, and obviously with this drama, with the tournament drama as well. So it's been a very beefy week, and who knows, maybe we're about to get maybe we're going to get some dessert. Maybe we're going to get a nice cool drink to wash the salt down with this reveal. Or maybe it's going to be another helping of salt, another helping of beef. We'll see. I'm very curious. It's the last year of 10th edition. What are they going to do with it? Does anyone want to spoil it? What has Valrak said they're going to do? Because Valrak will go, it's just rumors. It's just rumors. And then down to the fucking decal sheet. Know exactly what's happening in a reveal. Shia LaBeouf. You think they're going to add female Space Marines? Oh, Canaro. Canaro wants to start a vigorous discussion in chat. You know what it could be? It could be Amazon TV show. What do we think? Could it be? Could we get some Amazon TV show? I know, Raising Rulos. I know, the Luton. I know, we've got the Luton. By the way, big shout out. We've got a few people in here right now. But big thank you to all of you joining. Couple of shout outs. Let me shill for a moment, boys. Only a quick 30-second shill, so don't go anywhere. Don't forget to like the stream. We've got 200 people in here. We've only got 38 likes. You fucking reprobates. Like the stream, or GW will heresy your army. And you know what I mean by that. Don't forget to subscribe as well. We're trying to reach 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year. If we do that, we'll be Art of War 40k. Come on, let's fucking rival them. It's like Stellaris, let's rival them. And also, just a big bit of a shout out. I did a 2-hour collab with Lucian09. Yes, the Lucian09. The Lucian09, the lore master himself. So please, please feel free to check that out. Some point here. All right. Yeah. All right. Give me a second here. There you go. All right. So, Roland Ratas, I have a funny feeling this is going to be 70% AOS. Do you guys want to know something? Do you guys want to know something? Just quick side. Don't worry, Joseph Wiggly. I've taken care of it. Quick side note. Do you want to know something? Do you want some beef? Do you want a starter? Do you want some Parma ham as a starter? Ever since I made that Tau rant video, I have had so many fucking melts commenting down in the comments. Seriously, I did a short today, and it was just a funny short. It was like, why do you keep playing like 40k? And it's that common meme format where Alex Jones like, I like the pain because I need the pain. My teeth are gonna fall out. You know, it's a well-known common meme short. And there's just been like some fucking there's one dude who's a fucking melt who not only commented on the fucking short like, oh, you shouldn't be doing this, and then he just dropped into the fucking stream and did it again. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Stop being such a fucking melt. It's a joke. Like, I'm not out here. Like, I'm not like, my name's Mordian Glory, and I endorse this message. You know, I'm not fucking running a presidential campaign here, you knobheads. Jesus Christ. You want to speak to the manager? I'm the fucking manager.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
They're turning the frogs into Tau. Oh my god. Oh my god. They turned the friggin' Tau into they turned the friggin' frogs into Tau. Oh man. So yeah. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I just thought it's just hilarious, man. Just fucking hilarious. Jesus Christ. Anyway, speaking of Karen Glory strikes again. Yeah, exactly. There you are. Apparently Chaos is turning the Tyranids gay. They turned the friggin' Nids gay! Just gonna wait for the Arch Warhammer video to come out about that, inevitably. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Reporting for duty, sir.
I can just see the thumbnail now. There's going to be some sort of furry thing on the side of the thumbnail, because, you know, Arch always has a furry thing on the side of his thumbnail. And there's just going to be like a Tyranid, like, waving a little, like, little flag. That's, you know, we all, come on, Arch, if you ever see this, I know your game. I know your fucking game. Everyone knows the fucking game, man. We all know. We all fucking know. There we go. There we go. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Told you we're starting beef today. See, I've had 8 hours sleep, so now I actually have 8 hours sleep, so I've got a bit more energy today. So I'm ready to throw. I'm just throwing out 7 different flavors of beef, 7 different cuts of beef, boys. There we go. Now we do. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. It's popping up, baby. Let's, you know, fuck all the beef for a moment. I got 5 minutes to wank everybody off who's been getting the stream popping off. And let's start off with the man, the myth, the legend, Gathering Clouds, or also known as Johto now, apparently, after YouTube fucked all the usernames up. But Gathering Clouds coming in with 50 gifted membership, baby! Yeah, buddy. We have got nearly 300, well, let's not exaggerate. We got 250 people in the stream right now. Can we get an 07 down in the chat? For those that are wondering, just a salute emoji. Can we get an 07 down in the chat for Gathering Clouds just coming in and just dropping a casual 50? Shit, man. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You get more than 2 legs. You get me. We get you, sir. We get you. Gathering Clouds, thank you so much for the incredible support, man. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. 07, you magnificent bastard. And I raise my glass to you. Thank you, mate. Holy fuck. Oh, my days. We've got some more support coming in here as well. Let me make sure I'm not missing anybody. 1 minute. We're all good. Sometimes it misses it on OBS, but it's all good. I want to say a big thank you to Blako! Blako, thank you so much for the 35-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Double X-Force, man. You're a Bolter Sergeant now. Bolter badge. Blako, watch D&D, played Baldur's Gate 3. Now I want a Wood Elf army. Don't do it! Don't do it. The only thing I hate more than elves is trees. And if you've got trees and elves in the same army, well then, my rage is untethered, and it knows no bounds. I'm only kidding, Blako. Wood elves are cool as fuck. I would love a wood elf army. If there's in my mind, I want to collect a bow-themed army. I want to either have Bretonnian peasants, Agincourt style, or I want to have a high elf army, because I recently, as part of a potential meme video I'm going to be putting together, I recently rewatched that scene in Lord of the Rings with the at the beginning, the Last Alliance. It's like, but there were those who resisted, and you've got like the army of golden high elves, and they're all just like, you know, and Elros is like, yeah. So I want that. That's what I want. High elves with bows, cool as fuck. Tiki, my boy, Banzai, thank you for the gifted membership, mate. Briars and Bantams, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. 10 more boingy boys to bound and to bow. Who knows? Maybe we'll get some orc and goblin stuff tonight. Maybe we'll get some orcs and well, I say tonight. This evening. Is it evening? Yeah, it's evening. Maybe we'll get some orc and goblins this evening, mate. Dude, thank you for the 10, mate. Appreciate it. We've got Myrmidon. Thank you for the 24-month member flex. X-Force, bang on to double X-Force, bang on 2 years. 07, mate. Thank you for supporting the channel for 2 years. You fucking giga Chad. Dude, appreciate it, man. You're a good lad. Big shout out to new member, Ryan Hancock. Ryan Hancock, thank you for joining his Imperial Guard. The Emperor's true finest. Thank you for doing your part. I want to say a big thank you to Boblo. Boblo, thank you for super chat, man. I'll be at Element. Don't forget, you can bring the Reaver bits. I will be for the GT. I will bring the Reaver bits. Dude, I will be there, and I will do my best to remember the Reaver bits. If I don't remember them on Saturday because I'm a forgetful boy, I'll make sure I remember them on Sunday. But I'll do my best to remember them. Dude, great to know you're at the GT. I'll see you there, and hopefully we can have some fun. Akash Record, thank you for 28 months. X-Force, baby! Any spicy guesses for what will be revealed? I have purposefully not looked at any leaks. You know, because, you know, spoilers are great, but sometimes you just want to see it first time. So I have no idea. The number one thing that I'm always curious about 40k. Always. Like, sometimes it's easy to forget that 40k is like, it's always good to get more 40k. Even if it's like run of the mill, it's always good to get more 40k stuff. I'm very curious about Old World though. Honestly, if Old World ends up being half baked, I genuinely wouldn't be disappointed. Like, I wouldn't be. But if Old World ends up being because I'm not expecting anything, because we've already had the match play thing. But if Old World ends up being legit, then I might end up blowing my load on stream. Yeah. The Uber Medics, the Uber Lizard, 37-month member flex, triple X-Force. Who gave that lizard? Who gave that lizard a fucking plasma pistol? Well, I guess you're a medic now. The plasma pistol for it's a medical plasma pistol. That's what it is. Oh boy, let's praise disappointment. I don't think it's going to be disappointing. I will say one thing. And I'm going to say it quickly because we've almost started. But I'm just going to say, even though there's been a lot of salt around 30k, I don't think this show is going to be disappointing. I think it's going to be all right. I do. I am mildly optimistic. Optimism, Captain. Optimism. To quote Dr. Phlox. Tiki, thank you for the super chat, man. Banzai! There's a sci-fi game called Conflict 47. Heard of it? I have heard of it, and I've been in touch with Warlord today. Let me just tell you, Tiki, I can't say too much right now. Cogs are moving.
It's a weapon of
Cogs
terror.
are moving. Derek Butts, thank you so much for the super chat, man. You'd be a lot cooler if you did. If I did what, Derek? I'm living in the moment. I've already forgotten what I said before. Derek, thank you for the support, man. I'm just going to assume... I mean, I'm already the height of coolness, right, Derek? So how can I get any cooler? I'm not the height of coolness, Jesus Christ. I'm the opposite. I'm like the anti-poon. Ed Bailey, Rattle the Tin, thank you for super, man. Rattle the Tin Cup, Timmy, you beefy dog. Yes, Timmy, president of Super Earth, or we riot. Hey, the president of Super Earth died in a bunker, so I don't want that job. I'll be the vice president. I'm not going to have time to rattle the tin cup, unfortunately, Ed Bailey. That's a shame. We do have some more support coming in here. But Ishmael, Warmaster, Ed Bailey, Narrow, Fingered Farm, Shaz Obi-Wan, and Revenga, hold the phone. Fingered Farm, I know you've done a biggie as well. I know you've done a biggie. Hold the phone. I'll get you in a moment. I'll get you doing the AOS reveals. Sorry, but we all know, right? Let's have a look here. Right, how's this work? Come on. Right. Is this it? Do I have to fucking go over to fucking Twitch? The play button doesn't work! Linked all the articles. Where? Right, so I'm guessing I'm going to have to fucking figure this out now, aren't I? Right.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm.
There we go.
Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune.
Oh, I got to watch a fucking ad. Is there no... Wait, are they doing it on YouTube? I'm just going to check. I don't want to watch Valrak. No, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Boom.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We are very excited to welcome you today to the big.
Let me know if you guys
summer
can hear it
Warhammer
all right.
preview. My name is Adam Troke. I'm joined by my friend and colleague Eddie Eccles, and it is our delight to host this show.
Yeah, very exciting. We have a big preview today.
There's
This
a lot
guy,
going on.
this guy did
There's
this
a
with a
lot of
preview
Warhammer.
last
We've
year.
got stuff from all sorts of different settings, from Warhammer 40,000, Age of Sigmar, some Horus Heresy in the mix there as well. There's a little bit of something for everybody.
No, I just don't want to watch
Yeah,
me.
you're not
What?
wrong. Let's
I just
talk
don't
about how
want
it's gonna work
to
a little
react
bit.
to
If you're
Valrak
new,
reacting to
maybe
the
this is the
reveals.
first Warhammer preview you've joined in. We are your hosts, but we are not alone. We have the excellent Simon Grant sat over there in Question Corner. Simon, what are you doing today?
Hey folks, welcome to the show. I'm going to be fielding questions on behalf of Eddie and Adam. So if you do have any questions,
This
that
Mordian
you'd
has
like
brought me
to ask them,
Chinese food.
Please start your
fact,
question
can you bring it over to
with
me here,
question in big
Could you
letters,
please, with the
capital
cherry
letters
on
at
top?
the start of all your comments, and I will do my best to.
Fucking hell, how much food did you
we'll get
order?
an opportunity later on the show.
It's a
to
veritable
ask Eddie and Adam
feast.
those questions.
Perfect, thanks, Simon. We're going to be
I've got a
taking some breaks throughout the sort of proceedings to try and
Fucking
field a
hell.
few of those questions. We have a lot of content to cover off. We think we're going to
Nah,
be here
that's
for
all right.
a
Thank you very much,
between
sweetie.
an
Love
hour
you.
and 90 minutes.
Look at this, boys.
If we go fast.
Fucking hell.
Bear with us, and we'll do our best. We're aware the chat is still filling up. There's people flooding in from around the world.
I don't know why I've
the
got
first
so
thing I'd
much
like to do
food.
is throw a question out there, maybe get you involved. Which is
It'll
let
stay
us know
warm for a
where
bit.
in the world you're from. I do it every time, and I always enjoy the answer. And while you start punching in,
Do you guys want the sound up a little bit?
Not too specific.
There you go.
I've got a
I
question
don't want to have
for you,
it
Eddie.
too
Done any hobby lately?
loud because I don't want you guys to get your
Yeah, I've
eardrums
been
blown
doing a
out
little bit of Horus
by.
Heresy hobby.
Very nice.
I don't want you guys to
Started
get your
with- I
eardrums
did
blown
studies,
out by.
and
In
I
fact, I'm
did,
going to put it down
so I've
slightly.
got,
I don't want to get your
white
eardrums
scars on
blown
my
out by any
tail,
alerts that
sprayed
go
up.
off, boys. So I'm just
And I
being
started
careful.
painting a jet bike, but using some of the Horus Heresy transfers on the side, so it looks very nice.
Awesome.
Looking forward
Horus
to
Heresy
getting those
transfers?
done. I've also got some Space
You got a
Wolf,
license for those
built in the
transfers?
Space Wolf box.
Are they Legends
Like a lot
transfer?
of
Sorry, I'll
people.
stop.
I'm very excited by the new Space Wolf army as well.
Very, even as
It's,
a Dark
it's a
Angels
lovely,
fan, that is
it's a lovely, lovely
extremely
box.
tempting.
I think that has brought a lot of people to Fenris, that particular box.
No
How about
worries.
yourself? Have been doing any
Well,
cool
I'm
Warhammer?
glad you asked. The short answer is yes. I bought myself some new a new kill team. I went for the Home team yesterday, and I'm going to have a crack at that. I've not really painted kill
What do you
teams,
mean you
but
bought
I
it?
always use things from my main
Come
army.
on.
The other thing,
GW,
only
give this
went
guy
to
a
the
free
friend of my
fucking
good
kill
friend
team.
Damien O'Byrne, and we brought home a gold medal, which was super fun to play so many games of the Middle Earth Strategy Battle game together with so many lovely. Huge shout out. I met a father and son team who'd flown all the way across to join in from the US, and they're now hiking, backpacking around the mountains
What an
somewhere in
unexpected
Spain.
journey.
Decaling for
Tremendous.
advantage.
So I hope you get to tune in wherever you are. It was really fun. Thank you to all my opponents who played and then thought.
They are chatting bollocks, but I just want to wait until.
Always nice. So, Si, where are people from?
Oh, all over the place. It's wonderful. So we've got folks from Australia, Canada, USA, Spain.
You've not got many
Pretty much
people
all
from
over the
Australia.
globe.
It's too expensive
Someone's
down
claiming
there.
we're from
Warhammer.
Caliban. I'm not sure the truth of that one.
Only the very best.
That's a
among us
big
could
fucking
possibly
ring,
come from
yeah.
such an
That was
estimable
cool, by the way.
place.
I kind of missed it, but that ring that you showed off
Awesome.
was very, very
Right.
cool.
So, as I said before, we've got about 90 minutes worth of like wall-to-wall Warhammer content in this big summer Warhammer preview. We should probably look to begin.
Yeah, let's get stuck in, shall we?
Right, so, Rach, punch the first video.
So just before we go in, the new guy, he's a little bit peculiar, but just bear with, okay?
Cool.
It's going to be Henry Cavill. It's going to be Henry Cavill. It's not Henry Cavill. Oh! It's finally here! It's finally here 3 years later! 3 years later, it's finally here, boys. Yes! This is good. Well done. It's finally here, but it's long awaited. This is good. Starting off strong. Start off strong, DW. Excellent.
Just two little dudes on a road trip.
Good.
What an incredible set of reveals for the Leagues of Votan.
That's
yeah,
good.
So this is the largest release for the Leagues of Votan since the initial release of the army. This
It's
is
the
a
only
huge
fucking
expansion,
release.
All in plastic.
What do you mean the largest?
For that
It's
force.
the only
There's
release.
infantry, there's
I'm
some
not
new
counting Kill
artillery,
Team.
There's loads of new, really characterful characters to add to the army. There's some new
Characterful
vehicles,
characters.
all
Sorry, I'll
sorts of
stop.
stuff.
I'm catty today. I'm catty today, but I'm very positive.
Let's take a closer look at some of the specific.
Those
models,
fucking
specific units being
robots
added
look
into the
sick.
We'll start with
That guy looks sick.
so the Arcanist Evaluator.
Yeah, so within the Leagues of Votan, they're not afraid of developing technology and expanding their understanding. And so an Arcanist Evaluator is kind of, aside from the ordinary kin within sort of the war bands that operate, he's a member of the science guilds that are responsible for new technologies, and he brings to battle an experimental weapon in the sort of closing phases of development. This is a transmatter inverter.
It's a cool name.
Yeah, it's got 4 fire modes.
There's nothing
and
about this
the
model
highest
I
one
do not
basically
like.
triggers,
This is what
lethal
Votan
atomic
should be like.
transformations. What that means.
This is what Votan should be like.
Yeah, so he's taken out his new experimental weapon basically to the battlefield to see if it is, as he suspects, powerful enough to melt Space Marines, tanks, or Tyranid monsters, whatever he happens to come up against.
Pretty much yes to the above.
Pretty much yes to all of the above. He's not part of the official sort of Leagues of Votan military hierarchy, so he doesn't join your units necessarily, but he kind of hangs around in your army next to them, and he's got kind of lone operative ability if he's near your infantry, that sort of thing. But a very useful, characterful little model to add into your Leagues of Votan force, and a nice way
Not sure if I like the
showing
sound of the rules, but I like the look of the model.
kind of lore and
And remember,
culture of the
it's
army
always
as well,
important
the
for a
Leagues of Votan.
model to
Yeah,
be
a little bit of a glimpse
good,
behind
then
the
rules
sort
to
of
be good, which I know sounds
really
crazy,
cool
but
things.
rules can be fixed, but models can't be.
These
So even if he's got some wanky bullshit loan up rules, okay, not a fan, but that can always change.
The results.
That's a
So
very
remember
cool
that.
kind of mad
Remember
science
that.
vibe going on.
Yeah, and if you wanted to, there's a separate, a different head that you can have, which is helmeted, or if you just fancy some health and safety protocols, then...
I actually like, you know, normally I go for
next
helmeted
up,
heads, but I
my
actually like the
absolute
mad
standout favourite.
scientist.
This is the thing that
This
made
is
me
so,
march into
yeah.
Warhammer World yesterday and
So
buy
good.
some, Leagues of Votan models for myself. The Memnir Strategist.
Very good
He
model.
is an Ironkin. Those of you who are fans of the League of Votan will understand that the Ironkin are
Abominable intelligences.
well, not in their mind, but they're artificial intelligences which they hold an equal position within Votan society. There's a CU unit inside of each of them, and that's sort of within that iron dome that is normally his head. The first really cool thing about this model is that you see the little noodly things that are on, in the Imperium you call them mechadendrites, right? These cables that come out of him. Each of those is an additional CU unit, so he is the combined intelligence of multiple Ironkin, essentially.
That's cool.
And he
I like
uses
it.
that to enormous effect in terms of
Good
strategy
pose
and
as
tactics
well.
on the battlefield,
No
directing
tactical
the
rock,
efforts of the
just a
kin
good pose.
around him. It
I like
comes
it.
into a rule as well, which is known as yield points, which we'll talk a little bit more about later. And most importantly, he looks amazing.
Yeah.
It's a very, very cool miniature, isn't it? Really characterful. It's, I think also got some spare arms on the front there, which is holding onto his little data pad. He's tapping away on there, giving orders to all the various kin and Leagues of Votan units.
Big fan of this.
And his
This,
main pair of arms,
I think
he
this is
uses
going
sort
to,
of hold
truthfully,
in
I think this is going to
contemplative
make
states, which
Votan
is
one of the
the
major
exact
factions.
pose that I have
I
when
think
I'm
this is going to be very
considering my
popular.
movement phase in Warhammer 40,000.
Votan were
And if you
already
wanna dabble
surprisingly
into some knowledge,
prevalent at the gaming
the
club.
array he's got
Like
on his
you always
back
do have
is
someone who had a
cognizant
Votan army at the gaming
and
club.
that's where he gets, like, his extra
Now I
weapons
think they're going to be.
really,
I think they're going to be very
sensational.
popular.
Speaking of Ironkin,
I think they'll be more popular than
these
G-Cynical,
are a
for
new
example.
unit of Ironkin,
Who've been around a lot longer.
Steeljacks, 2 types of metal in one name. Eddie, what's the story?
Yeah, so this is the Ironkin Steeljacks. They are a specialist, kind of more warrior type of Ironkin.
Big fan of this.
Ironkin are fairly sort of helpful. They're kind of
they
default
fill normal civilian roles in society.
Default status are sort of friendly, affable helpers for the Leagues of Votan for the kin. These are a
They're
much
not-
more
they're not
warlike
tall,
programming,
they're
so
just normal
they
sized.
march out actively into battle, seeking conflict. They are in very large suits of armor, so they stand kind of almost twice the height of a kin or a League of Votan.
They look a
warrior,
little bit like
and they have got
Reavers.
some pretty
A little
decent
bit.
weapons
They're
as well. You
Reaver-esque.
can
They're
pick them
not.
out
They're
in a
completely
variety of
different, but
ways.
the
You
way
can
they're
either go,
posed,
combat leaning. This is
the way
an
they're
example
posed, I'm
there,
getting Reaver
where
vibes.
you
But
can
I
have,
think
like,
Reavers look
cushion
are some of the
fists
best looking
and,
Primaris.
bolt guns, or you can
I think
go
Reavers look better than
ranged
normal Primaris.
option. In game terms, they work a little bit like Wraithguard, I suppose, is the closest approximate. So very durable unit. quite powerful weaponry, very good for doing things like moving onto an objective and trying to hold onto it, and fighting off enemy counterattacks, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
The StarCraft Marines. They look like StarCraft Marines. That's why they're so cool. Yes, I'm okay with StarCraft Marines. I'm okay with that.
Looked at these pictures by the Primarch crest, which sort of rises above his head. There we are in the background. He's got a plasma sword. Guy on the front's got a concussion fist. Great new addition to the Leagues of Votan army. I think it's fair.
There's a bit of a mixed reaction in chat. That's okay. If you don't like them, that's fine. I like them, but you're okay to not like them.
Some really strong energy from that sort of rogue trader era. Do you remember mole mortars for squat
Very
armies?
well. Yeah.
This is so cool.
So these are sort of inverse artillery in that rather than lobbing a shot high above the enemy, they fire those mole shells that you can see down at the bottom deep into the ground. They burrow in on the enemy and emerge.
I really like that, because why would they have indirect fire like that? They're from underground.
One of these is a really lovely
Underneath,
diorama
much
in
better.
their own right as well. So you can see the
Much
kin
better.
there working with the Ironkin, loading up the artillery. You can see
It
one
shows a
the
bit of
really
attention.
little
It's only a
scanner
little thing,
almost
but it shows a bit of
directing
attention to
the
detail. That's
mole
how they
kind
would
of,
do their indirect fire.
Buries underground towards the enemy fortifications. Obviously, it's a powerful piece in game. You've got all sorts of nice kind of ways that this will bolster your Leagues of Votan force, which at the moment maybe doesn't have a huge amount of very long range artillery.
Yep.
And yeah, I think it's a great kit, really.
Awesome.
I think 48 inch range.
Speaking of the bigger models that are inside this launch, we have the Capricus.
Very cool.
The Capricus is one of those kits that makes two things. You can see here the Capricus Defender. We'll show you the Capricus Carrier in a minute. Essentially, it is either a sort of attack vehicle for the Hernkin, or it's a transport vehicle. They've got so this is this
kind
is
of
the
like
Carrier.
a Venom.
It's a smaller gun. It's got
It's like a Venom and a
lots of other
Viper.
weapons on it, and you can see the stowage bag for
Combined.
the people ride in the back. Whichever you take, essentially this is enabling your Hernkin to get around from A to B and hold the ground that they're taking.
Yeah, so it adds a bit of a mobility into your Leagues of Votan
See,
force.
if the Space Marine ATV had
carries
looked like
5
this,
models,
I
so
think
it
it
works
would
a
have been
little bit
okay.
like, the other kind of Leagues of Votan transports.
It's a
where
remastered
you pick
Invader
one of your
ATV,
units,
and
you
that's
split
okay.
into 2 groups of 5. 5 of them can ride around in one of these. If you've got 2 of the transports, you can obviously ride them around in 2 of the transports. And as you say, Adam, you can choose between either having the transport option, or you can just have all the guns and have a fast-moving fire support.
For me, this is stunning. This is what made me march off to and buy the Hernkin.
There's some really lovely little touches on this. The stowage bags are really nice at the back. I like that you can build this with 2 Ironkin as well. So if you want to and an Ironkin gunner, you can build them like that. Fans of Ironkin generally, there is a lot of Ironkin in this Leagues of Votan release.
There's also a new combat patrol for the Leagues of Votan.
Wow.
We're all familiar with combat patrols if we're familiar with
That might be the best
4000.
combat patrol I've seen so far.
They do. It's a fantastic way to start an army. Or to bolster an army if you've already got one. This one really focuses on those sort of kin bands that make up the mainstay of the force. You've got the Thunderers in the background, the Hearth Guard in the middle.
You could buy that
just one of the
start set
ingredients to
an almost
combat
infinite number of times.
There's some really useful units in there as well. Like you don't tend to
Because even the character guy, you could just convert him to be an extra one of the Terminator dudes.
It's all good stuff. A couple of boxes of
Couldn't
these
you?
and then a couple of the new units, and
He could just be a sergeant of the Terminator dudes.
Absolutely so. Now, on to, for many people's
The
main event of this release. This is Bury Egnisson. Eddie?
So Bury Egnisson is the last survivor of a Leagues of Votan clan which has been consumed by the encroaching Tyranid menace. He is known as the Thrice Devoured. A Tyranid monster has actually eaten this guy, but that wasn't enough to keep him down. He clawed his way out of its gullet, climbed his way back out to safety 3 times, apparently, and now goes across the galaxy, across the kin warbands as a roving Tyranid killing specialist.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if they're merging Votan and Squat Law now, because I think they used to be separate.
He's equipped with that Dark Star Glaive, which you see there, which is called Bane.
Did they? They used to be squats are in the. I think squats are separate to Votan, and this seems like an indication of the merging, which I'm not totally against.
Stat line, but he's also a lone operative, so you can imagine this guy advancing either on his own or alongside, kind of behind your forces, and swooping in on the big enemy monsters and stuff that get forward to threaten your battle line.
Yeah. And he's
I will say, I have one criticism of this model. It looks like a. This one looks like a an Age of Sigmar model, like the Cowdown Overlords. It looks very similar to that. It sounds crazy, but this is my least favorite model. I'm not saying it's a bad model. It's my personal least favorite. feels like if you had that in
he's
Age of
got
Sigmar, you
this
wouldn't even
sort of
notice.
Belt buckle, which very much looks like he's sort of taken some affectations from the Tyranids. He's got what looks like we've been having quite a discussion about this, a Tyranid Prime sort of cadaver.
I think it's a
over his
Tyranid
head.
Prime that he's got over the top of his head.
Yeah.
There's a nice little nod in this model as well to there's like the idea at some point that the squats were eaten by the Tyranids.
Yeah,
Here we go.
absolutely.
And this guy kind of goes, well, yeah, they were eaten by the Tyranids, but also they clawed their way out again. So there is a little bit of truth to that sort of that outdated understanding maybe of what happened to that faction.
Fantastic, and all this
So
obviously.
they just confirmed it. They've merged. They've crossed the streams. They've crossed the streams.
Which contains. This is I've had quite a while to read this week. It's just full of spankingly good lore. It's got great rules and art. It explains all of the new things, obviously. In terms of the rules, there's too much to go into in any real detail here.
Bollocks.
But a thing to cover would be those yield points, which is the
Right.
sort of army-wide
Listen.
mechanic which underpins them.
Absolutely, yeah. So yield points effectively changes the way your army works over the course of the game, and it works in the way that the Leagues of Votann approach acquisition effectively. So early on in the game, when you haven't got very many yield points, you're getting bonuses for attacking enemy units on objectives for the most part across your army. And then later on, once you've acquired yield points, you get bonuses for having your own units on objectives. So they get better at defending them, better bonuses for their own defense, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it
so
sort of encourages you to play in that very sort of acquisition-focused way that the Leagues of Votann work.
I
And
think
it's a
that's
really great
replaced grudge
mechanic, right? Because
tokens.
It's exactly how you win games of Warhammer 40,000.
Yeah.
Early on, you kick people off objectives. Later on, you hold on to the objectives. So
And
it's
some of the
powerful.
new units.
Yeah,
that
B
you've
team
shown,
got
some of the
Templars.
units that already exist in the Votann army now have rules that key into that. For example, the Memnir Strategist just lets you increase or decrease your yield score by 1 each turn.
Yeah.
So really sort of thoughtfully put in so that this guy who's overseeing the total sort of tactical function of your army can just go nudge and help you out.
Yeah.
It's the rules of
should show some of the
acquisition,
models.
Let's do it,
doofus.
yeah.
Yes.
So we've got some in front of us. We're very lucky to be allowed to put our.
I
paws
just
on
wanna
the,
say,
heavy metal miniatures.
I am
So
very, very
there'll be
pleased
some
with the
kind of
direction
sort of
GW has
scale
taken them.
comparison here, but here you can see this is the Arcanist, and then you've got the Memnir.
Moving
They're
away
like
from
normal
grudge tokens
Votann size.
is a
So,
fantastic,
any kid is about the same
fantastic
sort of proportions
idea.
as those. And here you can see just
Grudge
how
tokens,
sort of
they've
much
tried to
bigger,
make them land twice, 2 or 3 times if you include all the changes in 10th edition. They never got them to land. Grudge tokens
Yeah, they're about
were
the
a
same size as
flawed
Wraith Guard, kind of
concept
in that
because it
ballpark
was
as,
just a
for
feels
medium
bad
heavy
mechanic.
infantry. This is the new
Having
artillery piece.
the acquisition
it's maybe not
be
like
something
as
that
big as something like an
evolves
Imperial Guard
throughout the
tank or
game,
something like that, but,
just as a they may not get it, it may not
compact,
land
mobile,
first
sort of
time,
thing of the rest of the
but as a
things. So that you
concept,
can sort of imagine it
as a
starting
concept,
as a
I
piece of
like
mining
it.
equipment, and
It
they've
goes
sort of
away.
evolved it into a-
It goes
a-
away
You can
from
definitely see sort of some of those origins. I just
oh
wanna
grumpy
draw some
dwarves
attention to
or
some
what
of the super cool
grumpy
bits.
dwarves who are
This
like
guy
grudging
here,
everybody,
over his shoulder, he's got like a data slate.
which kind of felt at
got
odds with
this
the
sort of,
idea of the army
like loading
itself,
hatch that,
which is these dwarves have
model
just been
open or
why are the
closed.
dwarves all
On
grudgy?
this
They've
side,
been
you've got a case
in
which has more
isolation,
of the
it's,
shell,
you know, self-imposed isolation from it. They
spare
don't
shells
fucking
put
know
on
anybody. Do you know what I
bases.
mean? So that rather than being
it's
grudgy, it
just
now
a
feels
really
more.
thoughtfully designed and
They've
very
basically
exciting
gone
kit.
from these are no longer
So,
fantasy
more about
dwarves
it,
in
this is by
space.
no means the
This is rock and
So
stone.
We've got the Capricus here, so just make some space on the table so we can have a look at this guy. So this is your new.
This is deep.
vehicle.
You've
This
gone
is
from
the
generic
Defender,
grumpy dwarves in
pattern, which is
space
the
to proper
gun
rock
version.
and stone.
And as you can
And I
see
think
there's a little bit of
that is a
space.
very,
Quite enough
very
space for
good
transport
decision
on
by
this one.
GW.
There is one which is a
Very
transport
good
vehicle.
decision.
But I really like the Ironkin on this. It's actually
He's got like a
quite-
tiny little
he's
chair.
quite small, yeah, because they wouldn't fit a full.
I hope
size,
there's still a bit of grudginess
front
going
in there,
on
so they've given
in
him
like the
a
lore
little
and the
tiny Ironkin,
vibe,
which
but
will be
I'm
perfectly
much
designed for
more
the-
into the idea.
Absolutely, and I guess the
Also,
star of the
I'm
show
really
is
liking the idea of
Hagnir,
So the
Burris.
3D
the
printing
Thrice
this army, but
devoured
as
there.
Ferengi.
So
Head
it's still
swapping
kind of
everything with
pin-sized,
Ferengi heads.
but you can have a look on this model here that so much of him is now bionic, right? So he's been chewed up and
Bionic fingers that do it.
yeah, chewed up and spat out so many times.
Cool
Bits of
German dude.
arm, bits of his arm,
Votann or
most of his
Grimdark
face,
Corpo.
perhaps.
I love that.
Kind of unspecified amount of his body is.
I
probably
love
been
the
dissolved
idea
quite horribly to
of
his bile
Votann,
acid and
basically
skeleton
that
things,
the
but still
niche
kicking.
that their
And
faction
it
has, like the
also shows
vibe that they
how
have that is
durable the
unique
kin
to any
are,
of the
right? So
faction.
they're specially
It's fucking
designed
Corpo.
by their Votann to be
They're a fucking goddamn
durable
mega
to endure
corporation.
Kind of the most hostile conditions, and he's a good example of how that's.
They're a
gonna be.
goddamn mega
Yeah, pretty
corporation.
cool, isn't it?
I like that.
So,
But I don't like I don't
think
like it
we've
in real
covered
life.
the
I like it in my
pretty
game.
thoroughly, right?
Yeah.
Before we move on, we're going to go to the old world next. A couple of sort of housekeeping bits. The first one would be we're going to return to the 41st Millennium at the end of the preview. So
Black Templars.
particularly if you like Kill Team, but also there's some other things for other factions as well. Do hang around if you like Warhammer 40,000. The other thing I would say is that lots of the people who mentioned that they were joining us from around the world, you can interact with our social teams. We have sort of international social teams that manage our various sort of social media places. Here they are. If you want to sort of get involved in the conversation.
I know we've had a lot of support come in.
Go knock yourself out.
I will be, again, I'll reiterate
really
this.
People,
When the Age of Sigmar
engaged
rumours come up, I'll
sort of
turn these guys down a little bit,
Warhammer
but I'll keep it on the screen. If anything interesting pops up, we'll talk about it. But whilst they talk about Sigmar, I'll catch up on support. All right, guys, so don't worry.
These are our socials as well, so please come and join the conversation.
So don't worry. I know some of you have been waiting quite a while, but you're not going to miss out.
Yeah, let's do it.
So, first up, we have brand new units for the Tomb Kings of Khemri.
Okay.
This is a new multi-part plastic kit that makes the Royal Heralds. The easiest way to describe these is that you have a battle standard bearer and you have a new hero / lord. You could make that. Come on, you ape! You wanna live forever! You get a battle standard, which you can put on either thing.
Slim yet promising. Slim yet promising so far, but nothing wrong with this. More models, more modern sculpts in plastic. I'm okay.
Some options in terms of head.
I'm not expecting anything big from Old World. No. I'll say this again. We're not expecting anything big from Old World. If we get anything at all, we're happy because we already had a massive update of just like only a month ago.
This is multi-part as well, so you can swap and change if you want.
Maybe we get Dogs of War. Maybe we don't. But just cool new models.
I would imagine there's a
I mean, just take a moment here as a OG fan of Warhammer the Old World, Warhammer Fantasy. Tomb Kings getting anything is fucking biblical, alright? It's fucking biblical. So, already very happy. Oh, look at this! Emo tap. Fantastic. Again, fantastic. Love this.
Your army only woke up because you had Lich Priests. It's their job to kind of keep the magic flowing that keeps your army.
Remember, if you're an old grognard, the old shitty models appeal to you. But we don't just want old grognards. We want new blood, or coming into our hobby. Old World is a great game. Everyone should experience it. New models attract new players, and we're okay with that.
I love the vulture on the top of the.
Remember, don't blame the players for if GW starts getting fucky ideas. The players aren't the problem. Players are coming into the game. That's a good thing. More people playing, more popular. Great. Just don't let GW fuck with it. Is the big thing.
Yeah, the mounted guy in particular.
Yeah, new models for an already released faction big deal for all. Exactly. Exactly.
He just looks like the artwork.
If you like the old ones, you can still get the old ones. If you want the new ones, you can get the new ones.
Tomb King veterans might be wondering if that's extra armor on the skeletal steed. It certainly is. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But yes, you can have a barded skeletal steed, which I think
that's pretty good.
Quite useful if you're used to terrible armor saves in your Tomb King's army.
Maybe after 30 fucking years or 40 years, they're going to.
Coming out is a new arcane journal, The War of Cetra's Fury. Cetra, the imperishable, is very, very angry. His lands have been defiled. He feels like he owns everything. And he is launching a full-scale invasion northward into the sort of border region.
Oh my God!
And Bretonia, sort of known as the Vaults. It's also inhabited by some dwarfs, and you've got sort of dispossessed barons and nobles from both the Empire and Bretonia, and so they are forced to rally in defence of a full-scale invasion of the undead.
That looks hardback. Guys, look at it. Sort of that's hardback. That's not paperback. That's hardback.
Playing smaller games. In like a timely and interesting fashion. It's just packed, and it's a really cool way.
On the one hand,
lore of the old world and how they're sort of.
On the one hand, I'm a little like, more books, but on the other hand, all of the old world arcane journals that I've bought so far haven't been fucked with, so I'm okay with it.
And see what I mean about the artwork, right? Sort of the guy
it's not like in 40k where you buy a book and it's out of date day one. Every arcane journal that's been released hasn't been fucked with.
Before I love it. There's another arcane journal coming, which is equally exciting. Just happens at the other side, quite literally, of the region in the old world known as the old world. This is Dawn of the Storm Dragon, and it features a bold strategic move made by Now Ying, who's the lady pictured in the centre. She's one of the children of the Dragon Emperor, and she learns of the Chaos Invasion, which is happening in the north, and is concerned that it's going to gain too much traction. So
one thing to say, they've already said there won't be any new units coming in that arcane journal, I think.
An enclave and helps to try and stymie this Chaos Invasion. In real terms, that's A, cool story, and B, there's rules in there for all sorts of things, including the opportunity to have an allied force of Grand Cathay and the Empire of Man.
That's exciting. That's exciting. We've never had anything like that before, really.
I don't think there's any new units coming, but I could be wrong.
Great example of the really sort of bold and exciting things that the studio team responsible for the old world are doing. They clearly love the setting. They want to explore it in really rich and vibrant detail.
Sounds great.
Cathay,
So,
getting a lot of love.
we should throw it over to Question Corner and see if Simon's got any
what have you-
questions for us.
What have you got for us, Simon?
Loads and loads of questions. I think the majority of them are focusing on the Leagues of Votan.
Yeah, understandable.
There's loads of shiny new toys coming out there, of course. The first one is actually about the judgment tokens. Are they still a thing? Obviously, we've got the yield rules, but what about judgment tokens?
So the focus in terms of the arming mechanic is those yield points that we've talked about before. It's always good when we get a question which is like, can you tell me the really granular rules things? Because the answer is no. We've got 90 minutes to rail through as much stuff as we can, as fast as we can. We'll cover way more detail about Votan rules and mechanics and all those things as we lead towards it. But you're in for some subtle changes in the way the Leagues of Votan work.
No.
Quite exciting. Cool.
Let me just
Another
cook
one
thray
was,
that.
the
No,
key
there's
drill
no
shell
judgment
tokens
tokens.
on the Chthonian
No.
Striker. What do they represent?
They do have a really short and candid answer for that. You saw them on the little base beside. The kit comes designed for you to have 2 of those. Mine, if I remember correctly, and don't sue me, internet, if I get it wrong.
I'm going to sue you, Adam.
Put them down alongside the Earth.
I've never forgiven you.
And you can remove one.
For that time you said the guard had to hold the line a bit longer, and then we got our codex and we're allowed to use it for 3 months.
Yeah, kind of fun. It's like it represents something and you take it off and you spend it.
Yeah, so the unit is sort of set up so that they have some specialist shells, so that'd be like representing the unit being like, right, we're going to use one of the big ones now. This is the important shot.
Perfect.
Probably got time for one more, so let's go with how many models can the Capricus carrier transport?
Great question.
It carries 5, so it works.
Oh, so you can answer that rule question.
Transports where you take a unit of, usually come in 10s, you split the unit in half, so 5 of them can go in that. If you've got 2 of the transports,
We can't answer specific rule questions. We haven't got time.
5 of them back on your baseline.
It can carry 5.
Grand. Nice one. Thank you. So we'll draw a curtain on the old world, but we will go to the mortal realms instead. There's some exciting things.
So no dogs of war, guys.
And let's start with.
Unless it's at the very end, no dogs of war.
For Death,
Now.
The Death Grand Alliance.
Chat.
These are the flesh eater courts. Many of you will be
Are we
familiar
okay
them.
with me
These are
turning this down for a moment
like
and answering
foul
super
and
chats?
abominable, cannibal
Because I know some
monstrosities.
people will care about
They're
AOS, but it's not
delusions
really the main
basically
topic
of,
on this channel. All right, so I will leave this on screen, and so if anything like big pops up on screen, then obviously we'll turn it back up again. All right, okay. So where are we up to? We had Gathering Clouds, and we had Ed Bailey. Okay, so Ishmael, my boy. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat, man. Let me turn the... Moment, these guys are jabbering in my ears. 1 second. Ishmael, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. Tau always show their true community. I mean, it's not Tau. It's the Redditors. I've pissed off Reddit, and then I've got the super focused autists of Reddit that now basically... There's a handful of them just basically just leave a comment on every video that I do. And it's so obvious because they don't realize, because they're not very clever, because they don't realize that you can see someone's comment history and you can see someone's history with your channel. And so when I've got someone that says, I've been watching your content for years, love it, blah, blah, blah. And then you go on the profile and it's been around for a few months, been on YouTube for a few months. How many comments on this channel? 1, and it's the one that's complaining. It's very obvious. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's very, 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 very obvious when someone is basically lying to try and make it. They're lying, and what they're saying is they're lying to try and make you feel bad. And it's go fuck yourself. It's so obvious as well. They don't realize it, but it's so obvious. Warmaster Will, thank you so much for the 29-month member flex. Thank you for supporting the channel for nearly 2.5 years, mate. Let's hope for some more Krieg stuff. Fingers crossed. I do feel like we need a Krieg second wave. Personally, I think we need a Krieg Macarius. I think we need a classic Macarius. I've been saying it for a long time, but I think we need it. Ed Bailey, thank you so much for the super chat, man. 07 Timmy, you magnificent, you sexy bastard. Ed Bailey, you keep buttering me up this way, I'll let you come in the back door. Fuck's sake. Oh my god. Naro, thank you so much for the tip, bro. Thank you so much for the tip. Mordian, you need this drink. I sent a photo in DMs. Okay, let me have a look. Quickly. You need this. Ah, I've seen it, mate. Mate, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it, bro. Yeah, we have that. It's just a very, 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 very strong energy drink. Yeah. Can I get an 07 down in the can I get an 07 down in the chat for Fingered Fan, who's just come in with a $60 tip. A $60 tip. Thank you so much, Fingered Fan, for your generous support, man. 07 down in the comment section. 07 down in the chat. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, Fingered Fan, for your very, very, very generous support, man. Thank you for your patience as well, because I know you did that just before the reveal started. So I want to say thank you for being patient, especially when you've been so generous. The Inquisition will be watching. I mean, the Inquisition is always watching. And that's why... The Inquisition is always watching, and that's why, at the point of arrival, I always say for the Emperor, because I know it makes them happy. Fingered Fan, thank you for the support. Oh my God! Shout out to new member Shaz Obi-Wan. Shaz Obi-Wan, thank you so much for joining his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Thank you for doing your part. Revenga, thank you for the super chat, man. The giga chat. Chaos Dwarves for Old World. Apparently not yet, but there's 90 minutes of content and we're only 30 minutes in. So I think they're going to bounce around a little bit. There you go. I think they'll come back. I think they've done a big one with Votan. Then they're doing all the shitty little bits, and then they'll have a couple of big ones at the end, I suspect. Lord Castellan, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Fingers crossed they walk back the leg stuff for the Old World. So they'll never walk it back because GW never likes to admit that they're wrong. They've done it once or twice, and then we actually... What's interesting is anyone who was there for when the Votan first dropped, they were kind of cooked. Remember GW did that video about it? They have since deleted that video. Why? It was hosted on YouTube. Why did they delete it? Because they don't like evidence of them fucking up and them saying sorry. So I don't think they'll ever walk it back, but I think they will, rather than bringing back Vampire Counts, they'll bring Vampire Coast. Rather than like Skaven, they might call it like the Under Empire. Do you know what I mean? They'll do something. They'll do something with that allows them to save face and placate the player base. Let's have a look what's going on here. One minute. Oh, interesting. Oh, very interesting. Chaos Dwarves. It looks like we're getting Chaos Dwarves. But is it for Old World or for AOS? Doesn't really matter. It's for AOS on round bases.
What an incredible reveal, Eddie! I know you're super excited.
I am very excited. This might be
Now they're not going to be called Chaos Dwarves.
Hellsmiths of Hashut.
There you go.
These are effectively the reincarnation of the Chaos Dwarf concept for Warhammer Age of Sigmar.
But now copyrighted.
An entirely redesigned and brand new army, coming out first in an army set. Arriving alongside its new battle tome. The army set also serves as the spearhead force for.
It's very interesting, this.
These models are
because obviously you can use them in Old World.
The rules are great. The lore is great. I love absolutely everything about them. Let's dive into the miniatures.
I think the first thing I want to say is let's talk about like why they are these. When the time of chaos happened in the mortal realms, the Duardin, they retreated. They survived in their holds, or they took to the sky.
I like the look of them. I think they look great.
But not these guys.
But not.
I think they look great. Not shitting on them at all.
The Chaos Duardin, who would become known as the Hellsmiths of Hashut, they instead turned.
I like how the hats are still stupidly sized. They're not as stupidly sized, but they're still stupidly sized.
The ways of hellsmithing. Yeah. So, and their whole culture is based around Hashut, the Bullfather, and we're going to see that sort of writ large across all of these models. Let's dive into the first thing that appears in this new army set. These are the Infernal Cohort with Hashatite Spears. Say that fast if you can. They are the core unit for the Hellsmiths of Hashat. They are an elite combat unit straight off the bat. These are very dangerous to Warden indeed. And the first thing to observe is those Hashatite Spears.
Do you know how I said GW will never admit that they're wrong? But they'll do ways of getting around it, where basically they give the fans what they wanted, but they get to save face. This is one of those ways.
So the demon legions that invaded the various Duardin holds during the Age of Chaos, some of them took over the holds, but where the Hellsmiths of Shut dwelled, they instead trapped those demon legions.
Why do some of them
into
not have beards?
Power their war machines, their weapons, and their technology. So
are these female chaos? I think these might be female chaos dwarves.
That is powering the weapons of the Hellsmiths.
Because they always have a few female models around in Age of Sigmar kits now. I think that's a female chaos dwarf, and that's a female chaos dwarf. If I was a betting man,
musician. Which is
you know,
combination of the bare-chested,
or maybe they're just young. They could be female, or they could just be younglings because they've got shorter tusks.
That's like internalism for this kit makes two different types of unit. And so here you have.
I don't know. What do you think? I'm getting female chaos dwarf vibes.
They have different profiles within the game.
Yeah, both very useful.
It's like an army of lunch ladies.
The spears generally are your slightly more defensive thing, so you get bonuses.
Short and squat.
Charging you against cavalry. The swords are the slightly more offensive option, where you get bonuses for fighting into enemy infantry and taking the fight to the enemy. But both effectively.
Did you want an army of Ursula Creeds? You've got it.
And you can paint them in different colours. The studio team's done a lovely job. The banner in the middle just is a really interesting nod to sort of the Zardron culture, which is that's a ziggurat in the middle of that banner, right, with the Bullfather's rune above. They live in ziggurat cities, and each one is ruled by a war
Chaos
despot.
Tyrants.
As if by magic, here is the war despot.
I thought you planned the whole thing.
This is my favourite model within this.
Does he come with a beard? Does he come with a beardless option?
My favourite of the Hellsmiths. It's just so good. Huge hat, great big spikes.
Does he come with a beardless option?
Blade, which is glowing. See the runes at the top glowing.
Hashtag
sort of,
GW bigger.
Power.
Hashtag GW bigger.
The war despots, they have to rule through.
The leader of the army has to be a man.
Violence, and also through just ensuring.
Absolutely triggered.
That they are the
absolutely fucking triggered. Right, I'm going over to play Adam Something's tabletop progressive game.
Like any Duardin, they couldn't.
I'm going over to play Adam Something's progressive Warhammer game.
Unless they were able to lead from the front, basically. So
I'm only chatting shit, by the way.
But they
I want to be clear. I'm poking a bit of fun. I don't care.
Diabolical schemers.
The model looks great.
So
I'm teasing. I'm exaggerating with effect. Don't take it one way or another. It's just a joke.
Culture is it's just like weaponized greed. They plunder and take from the land, and they give nothing.
Whether
back.
they've got beards or not, the models do look good, and they should be credited for looking good. That's the important thing.
Yeah, they don't see themselves.
But we're allowed to have a bit of fun at the same time.
There's no physical side effects at all to what they've gone through.
An interesting sub-point, they see themselves as almost the paragons of purest order, right? Yeah. So they've taken the assault of chaos and they've ground it down and created like order from chaos. But in the mortal realms, they're paving over the natural order.
I don't have a beard, that's true. They're Mordian dwarves.
And they're great ziggurats.
Soft and beardless.
Yeah, absolutely. Also within this spearhead is just this incredible centerpiece model, the Dominator engine. It's another kit that makes two things. So here you can see the immolation cannons. This is a enormous metal creation which is animated and powered by this demon energy roiling inside it. Have a look at the sort of brazier in its belly. You can see the demonic eyes peering out as like the demonic souls within a torch.
I love the flames on these things. That kind of like green into purple fire is such a beautiful sort of aesthetic. This is both an incredibly cool miniature, which I think I'm looking forward to see what painters do with this, because the heavy metal one is wonderful. But
okay, well that's enough for now.
You're going to see incredible interpretation.
That's enough. We're going to go back to catching up with super chats. We get the gist. They're just wanking it off now. Revenga, Chaos Dwarves for Old World. I think you're all right. Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat, man. What Turbo Virgin wants to watch Varak as to Miss Mordian? Feed Daddy Tim. Ed Bailey, my balls are drained at this point. It's like the fourth compliment super chat you've sent me. You're draining my balls. You're not busting them. You're draining them. Thank you so much for all your support, man. Scott the Bot, thank you for the 23-month member flex. Nearly Bolter Sergeant, but for now, X-Force, baby. 07 all, when guard announcements? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. Maybe there'll be some guard stuff. I am going to keep wishing for a plastic Macarius until the guard just dealt field conjures it into existence. Where are we next? Shaz Obi-Wan! Thank you for Super Man. Kind of has the vibe of the Votan science team has taken to the battlefield. We had the scouting teams first, now the science team joined. Very, very good point. Very good point. Totally agree. Absolutely on board with it. I kind of like GW feeding the model releases into the emerging lore of the Votan. I like that. They did that with Tyranids back in the day. Like, why are all these new Tyranids models coming up? Because that's how they've adapted and evolved, and how also new creations are turning up. You know, the initial like scouting Vanguard forces, now the big monster turning up. Yes, like that a lot. Great point as well. Big and fun. Thank you for the super chat, man. 2 little likes. Let's get those numbers up. Let's pump those numbers up, boys. Let's pump those numbers up. We got 451 people in here right now, 156 likes. Let's pump those rookie numbers up. Thank you to Finger Farm for the shout out and for giving me an opportunity to shill my own stream. Dragonflame Productions, thank you for the 13-month Merflex. X-Force, baby! Templars got the B team. Ugh. It looks like. It looks like. But we don't know yet. Remember, we've only seen one very specific leak from the Templar release. I am not going to judge the Templars until I've seen the whole thing. If there's more information out there that I've missed, then that's fair enough. But right now, we've only seen the one leaked data sheet, and then the rest of it was a bunch of Discord nonsense. So, you know, I'm holding out hope. Do you believe in life after leak? I'm trying, Share. I'm trying, GW. Kane, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the 5 Kazakin, mate. Appreciate it, bud. Spencer Twin, give me Nakona Sharokin. Who is Nakona Sharokin? Who is Nakona Sharokin? I mean, if I could give them to you, I will. But I don't know who it is. I could Google it if I wasn't so lazy. I'll Google it quickly. Google it off screen in case it's porn. Well, it is kind of porn. It's bolter porn. It's a Raven Guard geezer. Oh, was he one of the ones that got taken out recently? Interesting. Okay. Ryan Hancock, thank you so much for the 31-month member flex. I just hope for something for Grey Knights. Firstly, X-Force. Secondly, yes, it would be a terrible shame if all you got was an upgrade sprue. Fingers crossed for something for Grey Knights. What would we want? Maybe like either Grey Knight should get an even better Terminator, because Grey Knight Terminators are very, very iconic, or they should get some like Recon Marine. Grey Knights should be the refuge. Grey Knights of Deathwatch should be the refuge of the Firstborn without them saying it in so many words. Because I would happily, if GW sort of, the thing is, you can't really, if GW sort of came out and said, look, Deathwatch are there to be the refuge of Firstborn, because we know you guys like that, but, you know, regular Space Marines are going, head over heels into Primaris, I'd be like, okay, let me just repaint all my Black Templars with a silver arm, and we're good to go. Yeah. Speaking of Deathwatch, Rathsvari, dare I dream for new Deathwatch? Do you dare to dream? Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment, but it is also the thing on which rebellions are built. So hope, Rathsvari, we can all hope. The Men in Black do need something. I do love that the fact that the Deathwatch are just the Men in Black. I love that. Anthony Williams, thank you for the super chat, man. I, who rarely play the game, humbly submit the idea of Leagues of Voted officer models in armored suits, like black tie and white collar corpo armor. Brilliant. Yes. Lean into the executive corpo vibes. I am absolutely behind that. I really like the idea of the Votan becoming the fucking soulless corporation faction of the of the Warhammer IP. I really like that, you know, there be a combination of Rock and Stone, Space Dwarves, and Ferengi. That would be very, very cool. Trooper, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. Battletech list review, introduce discussion. Trooper, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna circle back around to that one because it's all about Warhammer today. Trooper, read the fucking room. I'm only giving Trooper shit because A, I know him quite well, we get on quite well, and B, because I know how much he loves Battletech. He's like, fuck all this Warhammer shit off. Fuck all this Warhammer shit off. What about some Battletech? What about some Battletech? Also, I'll tell you, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it, Trooper. Come on, then. Come on. Come on, I'll give you 30 seconds, mate. I'll give you 30 seconds. Oh, do I have to download it? Oh, fuck's sake. Right, 1 minute. You have to wait. You have to wait. All right, Spriggs, my boy. Because I don't want it to start fucking around, like taking me out the full screen and stuff here. Spriggs, thank you for the super chat, man. Is that Sunlight and MG's skin? Also great old models here. Just need some new bases. Oh, you mean for the dwarves? Yeah. These are all great old world models. It's weird they've released all these old world models on round bases, but GW does some strange things. Yeah, totally agree. This is so. These things are. Hey, that's quite a lot of. That is quite a big box as well. How many did you get? Like 20? 20 models in a box in this economy? GW, you're slipping. Tom Sutton, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Looks like a knockoff Dwengom Conquest Supremacy. Hashtag Conquest Gang Rise Up. Hashtag Conquest Gang Rise Up. I know there's a few of you holdouts still loving that Conquest, and I support you for it. Personally, I'm all about Old World, but I respect our Conquest brethren. And then Grimdor Future, thank you for the 9-month member flex. Thank you for doing your part. Holy 9 months, Batman. Our membership baby is due. It's the membership. I love it. I love it. Grimdor Future, amazing. Thank you so much for support. Thank you for supporting for 9 months. There we go. All right. All right, now give me a second here because they're still fucking out. How is the fucking AOS bit longer than the ages? How is the AOS bit longer than the fucking 40k bit? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? So you got a Bulldog, Mackie, Awesome, Thunderbolt, Shadowhawk, Wolverine, Huron Warrior. But where's the Cougar? Where's the Mad Dog? Come on, if you're gonna get me into Battletech, you at least gotta have my favorite mechs, man. Dude, I like the look of it, and it's actually a pretty simple list. I mean, look at that for an army list, boys. It's actually quite nice. Little pictures and everything on the army list. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. All right. Yeah, the AOS shit, man. It's still going. I'm make sure I've not missed out anything coming down the tipping links from Twitch or YouTube. No, we're at Twitch or Kick, I should say. No, we're all good. Kick gang is all good. Twitch gang is all good. Everyone's great. We're all having a good time. YouTube gang, how are you guys holding out? Yeah, all good. Okay. So, I'm all caught up on super chats. I just want to say a massive shout out to Knight Trenton for subscribing on YouTube. Guys, don't forget we're trying to reach 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So if you like what we do, please subscribe. And I will sucky love you long time if we get it's going to be very touch and go whether we get to 80,000. So that's why I'm shilling it so much at the moment. But if we do make it to 80,000, then I will submit some kind of forfeit to the community. Probably a feat picture. Maybe a 2025 remastering of One Man, One Jar. We'll see. All right. I've fully caught up. Let's now. I can turn this back up now. All right.
Other dwarven ancestor gods, which really like hammers.
Okay.
But this particular hammer is blessed in the blood of other Duardin
all
priests.
caught up.
So he would have found a runesmith or something, or one of the Karajan priests or something, and then slain them in a sacrifice and blessed the hammer in that blood. So that's.
I was going to say thank you to you guys who are okay with me chatting over the Age of Sigmar reveals.
Oh, they hate this guy.
I hope that was all right.
The Karajans and the Fire Slayers really do not get on with the Hellsmiths. Like there is a lot. They've got beef. Basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beef.
So. There's also another character we should talk about. This is Urak Tar. He's the first demon smith. back in that ancient time when the Hellsmiths needed to learn to survive, he learned the secrets of this demon smithing from Hashut. He is truly ancient and abominably powerful.
It's a massive Age of Sigmar reveal.
The petrification on the back, like deep trenches of like rock starting to form out of his flesh.
Definitely an old world reveal, this one. Yeah.
He's mounted on an enormous infernal, my brain's just gone blank, infernal Taurus. Just centerpiece written all over him. Incredible spot within the lore. Wonderful.
Yeah, very, very cool miniature. It's a 2-for-1 kit as well, which is really cool. It also makes your demon.
Fitting that on a 50x75 is going to be difficult.
A bunch of options on this kit as well, which is amazing. So I can't wait to see what painters do with this kit particularly, because it is just.
It's Dwarf Day today.
You can imagine
it's Dwarf Day. We've had Votan and Chaos Dwarves.
Metallics or glowing runes or kind of petrified rock.
Sigmar's doing fine. Somewhat amusing.
Again, that kind of manifestation.
It's fine.
Of Hashut as. Never deciding to use.
There's very little beef between Old World and Sigmar community now, because the Old World guys have got what they want, and the Sigmar guys have got what they want, and everyone just plays the game that they like.
Cinder, yeah. You can imagine him walking through a
forest. A lot of the salt
so
and beef and hatred towards Sigmar died out when Old World came out, because finally everyone got to play what they wanted to play.
Here is my personal favourite. You have the War Despot. You can see he's a very chunky-looking Duard, and if I stick this Infernal Razor next to me,
Mad Larkin, those Disney dollars showing through.
Perfect.
GW have released Cathay, Chaos Dwarves, and Emperor Children this year.
Powerful. Moving along, you have the Demon Smith and the Ashen Elder. Teeny tiny little hobcrot on the end.
Oh, I don't know how well it's doing, so what I'm using, but I still see people playing it.
Perfect for subverting to your will and getting.
It's not died out.
Just for kind of scale purposes.
It's just.
The same
I think it's pootling along. I think it's pootling along, doing its thing.
An idea of the size. Much larger. We have the bull centaur there, so you can see that the power of Hashut sort of coursing through that guy. This is a fairly large cavalry miniature there. It's like on a scale with.
I agree.
I guess like Agrodon sort of size. That kind of,
Alex, Evening Nerds, what did I miss? Votan Wave 2 has arrived.
Terrible segue.
Two or three characters for Tomb Kings got revealed, and then for the last hour, we've just been looking at fucking
such a cool model.
Chaos Dwarves.
You can have a few of these in your army as well. There's a few different options,
which is cool.
Heads and,
but it's going on a bit.
I certainly expect to see a few of these making their way into the end.
Let's bring in at least one of the artillery.
Yeah, let's get one of those in. Right.
What I mean?
To the main event.
It's a lot.
So if I squeeze some of these guys
we're running out of space. There's too much stuff in this release. It doesn't all fit on the table.
I don't think anybody will be
I do feel. Do you know what's crazy? I do feel like Chaos Dwarves got a bigger release than Emperor's Children.
Really little dioramas on the back, so you've got multiple.
Am I crazy?
Sort of with different roles across the artillery piece, like
absolutely.
Funneling the demonic power into
Emperor's
the
Children
engine,
got
or, stoking the furnace.
Special Care Space
like
Marines,
like
Noise
the
Marines,
Votan artillery we saw before. These are just like wonderful.
Conehead people.
Yeah, but let's bring in Uraktar, shall we?
And Fulgrim.
Round this all out.
So, I mean, this is it's a fairly big model.
Towers above even the Dominator engine.
There we go.
They have revealed a lot.
Just exceptional.
They had look. To be fair, fair play. Fair play. It's a big release,
and you can see.
And I don't actually mind them going on about it, because think about it. They're really doing a 2-for-1 here. They're showing off for Old World and for AOS.
Before I do, one more thing. I'm aware that lots of people in the chat might be keen to know about Warcry and whether or not Warcry is relevant here. The Warhammer Studio team are going to publish rules for using Hellsmiths of Hashut.
Who the fuck is asking about Warcry?
They release.
What is this shit?
Keep your eyes peeled on the Warhammer community website. There'll be a free download that lets you try out some of the Hellsmith.
I'm doing a load of people asking about fucking Warcry.
So not only will there be a full new army for Warhammer Age of Sigmar, they will also feature as an entire new faction in Warcry as well.
Yeah.
You sure about that?
Yes, it would be nice if we segued.
You sure about that?
Warhammer Underworld. So welcome to Spikewood. This is an expansion for Warhammer Underworlds. It's the scene is essentially you're in the Spikewood. You have a Hellsmith of Hashut.
I've never seen anyone play this game.
Against
What the fuck?
So it really is industry versus nature.
Yeah, there's a strong rivalry in the Mortal Realms between the Hellsmiths, who are all about, like, as we say, trampling nature underfoot, and the Sylvaneth, who are all about protecting nature, and the Kenothi are a particularly kind of warlike aspect of that.
Give me the gun, GW. I'll do it myself. Fucking
so
hell.
Defend the wild places of the Mortal Realms.
Yeah, so here you can see the 2 warbands. So this is an expansion, as we say, for Emberguard, and you have the Hellsmiths, you have the Kenothi. The Blood of the Bull is the Hellsmiths unit. Bottom left-hand corner, you have a War Despot. Her army advancing into the Spikewood has suffered.
Her. Did you hear that?
So
Her.
she's regrouped with her sort
Not
of
that
remaining warriors, her inner circle.
We got female Chaos Dwarves without beards. Why do the female Chaos Dwarves not have beards? Female Chaos Dwarves should have beards.
And you've got some great archetypes.
I don't care they put women in. I'm not a fucking... Well, I am a weirdo, but I'm not that kind of weirdo. I don't give a shit they put women in the game. I give a shit that they don't have beards.
Called Throat Cutters, I think it was, or Throat Slitters. He is basically a homage to those.
It's really lovely.
Really lovely to see.
Yeah, they've got their rules reflect that sort of plunder, take what you want, decimate the landscape just for the joy of it sort of mentality. The other warband in this set is, he says,
no beards equals exactly.
Colonel
No beards
Herald.
equals the line.
There's 3 of them in the kit. They make these Kenothi. Things
Well,
to
I
point
just-
out with them in
I've-
terms of,
I
like,
can't
their rules and
unsee
how they
this
play
now.
is that they're very defensive.
We've seen the battle
because they're
bra.
holding what they've got. They're not interested in stealing other people's
It's the
stuff.
fucking
They're
battle
interested
bra.
in their woods.
It's the goddamn battle
while they're in
crop
that
top.
open area of the board, if you're an Underworlds player, you'll be familiar with the sort of mechanic.
Come on, show us the battle
they're
bra
better,
again.
They're better at defending their own
So
objectives.
it's a quite interesting warband then, because they're quite a fast warband, and usually
Battle
it's
bra
aggressive,
and
but your
belly button
bonuses are
piercing.
defensive.
Yeah, so redeploying, fighting in different areas in your own area. And just-
I love
Fuck's
these versions, I
sake.
think we've seen Kenothi in
It's
Underworld
like
before,
that,
and this is a kind of expansion of that.
it's
But
like
I think
those,
it's a phenomenally cool looking warband.
I let
birds
them
that
too
go
long
to
and
the
I'm really
gym.
disturbed by their gemstones
And they go to the
glowing
gym in
in their
basically a
eyes.
bikini, but it's a sporty
I
bikini.
dig it. I dig it. I'm here for glowing.
Gotta
belly
protect them nips.
So there we go. Awesome stuff also for Warhammer Underworlds. What an awesome set of releases for Warhammer Age of Sigmar.
And 10 years of Warhammer.
That's a
Sigmar
really
as
fair
well.
point. Yeah. 10 years ago this month, we saw.
When do you go to the gym,
arrival
Tim? Oh,
of
fucking
the
never. I'm a
realm
fat,
of
lazy
Warhammer
cunt.
Age of Sigmar. We're going to be
I'm a fat,
showing
lazy,
over the
fat
coming year a whole bunch of
cunt,
interesting things to
fat,
do with the Mortal Realm. So if you
lazy.
enjoy Warhammer Age of Sigmar, you're in for a good time.
Yeah. It's taken the
I got
Hellsmiths
that
a long
bug
time
body,
to
you
do
know?
it, but then there
Spindly
are
arms,
movement
big
force,
body.
so-
I'm like an insect.
Respectably reminded us that there is in fact 5 more things to
Oh,
talk
there's
about.
more. Look at this.
And we're already getting the move along sign. There are 4 more
Crap.
boxes coming for Warhammer Underworlds. Each box contains 4 warbands. Each box also synergizes with a particular faction. So this is the Order one, the Seekers in Shadow, and it contains 4 warbands from the Order faction, Grand Alliance, I should say. This is the Death one.
GW Games Workshop,
These
all
are
you
the
had to
people that
do
are in the
was
Chaos
make Horus
warbands.
Heresy not
And you
shit,
say,
and
"My
we'd give you
favourite
our
is
money.
I'm allowed to.
Look
To
at
get to
everything
the
they're trying to do
warbands,
to get you to stay in the GW
anybody who
bubble.
plays Warhammer Underworlds will know
They're like, please don't
each
go over
Warhammer
to
Underworlds
another
warband
game
is
and play that for
lovely.
12
They're
months
just
because you're all burned
character
out on
form,
competitive
they come
40k.
with the
Please stay
more
with us. It's
setting.
Warhammer Underworlds isn't going to
You
do
get
it.
4 in a box. It's delightful. To play with them, you would need to pick up this, which is the Warbands of Spikewood. Contains all the cards and everything that you want. So whether you fancy playing with them in Warhammer Underworlds, seamlessly integrating them with their War Scroll cards into Warhammer Age of Sigmar, or just having some different hobby experiences.
Yeah.
There's 16
You're not saying
opportunities
yourself
to
well
get
for
There
your
are- every
OnlyFans,
one of
Mr.
those
Mordian.
boxes
Hey,
will kill a no filler
the
there.
name sells
Beautiful
itself.
miniatures in there.
It's the Mordian
Including
glory
the
hole.
crab, the Ideneth crab is back.
Perfect. Yeah. So I think we actually are at the end of the Warhammer.
We
Age of Sigmar
are
section
now at the end of the Mortal Realms
It would
bit.
be a good time to check in on Question Corner and see if there are in fact any questions.
Yeah, there's loads.
No.
People are very, very excited to hear about the Hellsmiths joining Warcry. That'd be really cool.
Fantastic. We're really pleased because we want them to be able to play with them and enjoy them.
Yeah, and of course the range is stunning, so people are super pumped about that. There's a bit of confusion about the Grand Alliance that they come from. So presumably they come from the Chaos Grand Alliance, and if so, how do they fit in with the rest of the Chaos?
Yeah, so I can take
go
that
on.
one. So the Hellsmiths of Hashut have a slightly interesting relationship with several factions in the Mortal Realms. They are definitely in the Chaos Grand Alliance.
Or
So
Mordian
despite what
Auspex
they
Gym
themselves
trading out for
believe,
charity.
they are
I don't
probably
know if
corrupted by Chaos at least a little bit.
You don't get to play.
I don't know if
Warhammer
Auspex
Team.
really
No, I
goes
mean,
to
you
the
have-
gym.
you have
He's in
tusks growing out
very
of your face and horns
not to
growing
like
out of
glaze
your
Auspex, but he's in
Yeah,
very
I mean,
good shape.
something's
He's
got
not.
a
I
little
don't.
bit
He's
demonic
not like
there.
running
But
around
they would
ripping his
consider
t-shirt with
themselves
muscles. He's
a
not like Johnny
warlord, they are
Bravo,
in the Chaos Grand
but he's
Alliance.
just
They also
slim.
trade
He hasn't
with
got the
various
bug body.
forces of
He's
Chaos,
just slim all
perhaps
over.
Chaos warlords and things would go
So
to
he
their
probably does. I think he does.
be served with like weapons that they forged. In
I think he
exchange for
goes
the bounty that is collected across the realms. They also have a
ogging
kind of symbiotic
or
relationship
jogging.
with
I'm
the
not sure if it's a
Ogrots,
silent J, but apparently
traded with, like, the
you
cool boys
just
and things like that.
run
But they are Chaos
for an
Alliance.
indeterminate amount of time.
So how does
It's a new fad, apparently.
the Chaos Pantheon? Does it want
Really,
to become one?
really badly.
Yeah, it does not play well with others as a recurring theme, really.
So he is part of the pantheon of the Dwarven gods, right? But he feels ostracized. They understandably want to ostracize him. So the Hellsmiths kind of vilely resent the other Dwarven gods. It's a very fractious relationship, which is why there's such vitriol between them. Great questions. Thank you very much. We need to go to our next setting.
Come on.
Which we will do.
That was a
moving
bit-
to the timeline of the Horus Heresy.
But
So-
I.
There are a multitude of great releases coming if you play Legions Imperialis.
You know
It's
what?
all
I vote.
tanks. So if you're a
So many
treadhead,
tanks.
You know
So
what? I
many.
might
And we'll
actually
take you
end
on
up
a
getting
tour.
into Legions. I was
several
thinking
boxes
of
of
getting into
fantastic
proper heresy,
plastic kits,
but I think I might go over to
some really
Legions. What do we
interesting
think,
pieces for
chat?
the army. Obviously, now
Legions
you can see the
versus
Scorpius
30k.
set.
Which one
It's
are you
8
more
of those, 4 of
predisposed to?
each. And so if you
Put
want
it down
to
in
rain
chat. Put
definitely on
LI
these,
down
throw
in
them
chat
under their
or
cover.
put
It's really
30k down in
a
chat.
wonderful way to do
See
it.
which ones
Built on
we'll
that
eyeball
famous
it. We'll see which
Rhino
ones
chassis, as is the Vindicator
seem
Siege Tank Squadron.
people are more interested in.
Essentially, what's the biggest gun you can stick on a Rhino? Oh, it appears to be a gun with a breech
What
big
if
enough
I
to
want?
stuff a
I
whole
want an
space
even
marine.
bigger
Bolt
gun. I want a
action.
bigger gun.
You want
I
a
want a
heavier
heavier
siege
siege
than
gun.
Frigs.
Well, I've got some very good.
Oh,
for
that's
you.
it. That's exactly it.
The
All right, what
Typhoon
about-
Heavy Siege Tank Squadron
What
is
about
on the way.
Legions?
It's
30k
even bigger and more dangerous.
or
than
Conflict
the
47.
Vindicator.
So put
And,
LI
you get like a nice guy with a
30k
warming things
or
up,
K47 down in
everything
chat.
goes
Is
according
he
to plan.
contributing? Like, by the time you've been shot by that
I like
siege
to
gun, how
imagine
much of a flamethrower do you really
I
need?
imagine he's just like baking drive-through, like,
Look
you're
at that.
getting some and you're getting some.
Oh, man.
So,
There's a lot of
if you want to go
K47, a lot of
further away,
LIs going
maybe
there.
there's,
Not a lot of
Titan Squadron
30Ks.
that sends you, then you could do a lot worse than the Cerberus heavy tank.
There's a few
destroyer
30Ks
squadron. These are firing.
I would
turbo
happily
lasers.
get
That
into
guy's
K47
offering
and
us
LI.
fun. It is a wonderful time to be driving tanks over the enemy.
Some
in
debate in the office. As
Legion,
to whether
can we just
it's a
accept?
heavy tank
Legions
destroyer
Imperialis is a
or
very,
heavy
very
tank
cool game.
destroyer.
Yeah, exactly. We've had some.
It's a
Let us
very,
know
very
in the
cool
chat
game.
Which one you think
Yeah,
it
do
is?
you think it's a heavy tank for destroying or a tank for destroying heavy things? Answers.
Possibly
in the chat.
both. Possibly. Both.
The heaviest of all of the tanks, it's so heavy, it's super heavy, is the Mastodon Assault Transport. What if you want to just pack Space Marines into a tank, drive it across the battlefield, open your gates, and charge into an enemy stronghold, having leveled the walls with a melter array? Then this is the way for you to do so. It's even got its own anti-aircraft system on the top, and the pilot of that is offering you a crisp fist bump as well. I imagine he gets on great with the other guy.
It's sort of a
He's doing a fist
30,000
bump.
equivalent of a siege tower, isn't it?
I love it.
Kind of vibe.
The design on this, we've seen this at like standard Warhammer 40,000 scale. It's beautiful.
I wonder if
It's still
anyone's done an
beautiful,
epic
full
40k
scale.
mod
It's
for Legions
beautiful.
Imperialis.
So those kits, like loads and loads of tanks, the Treadheads rejoice. All of the rules for those, in fact, all of the rules for all of the units in Legions Imperialis can be found in Liber Strategia. Essentially,
sure about that?
thing that combines all of the rules and puts them in one place. If you've got a copy of the core rulebook and got a
You
copy
sure
of this,
about
you are
that,
ready to
GW?
rock and roll, along with a
'Cause,
whole bunch of other rules content.
I don't have a lot of faith
Too
in
much
your
to go into
levers
here and
anymore.
now, but have a look in the article that's going to be on Warhammer.
I don't know if I have much
and we'll
faith in
talk
your
more about
levers
it closer to
anymore.
the launch. What if you really like the letters A through F and you want
love
to
it.
mark objectives and or token effects? We're
Yeah,
releasing a
bold
really
statement.
Just useful set of token markers for you to use. in
Bother
the
Gene
game.
said he just dry brush, mate.
I find these sorts of
It's
things
just
very
dry
useful
brushing,
for
just-
reminding me what effects are going on in the game.
It's the one
And then
place
all the
where one
formation
colour
and data
tanks
sheets you
actually
need for, Legions,
are legit.
Imperialis games. The team responsible for this setting have really just done a cracking job of making sure that like the rules are accessible.
scale
You can get hold of them.
is LI? Is it
really
15
fun.
mil?
I'm very
Yeah,
impressed.
kind of compiled a lot.
It
of
looks
stuff
like
together
it's
in a
it's
more
smaller than
convenient,
Epic
way of approaching
I've got a good
Waterloo,
friend
which is
who's
18
super
mil.
He was asking me about like how he gets all of his rules together. And I just had to sit there quietly, knowing that this was around the corner.
Wouldn't that be great if they're all in one book?
Your prayers have been answered. There's more stuff set within.
Is it
the
8
Age
mil?
of Darkness.
10 mil?
We teased these in the Saturnine preview. But we have the Mark II Assault Squad.
8
I
mil.
think we showed one before,
We
didn't we?
did, yeah. I absolutely love these. So this is the new Mark II Assault Marine.
All right,
Mark II is
full-blown
one of the
heresy,
more
guys.
brutal looking of the various different Space Marine armor marks, and these guys have ramped that up even further. You've got some options in this kit, a variety of different weapon options. The coolest of them is the chain axe, which is an optional free upgrade to the chain sword that comes normally with your Assault Marines.
Yeah, and so the kit's loaded with chain axes. It even has heavy chain axes for extra clout. Think of them as slightly slower than chain axes, but they have a more dangerous.
Yeah.
Sorry, chain swords, but they have a more dangerous effect. Absolutely. There are points-free alternative. So if you buy these, it's just a straight points.
Guys.
No points involved, just a straight kit swap. If you're dying to have that classic chainsword loadout,
Free war
there's some
gear.
good news because you can swap the arms with the ones that are on the Mark VI Assault Marines, or you can just get them from the upgrade kit. But
Did you hear that?
Compliance has never looked better than it does with a chain axe.
There's some great different options in there as well. You've got a couple of heavy chain axes too,
Yep.
which
Free
is
war
another
gear.
upgrade you can put onto some of the models. The Sergeant's got the option for some pistols and close combat weapons. And as you can see with the Salamander on the screen there
It's
as well,
beginning.
you can also equip them with combat shields. So loads of different
It's
things
beginning.
you can choose to mix them in with. I would imagine we're also going to see some of these converted with all the different Space Marine kits. One of the lovely things about the Horus Heresy is that so many of the kits are really interchangeable with each other, so you can take bits and heads and arms.
Not
and weapons and
completely.
stuff and really create.
I bet
I really
not
like the
completely.
breastplate on these, that
Not
high
completely.
George, it looks fantastic.
But on some of the
they're
new
just
stuff,
fantastic looking models.
on some of the new stuff that they're releasing.
There's more coming as well. We previewed the
30K
Journal
being
Tactical, which is available to order right now. In
retardified.
fact, all of Saturnine is available to order right now. There's a new
That's,
Journal
I
Tactical
shouldn't
on the
laugh
horizon
at that, but that
for
is exactly the kind of
And
thing
this
that
is
I would have heard
really
back
all
in
about,
secondary school.
Vulcan's gift to his brothers through the Saturnine project, and so it focuses.
So to be
very
clear,
heavily
we know that not
on
everything's going to be free
suits
war
of
gear,
armour,
but
that
it's
we
starting
see
to
the
trickle
Saturnine
in.
box.
Yeah, there's loads of great new options.
Starting to
in
trickle
this
in.
book, particularly allowing you to do
Trickling it
more stuff
in.
with your Saturnine miniatures. So
Trickling it in.
there are different, basically, things that you can do to your Saturnine miniatures using other kits, mixing kits together to create new units. So this is a really great example. This is a Saturnine command squad.
Trickling it in.
What you've got here is a unit that's taken bits from the command squad's crews and also some spare bits from someone who's built a Saturnine Praetor with his axe. You get the hammer spare. You can now give it to characters in your Saturnine command squad and basically make them into a champion. The other option that you can have inside this is to make one of your Saturnine Terminators into a Saturnine Centurion. That's the Thousand Suns guy on the far left there. Saturnine Centurion means that you could now have like 2 tiers of Saturnine Commander you can have in your army, and effectively unlocks the ability to have an entire Saturnine styled army if you wanted to.
Yeah, one of the topics.
Yeah, so if you
inside this Journal Tactica
have
is,
been recently starved of
really
oxygen,
embrace Saturnine
and you
armour,
think that you
see
wanted an entire army of
forward
Saturnine
line to be at
Terminators,
least to some extent scientifically sensitive.
then yeah,
That's
that's an option for you now.
Thousand Suns love it. It's my favourite.
But there's all sorts of things. It's not just the Thousand Suns that sort of get the rub in this. So there'll be lots
Wait,
of
so
people
mixing
that will
kits to
tell
make a
you more
unit?
about
What
it
the fuck,
as
GW?
we get closer.
Yeah, but
Yeah, this is really interesting stuff about how the different
This is it,
teams
like,
sort of embrace it.
guys,
So the
GW
Thousand Suns
said
are
that
sort
they
of
took
used
all
as
of the weapon
headed
options
to
away
some
because it
extent,
wasn't
kind
what
of
was in the
all
box.
their psychic pilots
But
inside them.
they have,
word
but if
bearers
you
have
actually
immediately
look
crammed it full of
at the
demons just to
units,
see what would happen.
then you actually
But all
look
of
at
the
the
legions,
PDF that
to
they've
some extent,
touted.
recognise the lethality of Saturnine technology.
It's
and
not a
find
consistent
place for it in
policy.
their legions.
Perfect.
It's
Right.
not there because
We're
of the
still
boxes.
not quite done in this sort of area of the timeline. I am
It's there for
super
simplification.
excited to be able to announce today on behalf of the Black Library that there is a new mega series on the way.
Ah,
This is the
Barak called it.
Scouring. This is book 1. called
Barak
Ashes
called
of
it.
The Imperium, and this kicks off a multi-book,
Candy Red
multi-author
T-Suns are amazing.
mega series set in the ashes of the Imperium. It's a perfect title. The Horus Heresy is ended.
That's
The
cool.
Emperor is mortally wounded, enshrined upon the Golden Throne. The War Master is dead. The forces.
That's cool.
The traitor legions are in full retreat. What happens next? So this series begins essentially at that premise, and here we have.
That's very good.
A very understandable confrontation between a battered and damaged Rogel Dawn and Rabute Gilliman, who has arrived pristine with reinforcements, and as you can see, they're at loggerheads already.
Yeah, because Gilliman
Library are
fucking
super
missed the
excited
big bash.
for us to be announcing this today
He missed the
because
shindig.
This is the culmination of a lot of work and effort between a really sort of carefully assembled cabal of writers.
Yeah,
and
I think a lot of
creatives
people are going to be
that have
excited
been
for the Iron
putting out
Cage.
a multi-work
Imperial Fist
series,
getting
which we're gonna see
fisted
play
by
out
Iron
over
Warriors.
several years. I'm really, really excited by this.
I think you
WWE Space Marine
kind of three
cosplay.
core themes, aren't there, that
Yeah,
are being
absolutely.
explored through this.
So in a
Oh,
nutshell,
man.
without spoiling anything for those of you who
Yeah, so
don't
Varak
enjoy
just
it, I promise you
ejaculated all over his
there are
computer,
three
so he'll be
principal
happy.
themes. Theme number one is what happens
Battlefleet
when
Gothic?
start
Ah.
to
GW could get me
caused all of
back
this,
with
or their
Battlefleet
brothers have
Gothic. I'm telling you right now.
ruined the work
But
that
here's the
both today.
thing.
The Imperium is in tatters.
The monkey's paw
What
is going to
the place for the
curl.
Space Marine Legions in the wake
The
of
monkey's
this
paw is going to
catastrophe?
curl
For the traitor
because
legions,
it's
the
going to be
second of these sort of
30k
respects.
only.
The
Battlefleet
War Master is dead.
Gothic.
The whole purpose for doing this has now failed. The Chaos
You
Gods
know it.
withdraw
You
some of
know
their power.
what I'm saying is
so
true.
Suddenly, they thought
They
were
will
onto a
call
good
it
thing, and now they're
Fleetus
relatively alone and
Imperialis.
how do they survive? How do they?
And
regroup?
it will be
The third
30k
group
only.
is, in my opinion, maybe the most compelling, which is what of humanity, right? They've just watched these demigods wage war across the Imperium, ruin everything, destroy the Emperor's great works. The Emperor is mortally wounded. How do they respond? How does humanity rally, and how does it perceive the fate of
Fetus.
the Space Marine legions that remain?
Absolutely.
Fleetus
worth saying as well,
deletus.
this is absolutely, you can treat this as a self-contained
I get
series.
that joke.
If you
It's a very
if you
dark
have
joke,
read
but I get
all
that
of the Horus
joke.
Heresy from Horus Rising all the way through the full novel series.
And shitification. I love that set. I love that. And shitification.
There's a lot of books to read.
Fleeced
some great stories in there.
Imperialis,
But if
yeah.
you are new to the Horus Heresy and kind of the setting and the era, you can absolutely just jump in with Ashes of the Imperium and treat the Scouring as a series.
Mugger's
of
paw will
itself.
curl
I
because you'll say
have
one
to
stream
give
you
a little
want
bit of
it,
a
hate
shout
it
out
when
to
it comes
Chris
out
Ray
and
as well,
do
who's the
it anyway a
author
year
chosen
later.
for this
Everyone
first
does
book.
it.
He
I've
is
been
a
pretty good at
condenser of
sticking to
words.
my
He's
guns,
written
to be
some
fair,
really
Malevolent Spoon.
fantastic
I've been
black
pretty
library
good.
novels. If you've never read a Chris Ray book and you just want to dip
I'm
your
very
toes in
consistent
ahead of trying this,
on my
could not
policies.
recommend enough
When
about
GW
War
does something
Versus the
right, I
Imperium.
wank them
It
off.
sort of
When
sits
GW does something
outside
bad,
the rest of the sort of
I shit
Horus
on them.
Heresy,
Also,
experience a
it's
little bit.
amazing how the
It's
how one of
like
their when they
top-tier
fuck
Black
up, it
Library
kind of
fiction
makes
and
me
might be a fun
look
way
more
to
favorably on other games. Like I'm looking over at Legions Imperialis now and be like, perhaps I judged you too harshly.
The release of this, we're going to have a full-length interview with Chris talking about Ashes of the Imperium and all of the care and consideration that's gone into it and the narrative that unfolds. More on that on Warhammer Community as we have
Yeah,
it.
it's very exciting. I think
That was awesome. I really am super excited for it. We're not done yet.
we're not even close.
We
We're not even
promised
close.
that we would return to the grim darkness of
You
the
heard
dark,
me. Said
millennium,
Cree.
and we do now with 5.
They're definitely not going to take
Space
any
Marine
questions
heroes
from chat
for,
around Horus
either
Heresy.
the first founding
Any
chapters.
questions?
Right, this is Vulcan Heston.
Hey, we're back to 40K.
Previously been in metal and resin and is now in plastic. Vulcan Heston is a famed hero of the Salamanders chapter, and his
I thought it was
particular
Vulcan
mission is to
Heston.
scour the galaxy.
Is it
looking for the
Heston?
relics left
Heston
by
sounds
his
shit.
Primarch, the namesake Vulcan. He wears some of
Like
the relics
Heston
himself,
Blumenthal.
so he is
That's a
equipped with
fucking
an
chef.
artificial suit of armor. He's
But this is
carrying
cool.
A handheld heavy flamer and a blade.
I'm sure it's
of
Vulcan
that
Heston,
crackles
but anyway.
with, magma fire and is able to slice through enemy warriors. He's also walking through flames, just in case you weren't sure he was as cool as he can be. He's just walking through the fire there as well. He is probably the most iconic Salamanders character that exists in Warhammer 40,000, and it's great to see him in plastic. He has a couple of head options.
Vulcan
You can have helmeted
Preston.
or unhelmeted.
Health and safety first.
Both of them look very, very cool indeed. He is only one of the 5 new Space Marines.
He looks
next
great.
up we have,
oh shit! Like Vulcan, I never really got the hype around Vulcan, but motherfucking
I probably should say of the
Darnath.
Fists chapter.
Is it not Darnath?
He's
Darnath
been
Lysander?
remade in the sort of
All right, there we
new
go.
Terminator armor style that we saw for the first time.
Yeah,
in,
the same scale as
That's
the one
better.
that's, in the recent Warhammer 40,000.
And he is
That's better.
a substantial man in that armor. He
I am
has
a bit of an
enormous
Imperial Fist
storm
fanboy,
shield.
you know.
He's carrying that
I
incredible.
like my
looking
Might be
my
the
favorite
best storm shield
chapters
in Warhammer.
of
It's up there,
It's
isn't it?
right up
It's up
there,
there.
yeah. I think
40K are
argue with you, but we're
Black
talking
Templars,
top 3,
Crimson
right?
Fists,
And
then probably Imperial Fists
everything
after
you'd
that.
expect from this iconic hero
I like Blood
of
Angels as
Imperial
well.
Fists.
But yeah, I'm a son of
Death
Dawn.
option in there.
Yeah,
I'm a son of
absolutely,
Dawn.
They're taking the,
If you don't want to paint a face, and sometimes you just want to get him on the battlefield nice and fast.
I am a son of
yeah, I
Dawn.
mean, if it wasn't yellow, I don't know. I might find it easy to paint the flesh, to be honest. He is not the only. There are five
GW,
of
you
them
can
altogether.
paint
So next
yellow
up
very
we have
easily.
Canok Var, a
You just
new
use your
character
army painted speed
for the
paints.
Iron Hands chapter. This is the the captain of the Averni clan.
Yeah. The equivalent to your kind of.
Is this
captain
guy a
of the
big deal,
first
chat?
company.
I don't.
Again,
Is he a new?
Terminator
Is he a
interface,
new guy?
The recent.
Or-
New Terminator kits. Some really lovely little features on here. Really
I like
lovely
the model,
design.
but I don't
Raw,
recognise the dude.
lots of, nods towards his.
He knew. New's cool. New's cool. It's guys, don't be afraid of new things. If look, it might not be some OG bastard coming back, but it's still pretty cool. He's got a giant metal fucking club. I'm actually okay with that model. Okay, I'm actually okay with that model. He look. Minimal tactical rockage. He actually looks kind of badass, like a little rock, but nothing you couldn't flock over. Do you know what I mean? I'm okay with that model. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Some people might not. It's just understated, guys. It's just understated. We're okay with understated. 40k we could do with a little bit of understated here and there. Oh,
absolutely love this guy. So the new chapter master of the Raven Guard. You might be saying, Eddie, they already have a chapter master.
Yeah.
That happened to Shrike. Shrike has led the Raven Guard for some years, but has decided actually his place is better in the shadows as the captain of stealth assaults, and he has left Etheon Shan to lead the Raven Guard as their figurehead and their commander. And
what?
The is absolutely phenomenal. We very recently had Logan Grimnar released. I think only this last weekend.
Why have you done my boy Shrike dirty?
The tradition of having just an absolutely phenomenally cool-looking chapter master miniature.
Yeah, he's
Shrike got fucking. He got fucking fired, man.
Expect to see there's those sort of tassels that sort of dangle.
They fucking whacked him. They fucking whacked Shrike.
Feathers and fetishes.
Look at those
and
claws.
Why?
Head options. Aethon Shan is a really just tremendous centerpiece model, and I think the Raven Guard fans out there are going to be delighted.
How does
by,
GW
what he
own
does.
goal so
And there's one more.
hard?
Saboden Khan.
Oh,
is
fuck
the
off.
First captain of the White Scars chapter.
Fuck off.
Leads its first company on this just mighty looking grav bike. It's got a Gatling cannon mounted into the front. He's just the perfect embodiment of that White Scars hero huntsman archetype.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. There's all sorts of beautiful Chigorian details on him there. You can see the kind of pattern on the front of the jet bike is very reminiscent of some of their Heresy era designs on their dreadnoughts and things like that. We've got the model with us in a second. We're going to have a kind of look at it, but there's some beautiful detail on the back. He's got kind of Chigorian shields.
Okay, the models look fine, although where are the wheels?
Okay. The most White Scars.
But what happened to OG Khan? Isn't it? What happened to Yagatai?
Beautifully in an army if you've got lots
Am I remembering correctly? It used to be Yagatai Khan who was the leader of the White Scars.
The characters have traditionally had to walk, haven't they? So not anymore. Really beautiful. How do I get my hands on these? You say there's some questions.
Okay.
There. There's a series of combat patrols.
So who was the?
Carefully, I'll explain the one piece of nuance to this. Saboden Khan.
So who was Casaro? What happened to Casaro Khan?
It's 3 Outrider bikes and Interceptor.
What happened to Casaro Khan? What happened to Shrike?
And Saboden Khan. He will be available separately not that long after the release of this combat patrol. He's the only one of these new heroes that comes inside.
Are they getting a special codex?
Are available separately, but here are the combat patrols that come out with them. So,
the Imperial Fist one is so obviously better.
Full of heavily armored.
Holy shit, the Imperial Fist one is so obviously better.
Terminators and a command group, and it just looks wonderful. Next up, Iron Hands, heavy
wank,
interceptors,
utter wank. Never going to sell a single one of those.
You might expect from these tough, durable.
Actually, one of the worst combat patrols I've ever seen.
Hands chapter, the Raven Guard. Bit more
fast and Phobos.
Yeah,
that's okay.
That's good. I like that.
Raven Guard is good.
Yeah, they're going to get in amongst it much faster. Imagine Aethon Shan leading those; it'll be tremendous. But what if you just want to carry all the flames all the time? Every model in this entire combat patrol has something.
The fucking Mario Kart puts me off.
Or a flamethrower in some way.
It's okay, but the Mario Kart puts me off.
Intercessors who maybe ruin my connecting it. But do you know what?
I'm saying Imperial Fist one, boys.
I think you can
Imperial Fists.
Some new transfers in those kits as well. Adam, I know you're a very big fan
put SM if you down in chat. Put IF for let me know which one of those combat trolls you think is the best. IH for Iron Hands, RG for Raven Guard, SM for Salamanders, or IF for Imperial Fists.
Crimson Fists. So if you were a fan of the Crimson Fist's successors.
Or
then
White.
you
Oh,
can
WS for White
select,
Scars.
We'll show you those ahead of time so you can sort of plan your purchases.
Yeah,
and your
it's
experiences as we get closer.
Conflict
to
47
release.
getting
Yeah,
spammed again.
Yeah, I've got some
Imperial
of the,
Fist
the
is
miniatures
Imperial
right
Fist and
here.
Conflict
We've got some
47 are
kind of
apparently the
stuff
two
so you can
popular
see
ones.
The scale of them, and we've also got some of the new miniatures. So if we start off over here with the Raven Guard side,
I don't
I've got
mind
along
the Raven Guard model.
Assault
I like the
Intercessor
Raven
side.
Guard
It's not a
model.
small model
I
by
just
any
don't like the fact they
imagination,
did
but you
strike
get a
dirty.
sense of how
I
big
like the White
new
Scars
chapter
model.
master of
I
the
just
Raven
don't
Guard
like
is
the
that
fact
he's, a
that they
big
got
base
rid
in
of
terms
Kasara Khan.
intimidating,
Why are all my
character,
heroes
certainly
going
the
down?
largest of your infantry models, probably standing not far off the height of a Redempted Dreadnought.
Why are all
It
of
was
why are they
interesting to see. You may have a
replacing
tactical
all of
box
the
to,
heroes? I
sort of
don't
raise
get
it up a
it.
little. But,
It's so
Dino Blanco
weird.
is such a brute that he's not that much shorter than either of the two models you just mentioned. He's
Let's
really
replace
very
characters
dominant.
which have got like
And then
30
Smoking
years
Khan,
worth of fucking
next to
lore
an
behind
Outrider.
them.
First of all,
That people
check
can
out
go
the
and deep
sort of
dive the lore
similarities between the styling
for like
between sort of,
hours and hours and hours and get
the
fucking
shape of the
hyped
bike,
up.
very sort of
Or
reminiscent of the
let's
things you see
release
on the
this
Outrider.
fucking
But if you split
intern written, bland as
There
fuck
are so
knobhead
many
character.
lovely details on this. I really
How
like the
long?
shield.
We've had
There's some
fucking.
sheaths, there's some extra
How long
weapons,
have we had
there's
Lord
like-
Solar
as
Leontus?
well as
3
having
years?
loads
Nobody
of
gives a
detail,
shit.
there's also
If
loads
they
of
brought
space
back
if you wanted
Macarius,
to do some,
how
like, Chigorian
the
free
internet
hand or
would
something
lose
like
their
that.
fucking
I
mind.
think that's
If
going
they
to
brought
be
back Yarrick,
up there with the golden
they'd lose their
thing,
fucking
where
minds.
People choose
It's,
the
yes,
models.
exciting
I
to see
do
what
not
really
understand
is.
what's going through their heads.
So, there we are.
They make some
Space
very,
Marine,
very strange
Surely-
decisions.
Surely that's all the Space Marine we have time for.
So you say that, but there is a little bit more Space Marine on the way. This one's really exciting for me because
Good models,
I got
shit
to help a little
characters.
bit on the team that have brought this to life. I am over the moon to present the first ever officially licensed wearable Space Marine helmet.
Oh, well,
This is
Valrak's
the,
obviously gonna-
Lieutenant Titus Mark 10 helmet made by Joytoy. If you've not heard of Joytoy,
That's cool as
where
fuck.
have you been hiding? Joytoy make beautiful action figures under license from Games Workshop. They do
Okay,
Warhammer
so I'm very
40,000 ones,
obviously
they do Warhammer Age of Sigmar ones,
good.
and
Well,
Warhammer
I say I'm
the
going to get
Heresy
it. It would be
ones.
better if it was
Now they have
firstborn.
made this incredible helmet. It's just really something, and I can talk.
I'm
about some of the
totally
features.
okay with
Inside,
that.
It's got an adjustable sort of headband, so you can change it to fit your head. What that means
Stocks
is that
and
unless you've got the
Etsy
teeniest,
down,
tiniest
yeah.
heads like a small child or a grot, you should be able to make it fit.
Yeah,
I
Joytoy
have
does sound like
the
a sex
most
toy, doesn't it?
Preposterous, like potato head
I
imaginable.
think I'm going to say what everyone is thinking, which is just put it on. Adam.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
see
I
what it
will.
looks like.
But before I do, so this is the prototype that we've been sort of working with them on. And before I do, I'm going to flip a switch because we're under very bright studio lights. But inside, can you see the illuminated? A little bit. There's some really great pictures that you'll be able to see later. But I feel like a Space Marine already. This is just
I feel like I'm
the
standing
best.
next to a Space Marine. It's incredible.
I mean, it's never felt so good to feel like Lieutenant Titus. So the lenses inside illuminate. You can
Cool.
buy it with this lovely display stand as well.
Cool.
This is the Mark
That's
II
fine.
Stand. It looks like something straight
Guys,
out of,
it's fine,
Battle
and if
Barge
it does
or
well,
a
they'll
Big
release
Big
other
Cell,
helmets.
where a Space
If
Marine
it
might
does
be
well, they'll
rewarded,
release a beaky
when
helmet, a
finished on
firstborn
campaign.
helmet, but they'll call it a
Your
Stern Guard
choice
helmet,
whether
of
you want to
course.
get the helmet separately or with that,
Obviously,
but
if it
I've
does
had
well,
this
they'll
stand
make
for
more of
quite
them.
a while, and it looks
It's
really
simple.
Cool.
It's cool.
When can you get your hands on it, I guess is the question.
When can I get my hands on it, Adam?
I'm glad you asked. The answer is when this preview show is done, the pre-orders begin. So
Wow.
you will be able to go to warhammermerch.com.
I bet
and,
you they'll
pre-order
sell
it.
more
So,
of them
yeah, I'm
than
just
they
over
do
the moon to see this in the flesh,
of
in real
Saturnine.
world. Very, very exciting.
Wait, why are people saying it was £340?
We're still not done with Warhammer 40,000.
£340.
To Kill Team, to the Kill Team.
Okay, cool. Geomancer. Oh, Deathwatch! And we're getting more Deathwatch! You wanted it! Wow.
So, an amazing new box for Kill Team, a new expansion, 2 brand new kill teams, a new kill zone, some incredible miniatures. Let's take a look. This is Kill Team Tomb World, and you get absolutely loads in this box.
It's just bursting.
That's well
This
done.
might be the best Kill Team box we've released. It's
bold
way
claim,
up there.
and I struggle
it's
to
up there,
argue.
It's up there. There's some beautiful stuff in here. I mean, let's
Terrain
talk
is
about the
amazing.
battlefield first. You've got some absolutely amazing Necron scenery.
Yeah.
A little bit like the Into the Dark scenery we saw
absolutely.
a little while back, and certainly allows you to play games in that same sort of style. Doesn't replace it necessarily, but allows you to
All
play
this is great.
kind of close confines.
All
of
this is
close
great.
battles.
10
Really
out of 10.
galactic. You've
10
got
out of 10. Love it.
undead Necron
Scenery,
crypts
nailed
where
it.
Warriors wake from their eons long slumber.
New
But the
Death
kill teams
Watch,
themselves
nailed
are
it.
probably where the real excitement is. So if we start off
New
with
Necron
the
shit, nailed it.
Death Watch kill team. This is the return of the original kill team. The name kill team itself comes from the concept of Death Watch.
All Primaris.
They have come out with an amazing
Just note that.
new range.
It's all
of miniatures.
Primaris.
There are 10 of these guys in the box. You can build them in a whole range of different ways, and there are some lovely features. Adam, have you got any favourites from the
I mean,
mix
for
there?
me, I'm all about the big firepower, right? So
They've changed
sort
the
of
shoulder
bottom right,
pads
you
a
have flesh
smidge.
carrier holding a frag cannon. Because
All the
that's
shoulder
the best
pads
way
are
to
black
treat
now.
peanuts,
They've
right?
changed the
you
shoulder
can't
pads a
really go wrong.
smidge.
I called him out as a flesh terror because I happen to know he is. One of the things that's really striking about this set is that there's
They made the flesh
loads
terror
of,
guy.
Different heraldic.
They made the flesh
devices.
terror guy have a
some
gun.
quite obscure chapters as
But I'm
well.
sure you'll be
so
able to
flesh
put a
terrors
different
are
shoulder
perhaps
pad on him. But
obscure,
bit of a weird
but
choice for the
they're not
preview.
necessarily
Flesh terror
what
guy
I
should obviously
expect.
be a melee guy.
For example, top center, that's a member of the Wolf Spears, which is one of the few successes to the Space Wolves chapter. You've got an Ultramarine on the right-hand side. The crossed swords on the one bottom left, I think, is probably making him a guardian of the
I
Covenant.
think you might
But,
be right. You might be right.
And as a Dark Angels collector, that's quite exciting.
We had a fun game
They
earlier.
have
we
a
tried
lot-
to guess all the different
oh,
chapters.
guys,
Red
it's
Scorpion in there
happening.
as well, that you can't quite make them out, but
There's 5 more that you can
They're
see
getting-
here. So if you see
Look
any
at all
that
these kill
are
team
a
guys.
chapter that you're interested in, shout them out in the chat. I think the top middle guy is going to get some attention because there's a lot of fans for those guys.
How
Loads
many of
options,
these
Loads of different specializations for your kill team to be built
are
with.
OG chapters, and
They
how many
really
of them
the
are new
personification of
chapters?
Pick the right weapon for the job when you start your game.
And when you play Kill Team, the way that
It's
this,
happening.
any
They're
Kill
getting
Team
rid of
works
your
is that
old
you have a
characters that
roster
you
of different
loved.
warriors, and then you
now
can choose the ones
they're
you
gonna
want
get rid of
before
the
your
old
game starts.
chapters.
You get 10 models in this box to make the
I'm
Kill Team.
stirring
You've got
shit.
loads of different
I'm
options,
stirring
and then
shit,
you
but
choose before each game.
we'll
The Kill Team
see.
in game will be 5 of those warriors.
I'm
You're
only
getting
teasing.
5
I know. Look, there's an Imperial Fist right there. Guys, I'm just taking the piss. There's an Imperial Fist right there. There was an Ultramarine. Yeah. They're never going to do that. No. They've just done Iron Hands and White Scars. I'm very clearly taking the piss. All right. There's just going to be like an entire sprue of all the different shoulder pads you could want. So yeah, I'm literally just riling guys. I could just see chat. The chat was like, ah, it's like
piece of ammunition, and you can
too far, Mordian.
a special rule for that
Too
gun to have,
far.
so it can be blast or precision or extra AP or something like that. So that a kind of quite long-standing concept of them having the ammunition to do exactly the job you need them to do makes its way into Kill Team, as well as them just being pretty good all-round Space Marines.
All Primaris though.
But they're not the
I
only
feel
thing
like
to kill,
Firstborn
you might
is
excuse our
definitely
enthusiasm,
going.
thinking. So there's also the Canoptic Circle. These are the Necron guardians of this tomb complex. Essentially, their job has been to oversee the reanimation protocols of all of the Necrons that you see in these alcoves. We'll show you some more of the terrain in a bit. And so these are the
These are great.
sentinels that are ready to now sort of attack the interlopers.
Yeah, and they were just going about their business, waking up all the Necrons, and all of a sudden this very rude kill team of Deathwatch burst into their crypt and decided to start wrecking up.
Remember one of the original. Remember one of the old school, was it 3rd or 4th edition battle reports? Imperial Guard versus Necrons. It was a dual battle report. We had Imperial Guard versus Necrons. Then a smaller game where it was Deathwatch infiltrating a Necron tomb. This is very reminiscent of that, and I love it. I really like it.
She's big and powerful. Yeah, she alone can take on a Space Marine, but the other troops in her force need her to kind of be at the
female
center to kind of
Necrons.
coordinate the efforts. You've got a few different other models in the mix there as well, as the Geomancer.
If we're going to get female Necrons, GW, I'm okay with it. But I want those, you know, female Silver Surfer titties. That's what I want.
Tomb Crawler, then sort of the right hand, and there's another one sort of central to the right hand side. Then the smaller things.
Femputer!
Femputer! Your reanimators,
Fucking
your
Femputer.
warriors. So normally, day to day,
I need them fucking Atomic Heart fucking twin robots, GW.
The Deathwatch can knock in.
Yeah, I know, Emil.
Yeah,
I know. I'm again, no issue. I'm just stirring shit. Female Necrons, totally okay. They upload their consciousnesses into robotic bodies. You know, I mean, it's not exactly male or female. It's a giant fucking centipede. Totally, it's a human centipede.
The rest of the force which whizzes around and does the objective taking stuff.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, look at Necron Warriors. Necron Warriors, they're male, female. They're just brain dead. But
why does it have a bunch of Necron Warriors?
They're like the average
Well,
Reddit user.
One of the other things that you get inside this box is rules for playing basically.
Even female
co-op
Necrons have
missions where
beards.
you
I love
both
that name,
play
buddy.
as Death
Yeah,
Watch,
yeah.
and you're up against hordes, undying.
No, they're not
hordes of
visibly
Necron
different.
warriors as they-
There's no visible difference between female Necrons and male Necrons.
The chance to do this as
It's a robotic body, but it is liquid metal. It is liquid metal, so you could, if the female Necron wanted to, they could shape the liquid metal, the living metal of their bodies into some giant fucking double D fucking, you know, milk cannons. So they could do. They could flow the living metal into some demolisher cannons.
Yeah, this is going to be just peak
3D
Warhammer
printers.
adventures in,
3D printers.
I love it.
You know what you need to do.
And of course, both of these kill teams will be usable in Warhammer
That's a cool bit.
40,000.
Yeah, absolutely.
There'll be a way to use your Death Watch.
I am
in,
being very
as well
silly
as your new Necron. And of
around
course,
the
there is
kill
a
team
new
stuff,
book,
but
a new dossier that
it
comes
is
with this,
really
which has
cool
all
looking.
the rules you need
To be
play these
serious
in
for a
the game.
moment,
Yeah, let's have a look at some of them in the flesh.
really cool.
Oh,
This is a 10 out of 10 release.
Let's have a look at some of these in the flesh.
It's a 10 out of 10
particularly
release.
To get the Geomancer in, because that gives a sense of the scale. So my favourite with the frag cannon, but when you put the Geomancer in here, square enough. There we go.
Yeah, you got to have
some
them square enough.
Narrative around the events here, which is quite cool.
Double knife guy is very cool. Double knife guy is very cool.
If you haven't already,
Love double knife guy. Even if he wasn't a raptor, still love double knife guy.
So you get a nice mix of scale from obviously the Geomancer and the reanimators on the sides. Loads of stuff to feast on. This is going to be a very exciting time for Kill Tube. I think the Death Watch are very popular with lots of fans.
Yeah,
they're so iconic within the.
They gave the Flesh Terror guy
wouldn't be
a frag cannon. I do think that was a little. It's very look. It's nitpicking. It's slightly off though.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. I think we've done it.
I think we've done it.
We're around the 90-minute mark. I did say it would be a long one, but we've shown you all of our Warhammer previews.
Have you though?
We should go to question corner. That was a good prompt. Well done. Simon, there's probably a question or three, right?
There's quite a few, yeah. Do you want some rapid fire ones to get you going?
Let's see what we can do.
We're within 12.
Okay, let's go. So start.
No guard
well,
this
the
time.
new Tomb King minis,
Come on.
resin or plastic.
GW.
Plastic.
Multi-part
Do
plastic
a Dogs
So
of
with
War
the Kill Team
after
Tomb
credits
Vault, is the new
style
Necron terrain
thing.
Similar in
Come on.
dimension to the Gallodark terrain.
Come on.
It is similar. I don't think it's exactly the same.
Yeah, Gallodark would be a good reference point.
So we've got.
Just filtering
Warhammer
through
Underworlds,
the
will the new warband
thousands
or
of
any the
hateful
re-released
comments.
Grand Alliance warbands be receiving rules to use them in Warhammer Age of Sigmar.
I believe you can use all of them in Age of Sigmar, can't you? I don't want to. Certainly.
Well,
I'm not going to commit. There you go. Show my face as a face of non-committal.
One thing that is worth saying is that quite a lot of the new battle tomes have a place for the Warhammer Underworld's warbands as generic.
That's cool,
archetypes
Madlaken, yeah.
of that thing. So the Gloomspite Gits, for example, you've got a place for the
I
wolves.
think that's a more comprehensive answer.
That's
Eddie,
probably the place that you'll find them going forwards.
Lots of people are asking about Warcry, guys.
Are going into Warcraft. We said that already. Perhaps.
Yes.
Yeah. Well done us.
So
been a long night.
the Adepts Astartes ones we've just seen. Does Subadin Khan have a helmeted option?
He does have a helmeted option.
Cool.
Although I think
Safety first.
any adherence to health and safety.
Where's Kasoro
would be
Khan?
An absolute abomination when you're riding free in the wind.
You
like the
might
White
be
Scars.
riding in a vacuum, at
No,
which point
no.
you're probably
No,
allowed
no.
Yeah.
Okay,
they got
cool.
reinforced
Hold your
skulls,
breath,
so
yeah.
So where can we expect to see the lore and rules for the shiny new characters?
That is a great question.
Votan. We've had
the rules will be
Votan and
available
Deathwatch and Netcons,
online.
basically.
So some of the rules, if the character is being re-released, already exist
Yeah,
in Codex
that's true.
Space Marine.
So Darnath, Lysander,
yeah,
covered off
Vulcan and
already.
Lysander are already there. The other rules will be available online.
And I'm really glad you asked about the lore, because I know a thing. Phil Kelly from the Warhammer 40,000 lore team came and had a chat with me, and they've written full background for each of these characters and narrative stories, which we'll be hosting on Warhammer Community in the week leading up to the
Are
release
those
when
full
that happens.
backgrounds and narrative stories the
I'm super excited.
equivalent
I don't
of
know anything
30
about
years
it
of
from
lore?
Cam, and I want to learn his story. So yes, there we go.
Awesome. So we've got 2 more.
Why have you done my boy
So,
Shrike
the Horus
dirty?
Age of Darkness.
Why have you done my
Are some
boy
of the
Shrike
rules and
dirty?
options
Why
that
have you done my
currently no
boy
longer
Khan
available
dirty?
to certain units ever going to be revisited?
So that's a good question. So we do know that there will be more things released in plastic across the course of this edition. With some of those plastic kits, you may
I don't
see more
mind
of
new
your options
characters.
returning that the previous
I
ones
don't
being
mind new
available.
characters.
You might also
But
see
why
some
you
of your
got to
options
take
that
my
have
old
never
ones
existed
away?
before added to those units. So hopefully
Why you
that
got to take my old ones away?
Yeah, Grant. One last one was on the scouring. How many books?
Where's
do we
Pedro
see
Cantor?
in the series?
At least 1, because it's got the number 1 on the side of it. I don't want to steal the thunder of any future sort of news from Black Library, other than to announce.
But I
it
feel like
today.
I am probably.
But what they have told us, and it was one of the best.
I am
conversations
probably
in my
the only
professional
one
life
that
I've
gives
sit
that
down
much
with,
of a shit
the
about old
editing team from
characters.
Black Library, as they sort of poured the scouring lore into my open brain. Was, this is a multi-book, multi-author series, so you're going to be following it for some years.
Yeah, but why is it the chapter master anymore,
Well,
Madlarkin?
there's, bazillions more
Why is it the
questions
chapter
that I couldn't
master?
possibly get to. They're scrolling past so quick. It's all
I know he's got a modern model, but why is it not a chapter
That's
master?
great.
I'm more upset.
what remains,
I'm more
I guess,
upset
at
about
this
the
point in
Khan
the juncture
thing.
Is first of all to thank all of you for tuning in and spending 90
Alright, anyway.
minutes of brilliant
Anyway.
fun with us. I've really enjoyed myself.
Come on, Dogs of War, Dogs of War, Dogs of War.
There's some like general housekeeping to do. If you've missed anything in this and you want to know more, go to warhammercommunity.com. Read the articles that are there on the website. There's pictures. There's
Pray, pray. D-O-W in chat.
Well.
Come on,
Well,
mate.
for
Let's
more
summon it.
excitement right now in your life, we're going to throw back to Tacoma, where there's Warhammer 40,000 tournament taking place. I believe right now is what we're going back to. So you can hang around here, especially on the Twitch channel. I believe that is true.
Come on.
What else is there to say?
Dogs of War.
Oh, the helmet. Go and find it on warhammermerch.com. I think we're done.
Dogs of War.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Brilliant. Right. Thank you, Simon, for asking questions.
Come on.
The crew here who've made it all work. Eddie, it's been a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Come on.
See you again next time. Take care.
Fuck you. Balls. Right, K47 down in chat instead. So. Okay. So. What do we think? Chat, out of 10. I'm just going to leave it on in the background. What do we rate out of 10? It's a mixed bag. Not seeing any 10s out of 10s. But not seeing someone. I'm conflict 47 out of 10. That's the right answer there. Yeah. It is one thing to worth mentioning that we are very late in the edition. We are very, very late in the edition, so we weren't going to get too much. Let's go through. Let's have a look.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one
Let's go over to the GW Warcom for a moment. Let's have a look here. And then we've got some super chats we need to catch up on. So don't worry, guys. Everyone that's been doing super chats, we'll catch up on those. Chain of Command, Acton Nate again, Trooper, Lord of Shovels, Ed Bailey, Marcus. We're going to catch up on all of yours, uno memento, but I want to check something before I forget. Okay? All right, so the helmet is 115, by the way. Oh, that's not so bad. It's not great.
Reporting for duty, sir.
So what did we get? What did we get? All right, we got Leagues for 40k. We got Leagues of Votan and new Space Marines. That is it. Oh, and Kill Team. So not too bad. Is that just a zoom? It's just okay, yeah. It was a little meh. It wasn't bad. It was just a bit like It was all right. All right. Let's have a look. So we got the second half of the Votann release, which I think was probably the biggest deal. Yeah, it's quite a lot of stuff. And a new Votann Combat Patrol, which is very, very good. Okay, so yeah, I think the biggest deal was Votann becoming a full army. I think that's a big deal. Space Marines, if we actually go through what was the new stuff Space Marines got, characters. I don't really care about the combat patrols. I know some people will. I know some people will care about the combat patrols. I don't really care about the combat patrols. Because there's no new models in them. That's why. Like they are interesting, but they're not. I mean, that one is fucking gash. That one is a fucking blue waffle of a combat patrol. If they ever sell any of them, if anyone buys one of these combat patrols, they immediately need to be reported to the police because they're probably a fucking psychopath or a lunatic that has escaped the asylum. So that's a bad one. That's actually also kind of shite because it comes with an epic character in it. So you can never have any justification for buying more than one of them. So that one's kind of gash as well. That one is good. That one's fine. That one's a solid 3.6. Not great, not terrible. That one's great. 1, 2, 3, 4 units. Is that Sternguard? Is that Sternguard? It feels like you've got a Sternguard veteran squad there.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Or some kind of Iron Hands veteran squad there. Maybe a command squad or something. And then you've got a Terminator unit. Yeah, you could just buy this combat patrol again and again and again and again and again. Like that one you could just buy over and over and over again. Even with the big flag dudes, that's totally fine. There's because you could always convert him to have like a halberd or something, make a cool character out of him. This guy could just be an extra intercessor. You could turn this into a Sternguard veteran squad relatively easily, and sergeants and stuff. So yeah, that one's great. That one you could buy 6 of them and you'd be all right. To quote Animorphs, I'll take 6 of them. That one's a solid fine 3.6. The Dune buggy kind of ruins it. Just because the Dune buggy is a fucking meme of a model. It's like someone space marined up the old war buggy for the orcs. I'm not talking the new one, I'm talking the old war buggy. So yeah, those are fine. So yeah, relatively slim pickings on the 40k front. We have to remember we have become, it's what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. So five epic heroes. Fine, whatever. Relatively limited, obviously. It's just 5 new models there. And then the Votann half. I mean, it's fine. I think it's just we've all got quite used to... we've been eating well. You have to understand, we've been eating very, very well. Between the Guard release, then the Eldar release, then the Emperor's Children release. I'm sure I'm missing one as well. We've been eating very, very good. So it's whilst it's slightly, very, very slightly disappointing, I think we have to understand we have been eating very, very well. And I think we should focus on the positives and not the negatives. And the positives of this is the Votann. And let's just take a moment, just for a moment. Let's focus on the positives here. It would have been entirely within the realms of possibility for Votann to get a single character with their codex.
Reporting for duty, sir!
Look at a lot of the other quote-unquote minor factions in 40k. Admech, they got Stilt Boy. Custodes, they got a captain that looks like a normal Custodes. Grey Knight's got a single upgrade sprue. Death Guard got a single character. World Eater's got a single character. It was, Gene Stealer Cult got a single character. Oh no, to be fair, GTO called 8OK because they got the new Brew Brothers as well. So it's entirely possible that we had only got a single character for voting. That's really all I was expecting. So do not let it's always the case when they front load a preview. You can sometimes feel like the ending's a little lackluster. But just remember, guys, that the Votan stuff's a really big deal. They've been waiting for this for 2 to 3 years. And I'm just gonna say something right now. This has completely turned my opinion around on Votan. I like the fact that I like the direction they're evolving the lore into. I like that they're becoming like the Ferengi of Warhammer. No, a combination. Well, not really the Ferengi. They're becoming like the Rock and Stone / Ferengi / the Megacorp. I like the idea of like the fucking Megacorp. I like that in Warhammer. So yeah, the Votan stuff's super hype. So yeah, overall, I give the 40k stuff like a solid 7 out of 10. Little disappointing towards the end, but you know, not bad at all. You know, just look at the kill team stuff. Is phenomenal. Yeah, it is phenomenal. Very, very cool things there. You know, Xenos Phase Blade still being there. Yeah, so yeah, it's over. Yeah, kill team was good. 40k was good. I think that my biggest criticism, I think, is there was so much Age of Sigmar. And that's a personal criticism, because I know that some people really like Age of Sigmar. And there's like 3 people that are going to be hyped. Are going to be hyped around. I know it's going to be like 7 people in the world that are hyped around the Warcry as well. But yeah, just a little bit too much. A little bit too much Age of Sigmar. Because it was Age of Sigmar, followed by Age of Sigmar, followed by what felt like more Age of Sigmar, followed by then Underworlds for ages. It was just a bit, you know, it was probably just a bit too much. But yeah, it was still okay. It was fine. I was more excited. I don't know if I'm curious to see how well the dwarf models do.
Is a weapon of terror. It's
anyway
made to intimidate.
Shall we?
This.
We'll keep the Big Summer preview stuff here for
is
now.
A weapon of war.
We'll keep the Votan stuff up.
Kill your enemies.
Well, that's just my quick high-level summary, by the way. Quick high-level summary. Let me leave this picture up here. And let's have a look at some of the super chats that have been coming in. So thank you to everyone for your patience. Chain of Command, thank you for the super chat, bro. It's the same shit with Legions Imperialis in the core rulebook. You only get the rule stuff that comes in the starter box. Others, maybe PDFs. Well, I think Legions Imperialis was always... I think this is a 1.5 for Legions Imperialis. If we look at what they've done with it, John, I think they've released a lot of stuff for Legions since its initial release. And so now... what they've basically, you know, truth be told, I'm okay with this. Truth be told, I'm okay with this. And the reason I'm okay with it is because this feels very reminiscent of the match playbook for Old World. It feels like a 1.5. They've been releasing stuff pretty steadily now for LI. They've been releasing stuff pretty steadily for LI now, and it's got to the point where they need a big book to basically just update it without fucking with the core game too much. So yeah, I'd rather they did things this way, truth be told, than what they've done with other games like main Horus Heresy. It might sound a little cray-cray McCray. It might sound a little cray-cray McCray, but I don't fully believe what I'm about to say now. So you know, it's just it's more of an offhand comment than a true belief or a statement of fact. I do wonder how much damage has been done to Horus Heresy.
Reporting for duty, sir.
To the point where I wonder if Legions Imperialis overtakes Horus Heresy. Because I'm really struggling to be okay with Heresy at the moment. I'm trying, Cher. I'm trying to not let 3.0 taint my view of the game. I'm trying to make 3.0 not put me completely off the game and sticking, I want to stick with 2.0 and everything. But it just feels tainted. Do you know what I mean? There's the vibe. Do you know what I mean? It just feels a little tainted. Whereas, and I'm just going to say this, right now, I look more favorably upon, and I'm more curious and I'm more interested and more excited. And it's all relative. I'm not like going to rush out there and buy all the Legions of Imperialis and Element games as shelves. But right now, if someone said to me, if the men with guns came and said, you have to pick between 3.0 and Legions Imperialis, I would pick Legions Imperialis. Even though I already have a Death Guard army. I wouldn't need to pay anything for Horus Heresy 3.0. Does that make sense? Like, it's just a taint thing. It's a corruption thing. So yeah, like, I don't know what it is, but I if I had to pick between the two, I think I'd get into Legions Imperialis now. I truly look back at Legions Imperialis and I look at it and I go, perhaps like Thanos, perhaps I judged you too harshly. It actually looks like a really cool game. When Legions Imperialis first dropped, it was alongside Old World, and I was deep in the fucking source of competitive 40k. Now, if I had to pick a game if I had to pick a new game within the GW bubble to go on a holiday with for the next 12 months, because I was gonna, just have a bit of a palate cleanse from 40k, I'd pick Old World, but I already have Old World. I'd probably pick LI. Yeah. So it's just, that's the vibe. That's kind of my feeling, not my thoughts. That's my illogical feelings at the moment. Actung Nate, thank you so much, man. Free war gear in Heresy? Fuck. Yeah, so there was a hint at some free war gear in Heresy. Now, I want to make something clear. They're not bringing all war gear free into Heresy. Okay, let's make that abundantly clear. But for the new Mark II Assault Marines, they said that you could swap between chain swords and chain axes for free. And chain swords, or should I say, and chain axes have always been a paid upgrade to chain swords. So that is a small thing. Maybe I can confirm that there is paid war gear in Heresy. I can confirm that. But the one thing that I would, and there is always a precedent for being able to do a side grade. In 30k, there has been, you can swap like a las gun out for an auto gun and stuff like that, a las pistol out for an auto pistol, and they do have different stats and whatnot. But chain axes have always been generally been a paid upgrade over a chain sword. And it's not a big deal, and I don't fully believe this is what's happening, and I could happily accept I would be wrong on this. But we did see something similar in 40k. Remember towards the end of Arcs of Omen, when they started dropping in lots of free war gear here and there, until they eventually transitioned over to 10th edition, where we got where everyone got free war gear. I would not be surprised, and I could be wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised if, in a mythical Heresy 4.0, in all of these Heresy journals that end up coming out, I wouldn't be surprised if we slowly transition towards free war gear. Yeah. So, if it doesn't happen, that's fine. If it does happen, I wouldn't be surprised. Arctug Nate, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Varak GW employee confirmed. Free Wargear Horus Heresy dead. I don't think Varak's a GW employee, but who knows? Maybe Scamrack is the real rack. Scamrack and Showrack, maybe. Active Nate, I like I said, I think free Wargear could be a thing in the distant future, but yeah, but maybe not. Trooper, thank you for the super chat, man. Hearing the words free Wargear and Horse Heresy in the same system makes me gag. There is a reason I only recently played a 40k game in months. I know. The thing is, let's be real for a moment. Even if free Wargear doesn't come to Horus Heresy, the game is corrupted now. It's tainted. There's this smell of shit around it. So any time that GW puts a toe out of place, people will cry havoc. And they'll cry foul. That's the issue with it. That's an example of a loss of consumer trust. Yeah. That's why, you know, it's very possible that that chain axes are just a side grade, and that they should be equal points and everything. But now people they're ready to jump down their throats. Do you know what I mean? So the reality is that probably free Wargear aren't going to be a thing. You know, it probably isn't. But the fact that there's even a whiff of it, people start, you know, being vexed, very terribly vexed. Lord of Shovels, thank you for super chat, man. The new Imperial Fist model is a Terminator holding a melee weapon and a shield. I smell new Assault Terminators. So Danath Lysander did always have a shield and a hammer, but let's take a look at new. Is it new Lysander? Look at him, there he is. Yeah, I mean, we're long overdue new Assault Terminators. Long overdue. If I was a betting man, I would say that new Assault Terminators are going to come in the 11th edition starter set. I think 11th edition starter set will have new Assault Terminators. I don't think we'll get them before then. We might do. But I don't think we will. But yeah, he's a cool model. And I've always been a fan of Lysander. He's an absolute beast. Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat. Hot take, Pedro Cantor is in the past, let it die. No. The Battle of Rindsworld was epic. You had a Land Raider that became self-aware and was so angry it went around single-handedly stomping all of the orcs because of its machine spirit, seeing so much death and destruction. It was amazing. I mean, it was kind of stupid, but it was also kind of amazing. Yeah. Pedro Cantor. Pedro. Yeah, GW is probably moving away from the name Pedro Cantor for the Imperial Fists, for the Crimson Fists, because they're probably worried it's a bit too. They probably think it's politically incorrect to have a guy called Pedro, which is kind of ironic because it's actually probably inclusive. You probably can't. Damned if they do, damned if they don't, probably. I want to say next a big thank you to Marcus the Guy Counter. Thank you for the super chat. Sigh out of 10. Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, I get it. No, it's okay. A bit of my giant pile of shame fell over, but it's all right. Not this one. The other giant pile of shame that's off camera. I get it. It's always... This sometimes happens with the GW reveals. It's late in the edition, guys. They've clearly been cooking with Cathay, Emperor's Children, and Votan. The reveal started off very strong. They kind of blew their load early and then essentially petered out. Yeah, it was a very decent reveal. It was a very decent reveal, but it's not as big as the ones we've seen in the past, so it's natural to be a bit underwhelmed. But they're okay. But the reveals were yeah, they were fine. I think, truthfully, what did this reveal need? What did this reveal need? It needed a big old world finisher. And of course, this is the benefit of hindsight. But think about this for a moment. Everyone is a little burned out from 40k. Votann was very hype, though. Votann was very hype. Horus Heresy was always just going to be dominated by people taking the piss out of it. Age of Sigmar, it's like Marmite. It's never going to carry... A massive Age of Sigmar reveal is never going to carry a stream. It's just not. So you've got Heresy. Heresy's at too hot to touch right now. 40k sort of getting diminishing returns a little bit. A little bit. 40k getting diminishing returns. Because it's been a lot of 40k for 2 years. What this stream needed was a hype start on 40k and then an old world closer. That's what it needed. It needed an old world closer. And let me ask you...
infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Just imagine... Imagine if the end of the stream, they had, even if it was just a single box of a single unit. Imagine if they had revealed a Dogs of War unit as the outro. And they go, oh, well, have we got anything else? Oh, well, there's this thing we found back in the old world. You guys might like it. And then they just had a Dogs of War thing. And they didn't even talk about it. They just had Dogs of War, 30 seconds, showing different angles. Probably the pikeman dudes. Do you know what I mean? Everyone loves the pikeman dudes. Or like the guys that had like the leopard print. The leopard pelts. Something like that. Do you know what I mean? Just had that as a 30-second outro. Like they did with Fulgrim. You know when they revealed Resin Fulgrim for Heresy. For Demon Fulgrim. Yeah, so it feels, yeah, that I think would have everyone would have walked away from the reveals just fucking hyped. Because Old World, a lot of people will be looking to Old World for the palette cleanser. If those that want to stay in the GW bubble, a lot of people, now that Heresy's kind of shit the bed, I think a lot of people are going to look to Old World. Yeah. Yeah. Leopold's Leopard Company. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I think that's why people are feeling a sigh out of 10. They didn't have a good closer. That was it. They needed a good closer. JM the Goose. I mean, the kill team stuff was nice. The kill team stuff was nice, but having a bunch of Space Marine characters followed by the Death Watch, it's a lot of Marines. Do you know what I mean? And the Necron stuff is okay, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. We had a lot of fine, but we didn't have a fuck yeah at the end. We had a fuck yeah at the beginning. We needed a fuck yeah at the end. We had a lot of okay. Yeah. JM the Goose, thank you for the super chat, man. Can't help but feel the 30k stuff was thrown in due to the backlash of the rules. Very please don't go vibe. And did you notice they dodged the question of whether weapon options are coming back? I didn't notice that. Shall we see... Can we go back and watch it?
We've covered the...
Lot of Chaos Dwarfs. Lot of Chaos Dwarfs. Still going. Look at that. So much Chaos Dwarf. This was a Chaos... This was a... Okay, let's This was a Chaos Dwarf reveal, basically.
Imperialis can be found in... We're still not quite done the way the Legions embrace.
Basically, Heresy is the...
But they have but we have the Mark Imperialis game.
Can I say, I said at the beginning of the stream I didn't think it was going to be live, and it was live. you could tell it was live. So credit to GW for that one.
responsible for
Remember,
setting
when they do
heavily
something shit,
kind of
shit on them. But when they do
tracking
something good,
of making sure
praise
that,
them.
like,
If all you do is
the
shit
rules
on
are
them,
accessible, you can get hold of them. It's really
they've no incentive to get better.
Kind of compiles a lot of stuff together.
Yeah,
Voting with your wallet
um,
means
where-
buying stuff you support
super
and
interesting.
not buying stuff you don't support.
He was
If you-
asking me about like.
Let me just say this: if you're someone who wants to vote with your wallet, this is how you do it. If you like the direction and the approach that Games Workshop has had to Old World, buy some Old World. If you hate the direction that GW has gone in with Heresy, don't buy Heresy. Likewise, on the flip side, because let's not be biased here, if you're someone that is like, I know it's going to sound like a bit of a meme, but I don't mean it like that. If you're someone that's like, fuck yeah, more Warcry, go out and buy it. Okay? Voting with your wallet means buy when they are good and don't buy when they do something bad. But you have to do it on a case-by-case basis because GW will follow the money. They'll follow the money. There you go. So that's one thing to... And if you're hyped for Heresy 3.0, then you should buy it. You should. And I will support you in doing that because you should do what you believe in. And if you are sick of GW shenanigans in general, then consider going to another company because GW again will follow the money. If they see a game like Trench Crusade, if they see a game like Conflict 47 popping off and they see that, they will try and be better. Okay, they'll try and compete. Right now, one of the problems Games Workshop has is there isn't a huge amount of competition. They're starting to get competed with 3D printing and with Temu and with Warlord, but they're still massive. They're still massive. It's like, so you need to, voting with your wallet has to be done intelligently, not just in a ragey way. And I've always said that. Yeah. Okay.
How he gets all of his rules together, and I just had to sit there quietly. There's more stuff set within the Age of Darkness. We teased these in the Saturnine preview, but we have the Mark II Assault Squad. I think we showed one before, didn't we?
We did, yeah. I absolutely love these. So this is the new Mark II Assault Marines. Mark II is kind of one of the more brutal looking of the various different Space Marine armor marks, and these guys have ramped that up even further. You've got some options in this kit for a variety of different weapon options. The coolest of them is the Chain Axe, which is an optional free upgrade to the chainsword that comes normally with your Assault Marines. Yeah. Some options in this kit for a variety of different weapon options. The coolest of them is the Chain Axe, which is an optional free upgrade to the chainsword that comes normally with your Assault Marines.
Yeah, and so the kit's loaded with chain axes. It even has heavy chain axes for extra clout. Think of them as slightly slower than chain axes, but they have more dangerous. Yeah. Sorry, chainswords, but they have a more dangerous effect. Absolutely. They're a points-free alternative. So if you buy these, it's just a straight points, no points involved, just a straight kit swap. If you're dying to have that classic chainsword loadout, then there's some good news because you can swap the arms with the ones that are on the Mark VI Assault Marines, or you can just get them from the upgrade kit. But I think compliant 6 Assault classic chain straight.
Wait a second.
Of the various different Space Marine armor. So
that's not good news.
Assault Marines Mark II.
That's not good news.
Yeah, we Mark II Assault Squad. I think we showed one before, didn't we?
We did, yeah. I absolutely love these. So this is the new Mark II Assault Marines. Mark II is kind of one of the more brutal looking of the various different Space Marine armor marks, and these guys have ramped that up even further. You've got some options in this kit for a variety of different weapon options. The coolest of them is the Chain Axe, which is an optional free upgrade to the chainsword that comes normally with your Assault Marines.
Yeah, and so the kit's loaded with chain axes. It even has heavy chain axes for extra clout. Think of them as slightly slower than chain axes, but they have a more dangerous. Yeah. Sorry, chainswords, but they have a more dangerous effect. Absolutely. They're a points-free alternative. So if you buy these, it's just a straight points, no points involved, just a straight kit swap. If you're dying to have that classic chainsword loadout, then there's some good news because you can swap the arms with the ones that are on the Mark VI Assault Marines, or you can just get them from the upgrade kit.
My take on that, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, chat, but this is a biggie, is that this Mark II Assault Marine kit will not come with chainswords. You have a variety of weapon options, but it looks like the only weapons that they come with in the box is chain axes. Why you always lying? You fucking lying. It's the same with the Mark 6 only. They come with chain swords. Right. The most common / famous space weapon option. So that's why they've done it. So I'm going to tell you right now, you shouldn't build a single one of these with chain swords, because next edition, you chainsword assault marines or go to legends. That's the truth, isn't it? Why have we got weapon GW? I thought you said that the war gear options were limited because it was only going to reflect what was available in the box. How come I could then take chainswords as a war gear option on these guys? They wouldn't send the chainswords in general to legends, hardcore pilot. They'd send them to legends on this unit. They're just lying. They can't keep the lies straight. They've lied and lied and lied and lied, and now they can't keep all the lies straight. And if it's not lies, it is incredibly schizophrenic behavior from Games Workshop. I'm gonna give my opinion on this now, because this is actually serious. This is actually a serious moment. This to me sounds, how to put this? The suits fucked with the game. The suits fucked with the game. I bet you an earlier version of Horus Heresy an earlier version of 3.0 didn't have any of these fucking issues. And I bet you coming into it, at some point in the process, there was some team meeting. We all know what it's like. We all know what it's like. There was some team meeting where, I've just asked Steve from the main studio team to come in here, guys, because he's got some feedback on the direction that we want to take Heresy. Oh yeah, thanks Phil. Well, we've seen a great success with the Horus Heresy. It's an incredibly dynamic rule set, promotes great synergy, but now it's time for us to take it to the next level. We're going to level it up, and we're going to bring in some of the formula that has really pushed the mission statement and the values of the company, and we're now going to apply of 40k. We're going to apply that now to 30k. Do you know what I mean? The corpo fucking bullshit. And what I think Heresy 3.0 reflects is a battle between the autistic, passionate, fucking fantastic SDS people and the fucking corpo suits and the soulless corpo suits. Yeah. what they'll do is they'll have Mark 6. They'll have if what they'll do in 4th edition is they'll have Mark 6 assault marines and Mark 2 assault marines, and the Mark 6 assault marines will have chainswords as their only weapon option, and the Mark 2 will get chain axes. That's what they'll do. SIWY gameplay. I care because it taints the game, and it's not what Heresy was about. And there's 100 other reasons. It's amazing how damaging. It's amazing how damaging stuff like this could be to a game's health. Even when logically it shouldn't be. Human beings are not logical. And we actually tend to do a lot of things based on feelings rather than thoughts. It's hard to get enthusiastic about something when there's a cloud surrounding it. Templar, at Morning Glory, Hellstorm was shitting all over the fans that prefer 2.0 because of the flavour. I really don't like him for that. Send me a link. I'll take a look. Yeah. So, yeah. It's really... Yeah, feelings are important for marketing and they botched it hard. Exactly. I think the big thing here is that the biggest disappointment with all of this is that it could have been completely avoided. It could have been completely avoided. And that is the fuck up here. And there's a serious lack of consistency. There's serious mixed messaging. On the one hand, we get told it's to reflect what's in the box. And then literally a couple of days later, we get you can still take chainswords even though those bits don't come in the box. It's how can you trust a company when the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing? How can you trust a company when they will tell you one thing and then a day or two later they'll tell you another thing? It's very, very... Consuming product is based on confidence. People consume confidence people consume products they're confident in. Yeah. It's a big let me say something. Let me say something. Let me say something. I want to make something clear. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted by the alert. I love that scene. Let me say something clear. GW, this is the right approach. This is the right approach. You don't sell all the parts, but you're giving us all the options. Good. Good. We like it. More of this, please. Genuinely. I'm not shitting on you for saying that these Marines could take different chains or something. More of this, please. But what I'm telling you, Games Workshop, is you need to basically restart the launch of 3rd edition. You need to give confidence back to the consumers. And the only way you could do that is by throwing yourself upon the mercy of the court. And that's a scary thing. But if you go, look, we fucked it, boys. We fucked it. And we know we fucked it. And we've heard you. And you're right. And so what we're going to do is we're going to redo this. We're going to fucking redo this, okay? We're going to properly make sure that everything goes forward into Heresy. Not some of it doesn't, some of it does. Libers, free PS. No. Give us 18 months. And we are going to basically release Heresy. It doesn't even have to be Heresy 2.0. It's going to be Heresy 3.1. Okay? Heresy 3.1. And it's going to be what you want. And it's going to be right. And we are not going to fuck this up this time. That's what it's going to be. And every option is going to make it forward. We're getting it right. And you know what? If they did that, and they didn't half-ass it, and they did it properly, it would give consumers confidence. Because let me tell you why. It would give consumers confidence because it would make them go, we did it. We fucking did it. GW is it. We could get what we want. It fucking worked. It fucking works. Do you know what I mean? And so consumers will feel empowered and they'll feel confident. And then when Heresy 3.1 comes along and you tick and they go, here's the list of promises made, promises kept. Here's the tick, 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 tick. People go, GW, you've got me back. And you've got me back in a big way. And I'm more loyal now than I was when I started. That's how they need to do it. Templar, you can't post links in chat. It just won't come through. If you want to post links, you have to post with stream discussion in the Discord. YouTube just doesn't allow links being posted in. Yeah. So where were we? Narrow, thank you for the tip, mate. Well, I think I'm the only one who liked the AOS release. No new dragons, but I have a nice metal one, and I was working on during stream. Picture your DMs if you want to see its work in progress. Narrow, please, let me clarify. I'm very hyped for Chaos Dwarves. I look forward to seeing them in the old world. Let me tell you, I saw the old Taurus model. It was dog shit. Properly shit, the old metal one. I actually saw that in my last tournament I went to. So I am very, very hyped for the models. I just think it went on a bit. You know, it was just a lot of Chaos Dwarves. And then after that, there was Warcry. And then there was Underworld. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was just a little much. I would have felt the same way about almost any game. Maybe not 40k, but I would have felt the same way about a lot of it. It was just slightly too much AOS in one lump. They maybe should have broken it up a bit. Yeah. That's it. No, let's take a look here. Hey, man, that's cool as fuck. Yeah, baby! Look at that beast! See, some people will see this dragon and be like, that's goofy as hell! That's goofy as hell! I like goofy. But it's important that for every goofy dragon that we get... Is that a high elf dragon, is it? Or is that the new Cathay dragon, or is that a high elf dragon? It's cool. It's very serpentine. Yeah. Wood elf dragon. So this is like an ancient fucking wood elf dragon, right? It's goofy. It's very serpentine. You know, for some people, they're going to see this and just be like, I don't like it. This puts me off old world. That's why it's important that alongside the old goofy models for old world, we also get these models for old world, which aren't goofy. Look at this. Look at this, boys. That is a proper Tomb King sculpt remastered. You know when like an old video game gets remastered and it's just so obviously an upgrade that you can't go back to the original? Like Homeworld going to Homeworld Remastered, Age of Empires 2 going to Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Like, it's such a... I couldn't go back and play OG Age of Empires. I couldn't go back and play OG Homeworld now. I have to play the remastered versions because they're just so... They feel the same, but they're just so much better. Quality of life improvements and quality of image improvements. That's what this is. This is... Whoever is... I want to say something. Whoever is in charge of the old world team... If GW start fucking with you, okay, this is to you now. If GW start fucking with you and you ask for a pay rise because you're doing an amazing job and they won't give it to you, don't leave. If you leave, it'll all go to shit. Come to the community and the community will give you a fucking pay rise. All right? All right? We need you in there. We need you in there. All right? the contrast between the Old World team and the Horus Heresy team is the Old World releases and the Horus Heresy releases is just insane. Just insane. Yeah. But we need the newer models and we need the older models, because the newer models will appeal to new players, and the game growing and expanding is a good thing. But the old models appeal to the old players. And this is something that GW has kind of fucked up with Heresy. There's a reason why there's lots of different there's a reason why there's lots. Someone once, it might have been Jimquisition back in the day. There's a reason why they don't just make one kind of pasta sauce. There's a reason why they have like bolognese and carbonara and all the different ones. There's a reason why they have tomato ketchup, they have barbecue sauce, they have ranch sauce. There's a reason why there's not just one sauce. Because different people like different things. And trying to 40Kify Heresy is a mistake, because 40K is one flavor and Heresy is another sauce. It's another flavor. Old World is getting it right, because you've got Cathay for the people that want the new flavor, and you've got all the other models which people go to for the old flavor. And both of those can coexist happily next to each other, and both of those should coexist happily together. One of the worst things that Games Workshop could do, for example, is to take away the old Orc boys from Old World and replace them with a new Orc boy kit. Because some people will want the old Orc boy kit. If you should have both. And I know that sounds crazy, but you should have both. A great example of something that GW could do, which would, I know for a fact, it would rake in the shekels. If they released the 6th edition Empire Spearmen with the round shields, they would make, I'm going to say it, they would make millions. They would make millions. Yes, halberds are the better option. Obviously the better option. But those 6th edition Empire Spearmen are unreal. They're they're pure memberberry. Pure distilled memberberry. The Lion Shields, they're pure nostalgia bait. They're pure nostalgia bait. So that's what they need. That, and you'd have the old, and they should sell them. And I think what's funny is GW kind of know this, right? Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Go on, you bastards. Right, let me show you something. One quick thought. I had a realization whilst watching the Heresy part of the stream. I realized that the Saturnine Terminators have kind of fucked up the whole of the Saturnine Terminators were an unnecessary stupidity from Games Workshop. A lot of people don't like the Saturnine Terminators, and they've dominated the conversation about goofy models, right? But everybody is super duper hyped for the Mark II armor. Imagine if Games Workshop hadn't included the goofy Saturnine stuff, and instead had just basically had the starter box be Mark II Marines. Not just Mark II Marines, but Mark II Marine, plastic Fellblade, autocannon turret thing. There would have been no controversy around the goofy models. Mark II and Fellblade would have been enough. Interesting. It just occurred to me that the Saturnine have negatively overshadowed it. Yeah. Some people will like... The Saturnine should have been... I don't know. I feel like Saturnine should have been a separate thing. I don't know. Some people will not buy the Saturnine box because of those Terminators. And the people that would have bought the Saturnine box because of the Terminators would have bought the Saturnine as a separate unit as well. You know what I mean? That's the way of looking at it. But they are putting Saturnine in the starter box will put people off. Having them as a separate box, and having the Fellblade in here would have meant that nobody would have been put off this box. Yeah. So just to make that clear, I'm not saying Saturnine are bad and should have been included. I'm saying they were actually a bad inclusion in the main box. They should have had them as just a standalone box, so the people that like them could have got them. So that the people who want Saturnine get them, and the people that don't want them don't get put off the starter box. Anyway, going back to where we were. So, Games Workshop. We're talking about old Orc Boys and stuff like that. So, Games Workshop sells 2 different boxes of Orc Boys here. So these Orc Boy, so you get £52.50, and you get, how many is it? You get 40 models in this box. I think it might be 38 models in this box. Yeah, there's one missing from each rank. These are all one piece. These are all one piece. So you get half of the guys in the box with arrows, half of the guys in the box with choppers. These are from the 6th edition starter box. These are the more multi-pose flexible kit. So Games Workshop, but you get less of them. You get 31 multi-pose, probably better models. But for those of you that want to chase the member berries, here are your 6th edition monopose single piece models. I picked these up, by the way, and I love them. They're really, really good. Games Workshop could do exactly the same thing with Empire and have the multi-pose, multi-part Empire State Troops, and they could have the single pose State Troops. If they did that with Empire, I mean, how many State Troops do you get in a box? I bet it's 30, you know. I bet it's 30. Yeah, it is. 30. So imagine if they sell these in a box of 30, but for the same price, they sell 40 of the old Empire State Troops with the spears and shields. They might not even have command. They might do, they might not do. I think they'd sell a fucking ton of them. A fucking ton of them. So yeah, GW, I'm telling you, GW, as someone who owns 300 Empire State Troops, if you released that box of the 6th edition State Troops, I would go out and buy 3 of them. If there were 40 for £52.50, I'd go out and buy 3 of them. Tomorrow. I'd put my money where my mouth is, I'd go out and buy 3 of them. Because they're my favourite models in the world. Even more favourite than Mordian Guardsmen. They're my favourites. Those, just the pure nostalgia. Pure nostalgia. Big shout out to Stuart Robertson. Thank you for the 27-month member flex. X-Force, baby. Double X-Force. I'm excited for Death Watch Kill Team. Me too. Death Watch, I would say one of the best boxes that they did was the Death Watch one. Do I have a picture for that already? Yeah. The Death Watch. The Death Watch Primaris look very, very good. The Death Watch Primaris have done more to convince me to accept Primaris than anything else. And truth be told, it turns out that I am okay with Primaris. I just think that the original models looked a bit too tactical. These ones have got purity seals all over them. They've got pouches all over them. They've got the crazy fucking writing all over them. Turns out I'm not anti-Primaris. I'm just anti-shit model. The original incentives were just too smooth and plain. It's like same with the Space Wolf models. I was right, Shark. Thank you for 28-month member flex. Double Xbox, baby. I'm getting into Fist. The new combat control has all I wanted. Dude, me too. If I was to collect a Space Marine army right now, and I am tempted to, I would get that Imperial Fist combat control 6 times. I'd just be like, give me all the Terminators. Give me all of the give me all of the Terminators. Give me all of that. Yeah. Again and again and again. Revenga, thank you for the super chat, man. Some of the AOS could be used on Old World for Chaos Dwarfs. Oh, 100%. I mean, pretty much all of it can. I think we probably have to accept there's an unofficial nod and a wink from Games Workshop that this isn't just for Age of Sigmar. It's also probably for Old World. Yeah. I mean, the big question will be, I wonder how much people buy it for Sigmar and how much people buy it for AOS, for Old World. Yeah. Yeah. Good point, though, Armadillo. RIP, the Firstborn Deathwatch kit. Yeah, the Firstborn Deathwatch kit will definitely go away when this comes out. So if you want the Firstborn Deathwatch, you're probably going to want to get them now before they go away. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat, man. As a Votan player, I'm loving the new units. About time we got something other than Land Fortress and such. Shame we didn't get a Flyer Bomber. Yeah, but Flyers are kind of shit. I think GW is probably going to phase... They might phase them out in 11th edition, or they'll bring them back in a huge way. It'll go one way or the other. They won't stay as they are. Yeah, new Votan, 10 out of 10. I think probably the best... honestly, probably the best release GW has done in 10th. The Krieg stuff, no. Second behind Plastic Krieg. And I'm not just saying that because I'm biased. People have been waiting for Plastic Krieg for 15 years. Yeah. Fig and Fan, thank you for super chat, man. I'm off. Good night, have fun. Thank you, mate, for your support. And I'll see you next time, bud. Hunter 4042. Thank you for the 25 month Merflex. Double Xbox, baby. And they wanted to squat Deathwatch. Yeah. Isn't it funny? A year ago, they wanted to squat Deathwatch. And now look at them. Oh, how the tables have turned. Big shout out to Russell W. Thank you so much for the support, man. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Doshuki. Thank you. I've definitely pronounced that incorrectly. Doshuto Keshi. Thank you for the super chat, man. Christ Mordian, I worked for UW, and how you said that was very scary. Hey! I did work as a corporate shill, as a Solus Corpo executive for 10 years. I did work as a Solus Corpo for 10 years, man. So I know exactly how those meetings go. I heard, God, it's there's I swear to God that people that work in marketing, they're not actually human. They just, what they do at the colleges and universities that teach marketing courses, all that actually happens is they no one actually joins the course. They're actually just a front for pod people. Yeah. They're just a front for the fucking pod people. Trooper, my boy. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thoughts on the goofy models in stream discussion? All right, let's have a look, mate. Oh, here you go. 07 Saturn community, I would posit this thought. After a bit of some self-reflection thinking, I think that on the nature of how models look, I would like to remind myself and others that even though we may not like how a model looks, there are still remember that others do like the model, and that there is more to models than the amount of detail you can cram onto a model. I, for one, am a grunting caveman that suffers from a hand tremor I have had since I was a kid, and I can't bother to get them, so I just scrape off all the little details. The ergonomics of a kit must also be considered. If the model is a ball late to build, I won't touch it. Yeah. So I think you make it's a good point. It's a good point. Look, some models are terrible. Like the old fine cast mutilators for Chaos. Who was here at Mutilator Gate? Mutilators were fucking awful. I wonder if I can find a picture, actually. These were great. These are so bad. Look at these things, man. Hey, shh. Take a look at this thing.
All guardsmen, follow me to glory!
Nature is amazing. Look at those models. Look at those faces. Look at those faces. So there are some models which can be universally credited as being absolutely fucking awful. Absolutely fucking awful. But on the whole, different strokes, different folks. Some people will love a new model. Some people will hate a new model. Some people will have no strong feelings one way or another. They'll have a heart full of neutrality. The point is, it is okay to express your opinions on something, but don't shit on somebody else for their opinion on something. You can disagree, and you can verbally and vocally disagree, but don't ever, like, but if it ever goes to, if in doubt, agree to disagree. Don't try and change their mind on something. You present your side, they present their side, and if that's it, that's it. Yeah. You're right. You're very, very right, Trooper. Yeah, now let's get these fucking pieces of shit off the screen. There we go. Butt Mounted, thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes, it is the Bane Blade. There are 2 spheres in the deepest pits of hell. In one, your punishment is building new GW plastic kits. In the other is to build old bolt action plastic kits. 14 US infantrymen left. May God have mercy on my soul. Yeah. So it's important not to put a company on a pedestal. I really like Warlord games, but it has taken some years.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
It has taken some years to get to where we are now. And Warlord games initially used to sell, well, anyone who's seen the old Katachan models, you'll know what I'm talking about. The arms and the guns weren't together, so you had to like line the guns up into the arms, and they never worked. It was never a flush fit. They were awful. They were awful. Warlord games is slowly yet surely transitioning away from the original kits, but they're doing it in a way that is on the feedback of the customer. So for years and years and years, Warlord games have sold the Soviet infantry kits, but everyone has basically said, look, we want you to remake these with molded hands, and so they've done that. So you might be like, well, how come Warlord gets away with replacing something and GW doesn't? Because when Warlord replaces something, they don't take options out of the box, they add more options in. Whenever GW releases a new kit, it gets more limited. Whenever a Warlord replaces a kit, it's an upgrade from the old kit. Yeah. So, yeah. Butt Mountain. It's a bit of a rite of passage. It's a bit of a rite of passage, but just know that every year that goes by, there are less and less of those tragic kits. Just know. They're not even that bad. They're just not... They're not even that bad. And what's interesting is I've built 80 of the old Soviets. And by the first time... Actually, I've actually in total in my life built about 120 of the old Soviets. But when I first built them, it was when I was first getting into bolt action. The GW kits that were being sold at the time were the old Cadians, so they were pretty friendly. And I used super glue to build them, and it was just a disaster. The second time, when I came back to them many years later, GW had moved on to their new way of doing kits, so they were quite frustrating. And going back and doing the old Soviets, and just doing them with plastic glue was actually a perfectly pleasant experience. So it's interesting how positions have shifted over time. GW kits have got the same kit, but probably 8-9 years apart, 10 years, probably about that 8, 9, 10 years apart. from me building it, I ended up enjoying it the second time round. Yeah. Ed Scar, see, some people like the old kits, but you are in the minority there, Ed Scar. It's okay that you like what you like, but it's important to recognize you are in the minority. The majority of people do prefer the new ones. And the thing is that the new one, if they took away all the old ones, it's not like the new ones, you wouldn't be able to get the models you want out of them. It's like, okay, I need some new Germans. Oh man, I've got to go and buy the new Fallschirmjäger. That's okay. I've still got all the assault rifles that I need. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. You still get all the bits you need. It's just more of a preference than anything else. It's not like when you go from an old Space Wolf kit to a new Space Wolf kit. You're like, okay, I need to buy the new Space Wolf kit, and there's no plasma guns in here for my Grey Hunters, and the models that I buy before are now fucked. Do you know what I mean? But it's interesting. Most people seem to have accepted the Space Wolf, new Space Wolf models. Maybe the quality is just that good. People are willing to overlook the fact that you just get guys with bolters now. But yeah. Blackstone Chapter Master, thank you for the super chat, man. Those Mark II Assault Marines make me want to play Space Sharks. Although I heard a rumor about the studios are trying to make sure both of those mix. Not from Val, thankfully. What do you think? GW definitely doesn't want you mixing and matching systems, which is very, very, very strange. I think it's because that technically SDS is a subsidiary of main GW. And because of that, they get separate budget lines and all this kind of stuff. And because of that, there is a competition to prove one's worth within the company. I think if the reason why Warlord Games is able to go, hey look, buy bot action, and then you could use all your bot action models in Conflict 47, no dramas, is because it's one company. Even though it'll be different departments, it's one company. So Warlord doesn't. So it all basically goes into the same pot. And Warlord doesn't really care if you buy your bolt action models to use in conflict or you buy them to use in bolt action. At the end of the day, the money goes into the big pot. Whereas in 40k versus 30k, if you buy a whole bunch of stuff for 30k, but then use it in 40k, but then that means that you don't... Let's say you buy Contender Dreadnoughts because you prefer those over Redemptor Dreadnoughts. Just pulling it out of my ass, but... roll with it. Okay, better example. Let's say you buy Leviathan Dreadnoughts for 40k to use in 40k. And let's say you buy that because it's a better option than a Redemptor, or you prefer it aesthetically, whatever it may be. Main studio has now missed out on that sale, and it makes it look like 30k, and so it just... It goes down the road, and because they're two separate companies, it doesn't go into one big pot. So it's stupid, but I think it sort of gives away a bit of the structure of Games Workshop and how they do things. It ends up on the wrong manager spreadsheet, exactly. Yeah. But this is a big problem. That is a corporate issue which is affecting the customers. Personally, I think any corporate issues should be kept hidden from the customers. And it kind of makes me think less of Games Workshop as a business, that their dirty laundry is so obvious for everyone to see. And it doesn't need to be. And it kind of shows, it almost comes across as a bit amateurish. Like, I shouldn't know that's why this is happening. I should have no indication of all that shit that's happening. Yeah. I don't prefer the lies. What I'm saying is they were better managed, that I, the consumer, shouldn't be aware of the problems that they're having. It's not. I don't mean not with all problems, of course, but I'm talking about this specific situation. It comes across as amateurish, and it shouldn't come across as amateurish, but it comes across as amateurish. Yeah. I don't, as a consumer, I shouldn't see what's going. As a consumer, I should just be able to buy the models, and I shouldn't have to be considering your internal politics for what I buy. Yeah. That's the problem. But Black's a chapter master. Mark II assault marines are. I like the Mark II assault marines. I just wish they came with chainsaws. I'm going to say something controversial. I've never been massively into the aesthetic of chain axes on any game. I think chain axes are fine, but I've always thought chain swords look cooler. Just me personally. If I ever get whenever I play a game like I used to play a lot of Mordhau and a lot of Chivalry back in the day, always pick the longsword. The Queen of Blades, man. Always pick the longsword. Never went with the axe. Never went with the like the big curve like Messer or anything like that. No. I always went for the longsword. Great sword sometimes, but typically I always went for the longsword. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Board Baobab. Hate that bike. If I was a White Skull player, I would be furious. What is GW doing? Let's have a look, mate. The bike. It's a bit controversial, isn't it? What do we think, chat? Yay or nay? And be honest. Don't just jump on a hate train. Yay or nay? Bit of a mix, but mostly yay. So I'm not against the aesthetic personally. I'm not against it. I'm not against the. I think the only thing I have a problem with, it's not Kasaro Khan anymore. It's Subadai Khan, who I don't know why that was necessary to make that change, but whatever. For me, so much has been lost. So much has been lost. And what do I mean by that? This guy has a hover bike. I miss the days when only the Eldar got hovering shit. And that the only hovering thing that the Imperials got was land speeders. Because it meant that there was a distinction between the two factions. Eldar bikes were light and nimble, and they flew. And Imperial bikes didn't. They were big and bulky and had wheels. And there was a lot more to it, but just looking at those bikes right there, they were almost the quintessential example. They were of what each faction was about. Eldar, fast but fragile. Imperials bigger and bulkier and cruder. Now, Eldar hover technology is not unique. And now, more and more, yeah, that's just kind of what it feels like. But it was a distinction. Imperials had land speeders, like you said. Yes, but the Imperials had land speeders because they discovered the STC for land speeders. And so there was a reason why that thing could fly. I have to say, I just feel like it just doesn't feel like it just doesn't feel like the Imperium is struggling for technology anymore. Does that make sense? It's like, did they find an STC for this bike or did they invent it? I just, that's kind of what I guess I miss. So I understand. So Matthew Sinclair, the point is that I'm making is that hover technology was somewhat rare and within the Imperium. And it was like a big deal that Samael got a jet bike because he was like the only guy that had a jet bike in the Imperium. Do you know what I mean? Like, he was the only one that had one, and now, but the thing is, they made a big deal about him having a jet bike, and it was a really unique selling point to the model. And now Samael has a jet bike, but also random bumfuck White Scar guy's got a jet bike. Gilliman banged your rain and got it to call. Yeah, that's true. So, I think... So a lot of people are saying that Karl has reinvented a lot of stuff and he's a great driver for innovation. I think that's a good point. However, and I actually don't mind that so much. I don't mind that. But it does have a very big implication. Okay? And I don't think it's one that people really consider. So let me lay my cards out on the table. So you guys know that I'm not just farming the member berries and going for that nostalgia bait. I think it is super interesting that that Karl is inventing shit. And I think that it's quite cool that we're seeing a lot of these things. I also think that a lot of the models that Games Workshop have come up with have been quite interesting. I actually quite like the Lancer and Repulsor. I quite like a lot of the new Space Marine vehicles. Some of them I don't like, but overall I quite like a lot of what they've come up with. So it's not a member berry thing. I'm interested to see where they go. I personally quite like this model aesthetically, but and this is kind of strange coming from me because I'm not really a lore guy, but it does have a very large implication for the lore, and it does have a very large implication for the Imperial's capabilities. So one of the things that has kept the Imperium back from dominating the whole galaxy is the fact that they're basically still using designs from like 10,000 years ago. Look at things like the Rhino. And not only that, they've actually gone backwards in many ways. Okay, so the Imperium has a huge amount of industrial capacity. Look at the size of the Imperial Guard. Look at how much they can field. Like the industrial capacity of the Imperium is phenomenal. In fact, the industrial capacity of the Imperium dwarfs all other races probably combined. Does that make sense? Like, what the Eldar can produce, what the Chaos can't produce shit. They just they can produce stuff from like Forge Worlds and Dark Mechanica and stuff. But for Chaos doesn't have the same industrial capacity. Eldar don't have the same industrial capacity. Not even the Necrons have the same industrial capacity. The Necrons just have what they have, but they don't really build any more stuff. But the Imperium has a phenomenal industrial capacity, the ability to strip mine entire planets. No other, I always say this, but no other faction in the galaxy could realistically hold off the Tyranids the way that the Imperials have. Maybe the Orcs, but the Orcs, there is a lot of industrial capacity there, but it's very fragmented. It's very fragmented. So the Imperium could outproduce anyone in the galaxy. A lot of people forget, but the Imperium is on top. The majority of the galaxy is ruled by the Imperium of Man. Like, it's the largest empire by far. Everyone else, basically, that's why everyone attacks the Imperium, because they're everywhere. But one of the things that's held the Imperium back is they're still using the Leman Russ. Now, if the Leman Russ is clearly a hopelessly outdated piece of technology. In fact, it's gone backwards. They used to have like flare shields and stuff. The fact they're still using the Rhino, the fact that for 10,000 years they're basically still using the same shit, so they can produce loads and loads and loads of it. But it's one of the things that, like, look at the Tau, for example. The Tau, one of the reasons why the Imperium has struggled to stamp out the Tau is because the Tau have got better technology than the Imperium. One of the reasons why the Imperials have got bad technology is because they only produce things from STCs. So they have to find the technology to then replicate it. If the Imperium can just invent new stuff, then they should, by rights, completely dominate the galaxy in a very short space of time. Because you are going to combine the industrial capacity. I mean, of course it takes time to... I've played Hearts of Iron 4. You've got to retool your production lines. But you combine the Imperium's industrial capacity and they're no longer hampered by technological regression. In fact, they are now beginning to technologically advance again and again and again. Then you will have a force which is truly unstoppable in the lore. Truly, truly, truly unstoppable. It's like, imagine, put it this way. Imagine, God forbid, that the Tau had the industrial capacity of the Imperium. That's the direction that it's going in, right? Imagine that the Tau have the industrial capacity of the Imperium. The Tau are able to hold off Tyranid invasions, Orc wars, Imperial crusades with a fraction of the industrial capacity. Like it or not, they've done those things. And whether you agree with the lore or not, like it or not, they've done those things. They've held off Death Guard incursions. Imagine what they could do if they had the Imperial's industrial capacity. So, even if you take into account the fact that one side of the Imperium is in the dark and one side of the Imperium is not, which isn't really true anymore because they do have passageways across. Even if you have half of the Imperium, which has got innovation going on, and they're able to come up with new designs and everything, it completely screws the pooch. So, you say it's only Karl innovating and the Mechanicum is heavily against it, but it's clearly, you know, they are outfitting all of the Space Marine legions with all this new all the Space Marine chapters with all of this stuff. It also starts bringing up weird things like, why aren't the Adeptus Mechanicus getting loads of new inventions? Why are they using old, out-of-date inventions? If the Space Marines can have new inventions, why aren't the Adeptus Mechanicus getting anything new? Why is the biggest invention they've come up with apparently is a man on stilts? But so yeah, that's my that's kind of my beef with it. I like the models aesthetically, but my beef is that it kind of fucks. It really fucks with the lore. It really, really fucks with the lore. I mean, remember, the Imperial humanity basically dominated the stars before the during the Dark Age technology. $40K is no longer a static setting. I'm okay. I understand that. I'm okay with that, in fact. But the inevitable conclusion is that if the Imperium is back to inventing things and they've got the industrial capacity of being the Imperium, then basically it's a matter of time the Imperials are going to win. Yeah. Marlon says the highest limit of what innovation is allowed. I love it. So, but you guys get my point. You guys get my point. And I'm sure there's some ways, I'm sure we could discuss around it and everything. But you guys get my point. Look at how, you say, you look at all of the stuff that Karl has come up with a lot of stuff in a relatively short space of time. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Where are we up to? How long have we been streaming for? 3 hours. LDZ Mada. It pretty much shows that whoever is related to the rules for 40k is not giving any fucks. It's every army is the same. 6 battleline, 3 it's not armies anymore. It's just pawns. I mean, there is a risk that it all becomes the same. Yeah. I was looking Coke. So no to grab plates. Say yes to clattering tracks. I don't. Let me reiterate this again. I don't mind that. I don't mind the aesthetics of these models. I am curious about the lore implications. Okay, that's the biggie. I don't mind the aesthetics. I'm curious about the lore implications. Do you want some beef? Apparently we've got some possible beef here.
Options, ignore GW and play through.
Hear it.
Options, ignore GW and play 3.0 with your loadouts. I assume the points and stats are present. 2, play 1.5 or 2.0. Play the outers, play the racist Australian edition. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. These changes are ridiculous. Beef! Not all, at all what Horus Heresy is.
Beef! What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Mikey.
Reporting for duty, sir.
You can't just throw those. You can't just throw that around. That's slander. What? Okay. That, I mean, we're watching a 35-second clip out of context, but what?
Play 3.0 with your loadouts. I assume the points and stats are present. 2, play 1.5 or 2.0. Play the outers, play the racist Australian edition.
Why the fuck is Outer Circle racist? Since when? I've never known him to be racist. I don't know. Maybe I've missed something. Since when is he racist? I've watched his content for quite a while. I've never, on and off, I've watched content for quite a while. I've never known him to say anything particularly racist. I need to look into this. We'll watch the whole clip.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect. These changes are ridiculous and not all at all what Horus Heresy is to all of us. I love how people just leave a random comment and they're like, yeah, I speak for everyone. Random YouTube comment. I, the representative of the entirety of the Horus Heresy community, says you guys should either continue playing 2.0 or just ignore the rules for current and do what you want, loadout.
I feel like I need to watch the whole thing now.
Options, ignore GW and play 3.0 with your loadouts. I assume the points and stats are...
Okay. Right. I'm going to Google this right now. Warhammer Outer Circle racist. I don't see anything. What? I'm just gonna say, maybe. You know what? I think Mikey's racist. Mikey, you're a racist. Have you assumed that because he is Australian, that he's racist? Because that would be stereotyping, which is a form of racism.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Oh my God, Mikey the racist. And you know what? He can't even say anything. He can't even push back on that because he just called someone else a racist. So if you're gonna, you know what, it's not like you'd be like, oh, you can't call me racist. Why? Apparently I can. I'm just asking questions, Mikey. I'm all we're doing is asking questions.
Present. 2, play 1.5 or 2.0. Play the racist Australian edition. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. These changes are ridiculous and not all at all what Horus Heresy is to all of us. I love how people just leave a random comment and they're like, yeah, I speak for everyone. Random YouTube comment. I, the either continue playing 2.0 or just ignore the rules for current of the community and its leaders need to push back. It's a tough decision, I know. Good luck. Bro gonna sit in his ass and be like, you campaign for me. You campaign for the Games Workshop. I can never address leaks. But once everything's out, it's not really a leak anymore, is it?
1 minute.
Might have seen, chat, some little bit of drama regarding Horus Heresy. Because obviously, because of our Lord and Saviour Games Workshop, I can never address leaks. But once everything's out, it's not really a leak anymore, is it? Does that have the keys allowing you to stream later than usual? Yeah, I think so. I hopefully won't...
Come on!
And it's only 4 turns. It's only 4 turns this game, I've heard.
Yeah.
So it should be quicker.
Why? Okay. I'm not angry at Mikey now, but he's raised a point here. Okay. 1 minute, I've got the old stream goals up. Let's go for screen share. And then let's go for this. There we go. So I've got a question for. In fact, let's get the heresy pictures up. I want heresy pictures. Whilst talking about heresy. Okay, so I have a question. Why do people say that the game being quicker means that you get more of the game? Okay. And I'm asking for you guys to explain it to me, because I feel like I'm an idiot and I'm willing to accept that I'm an idiot, but I kind of need someone to explain it to me, because this is kind of how I see it. If I play one game that lasts 4 hours, or I play 2 games that both last 2 hours each, I have played the same amount of the game. If I play 2 games which are over in like, which are kind of over by turn 3, but then I play 1 game where it's a nail biter down to turn 6, I've played the same amount of like important turns. You know? Like, I'm not saying that a game being quicker is better, but I'm not saying that one game, I don't think games are shorter or games that are longer are better. I'm just like, is it just like, oh, well, you played 2 games, so you might have 2 unique experiences? I mean, I guess maybe that's one way of looking at it. I mean, you say that Irish Relief, but what if you have 2 games, but both of them are like, oh, it's kind of over by turn 2. All right, that's fine. But then you have 1 game which goes like 4, 5, or 6 turns, and all of those turns are relevant. Yeah. I guess it kind of makes sense, but
When it comes to fighting crime,
it kind of represents a quantity versus quality thing.
while keeping it real.
Indeed.
I don't know. I can see it in both ways. I can see it both ways. I just feel like I want and also I want different things from there's 2 points I want to make here. The first point is there are ways of making a game quicker without making a game shorter. Cutting a game down by 4 turns feels like a bit of a fucking weird way to make the game quicker. So, for example, Old World is a 6-turn game. Every time I go to an Old World tournament, and it's a 2.5 hour round in the tournament, I typically finish with like half an hour left. And I've got to turn 6. So Old World has 6 turns and is a quick game. Making Heresy 4 turns technically makes the game shorter, but it's like a... It feels like a fucking low IQ way of doing it. Does that make sense? Like, a way you make a game shorter is by designing the rules to be better. Yeah? You design the rules to be smoother and for the game to flow from one to the other to the other. This is just my opinion, and I've not thought about this for now, so I'm kind of thinking out loud. So please, I cannot encourage you. I cannot encourage you this enough. If push back on what I'm saying. If you think I'm wrong, push back on it. I'm okay with that. If you agree, great. But if you don't, then please, I'm okay with you guys disagreeing. I always am. And you guys might say something that I haven't considered, and then I'm open to it. So yeah, that's the first one. I don't see it as being. I don't see shorter turn. I don't see less turns being a good way of making a game shorter. I feel that's very limiting. Make a game 6 turns, gives you the scope of 6 turns, but then you make the rules with better flow. The other thing I was going to say is, I feel like not every game needs to be short. Let's look at video games, for example. There are games... Oh, hello, Wolfenbach. Back. Welcome to the stream, mate. There are video games which are very quick. Like multiplayer, first-person shooter games, like Call of Duty. Where it's one round, then the next round, then the next round, then the next round. Bam, 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 bam. But then you have video games like Total War, and Hearts of Iron and Stellaris, where you might sit down and play that one game for 12 hours. And then that's just the beginning. And then you go, and like maybe, I've done this in the past. I've done this from the past. Like I've taken a week off work for a staycation. Like, when you've just been at work, you don't want to go anywhere. You want to sit at home in your pajamas for like a week and just recharge and just refresh and just feel like I don't have to worry about work at all in any way, shape or form. And you know what I'm going to do with that week? I am going to fucking sit down to a Total War campaign or a Stellaris campaign or a big Factorio session. And you just sit down, first day of the holiday, of the staycation, you go down to the supermarket, you buy yourself all the snacks and drinks and everything you could possibly want. You fucking load the fuck up. You get some food, but you're probably going to end up getting a few. You're probably going to have takeaways for a week just because it's your fucking staycation. Treat yourself. You wouldn't normally do it, but fuck it. You're living like a slob for a week, and you get up and you grind that Total War, and then you go to sleep, or it's like Factorio. You get up, you start beginning the factory, you go to sleep, and you think of the inserters putting things into the smelters, and you wake up, you're like, okay, I'm going to go and now play Factorio again. You go back to sleep, and you start thinking of the conveyor belts going all over the place, and you wake up. That's. And you just do that for a week until you just get all that out. And it's like the best week off ever. It's like the best. And sometimes, and it's like, and different people. And the thing is, like, some people will obviously only play games, like longer games, and some people only play first-person shooter games. But for the majority of people, what happens is they go through moods. So sometimes you're like, I'm really in the mood for a fucking Total War session. And then sometimes you're like, oh man, I just want to fucking log on to Helldivers, play a few rounds of Helldivers, just fucking blast it shit, and then you go off again. And it's just like, different games are scratching different itches and different moods that you're in. And so, for me, with Heresy, I think it really, I keep saying this, but it really feels like, people who are saying, oh, shorter games make it quicker, are kind of misunderstanding the itch that Heresy was meant to scratch. The itch that it was an older game and a grognardier game, and it was a longer game, and that's why the game was designed, that's why the standard game size was at 3,000 points. If you're going to say, let's make the games quicker, why not just say the new standard size is 2,000 points? 2,000 points, 6 turns. That makes the game quicker, right? There's lots of different ways you could go about it, but just chopping 2 turns off? The point is that when I want to play a quick game, I can play a quick game. And when I want to play a game that I can sit down and marinate in, I can do that. And it just feels like what they've done with Heresy, again, it just feels like they failed to understand. It's like when we didn't know that bees were really important to the ecosystem, so we were like killing all the bees like pesticides, and then everyone was wondering, hang on, how come all the crops are failing and all the flowers are dying? And it turned out that actually bees were really, really, really fucking important, and that we really need to stop like killing all the bees. So now there's been loads and loads of efforts like get bees back, bring the bees back, all that kind of stuff. And it's worked really, really well, and it's been great, and it's been very successful because we didn't know what the role of the bees were in the ecosystem, but now we do realize it. And it kind of feels like GW didn't really understand the role of Heresy in its ecosystem, or it feels like they did understand the role, but they wanted to change its role in the ecosystem. But they haven't changed it to something unique. They've made it so it's a game that now competes with another one of their games. And the one they've chosen to have Heresy compete with is fucking 40k. And that's fucking stupid. Because no one is going to choose fucking Heresy over 40k if they are scratching the same itch. And if you... It's just weird. I don't know. Chonal, dude, I've got over 3k hours in EU4. I'm fine with games being addictive. I'm not okay with games adding bloat to pad out the complete title. Yeah, no one minds games being addictive. And no one minds... You know, I mean, look at Stellaris. Stellaris, I've owned that game since day one, and it's changed loads. I played it for when there was like warp drive and hyperdrive and gates and warp gates and all that kind of stuff, and I played it forever. And the game has changed a lot of mechanics over that time and released a lot of DLC over that time, and I bought every single one of them because I love Stellaris. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I really want to just get back into it. I want to have a staycation of Stellaris. But I like the way that Stellaris has changed because it's still the game. It still scratches the same itch, which is I sit down and I play a Stellaris campaign for like a week. If they changed it so where Stellaris was like a traditional RTS, you build your base, gather your army, and then you just go and attack and fight, and it's like a small map and everything. If they changed it to where a Stellaris campaign went from being something you played over days and weeks, to something you could complete in 40 minutes, I wouldn't like that. That wouldn't be what I want from Stellaris. So that's what GW's kind of done. And that's why I think Heresy is... It just doesn't... It feels like a big mistake. Yeah. Yeah, I would not like Stellaris to be like Warcraft 3, but I love Warcraft, this product. Yeah, exactly. But when you want to play Warcraft, play Warcraft. When you want to play Stellaris, play Stellaris. Matthew Sinclair, maybe research all Heresy fans with time constraints for games, but like large armies. I honestly think that the Games Workshop, the best thing GW could have done was release a 2.5. Because Heresy was already naturally picking up attention because people were looking for something to scratch that sci-fi Warhammer itch, but not play 40k because everyone's getting a little burned out on 40k. I feel like GW's getting burned out on 40k. Look at the reveals today. I don't blame them. You know, I do this for a living and I get burned out on 40k. You know, everyone should have gone hand in hand. GW and us gone hand in hand into a nice Heresy holiday for 12 months, but yeah. Anyway, beef for a moment. Look, I go through here and pick out, I'm sure, many things that Mikey has said, shitting on people who are upset about Horus Heresy and whatnot. I could do that. I'm sure I could. But I don't want to go through and pick someone's words apart. Because, you know, I say a lot of stuff. If someone came and picked a load of the words that picked a load of what I said apart, it would be very easy. I think all I'm going to say on it is, I don't think throwing the word racist around is fair. Not a fan of that. And I don't know, feels in poor taste. People are clearly quite upset about the Heresy thing, and look, I think going through comments and like picking on people just seems a bit mean. But hey, I'm sure you could do this. I'm sure you could point to things that I've done that are a bit mean. So I'm not going to start any major beef. I just, I think people are going to be upset. And I think the right approach to it is to be like, personally, I think the right approach is you say if people want to play Heresy 3.0, more power to them. Love it. And if people are upset and want to stay to 2.0, that's what you do. That's what you do. But I don't know. It comes across as, professionally, I disagree with the approach, is what I'm going to say. I know, me using the word professional is fucking rich, but yeah. I think, yeah. All things QB, where's race coming from? I don't know. He just said that Outer Circle was racist, and I thought that was uncalled for. I haven't seen anything that would imply that he was. Just feels like you're just throwing a word around. Yeah. So I'm not going to get into the weeds with it. And I haven't seen the whole thing, and it's only 30 seconds out of context. And I'm sure there could be more context to it and everything. But I'm just like, that's not for me, Captain. That's not for me. Yeah. I don't agree with everything that Outer Circle says, by the way. I do think he's a salty boy. I do think he is. And I've had a big conversation with them recently about this heresy stuff. But video will be going out. We did a bit of a collab. Full disclosure, a bit of a collab with him and North. And I think, is it Kiefer, another guy? Yeah, it was I'm going to call the video the saltiest Warhammer video on the internet. And we had a good salt session. It's gonna it's gonna be it's gonna be up front. I'm gonna do a little extra recording. Say, hey guys, look, this is a salty video. We're being salty. If you like salt, stick around, enjoy it. If you don't, then this video might not be for you. But I hope you consider watching it anyway. All that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's a proper salt video. But yeah, that's I don't agree with everything he says. Sometimes he can be a bit salty for me, but that's all right. That's all right, That's all right. Sometimes, you don't have to like everything somebody does, which is why I'm not shitting on Mikey right now. Mikey says a lot of stuff I don't agree with. But, he's out there and he's making his content and he's putting himself out there, I might not agree with him, but I can still, be respectful. Still appreciate he's someone, trying and grinding and making content and whatnot. I can. So yeah, I'll professionally disagree with him, but I won't shit on him. Yeah. I'll shit on Major Kill. I won't. I'm teasing. But I won't ever forget that fucking peptide video, man. Jesus Christ. It's like when I did that video about Midwinter Minis all those years ago, 3 years ago now. I disagreed with him, but I disagreed with him professionally. But one of the things that I made a point not to do was to bring up any of the mean stuff that was being said about his family, because it was all hearsay. It was everyone was taking the word of his ex at face value, and it's like, you not heard the saying, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, guys? You not heard that? Maybe maybe his ex-girlfriend, who's gone on an absolute Twitter rampage, isn't the most unbiased source of information around this. Do you know what I mean? And also it wasn't relevant in any way, shape or form to the context of the conversation. That was just drama that people were jumping on. So that's why when I disagree with Midwinters, I very, very poignantly and purposefully chose to like not mention that in my video in any way, shape or form, because it wasn't relevant. And that's what I'll say. You know, that's why you know, when I made the video about Major Kill, you know, I wasn't shitting on him personally in any way, shape or form. I was taking the piss. And I was, you know, criticizing or commenting, I should say, on the video from a professional point of view. Like, you know, it was a case of like, is this really appropriate for like a Warhammer video kind of thing? Like, do you, but is it really appropriate for a Warhammer video? And then, you know, with this thing with Mikey, it's like, look, I don't disagree. You know, I might not agree with what you say, but I think it's probably a bit uncalled for to go around calling people racist, for one, and it comes across a bit mean to be shitting on people's comments at a time when people are clearly very upset. You know, like you'll see. You know, like no one's perfect, but yeah, there you go. So yeah, so that's my take on this. I disagree with sometimes professionally with my fellow content creators, but I only ever keep it. I try my best to keep it to a professional setting, not a personal setting, because that's not appropriate. So there you go. There is my beef, and you can clearly see that the splinters are wedged up my bottom because I have been sat on the fucking fence. Oh, man. I've been sat on the fucking fence. There we go. All right. I got 25 minutes left. Do you guys want some real beef? Do you guys want some real beef? I'll give you some real beef. Check out this.
It is the year of our Lord 2025, and we have an honest-to-goodness trick dice scandal on our hands in the Warhammer 40,000.
Okay, let me. I might use this as a stream highlight, so let me preface this.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real.
So, one moment. So, gentlemen, we have had some beef. Beef. We are at BeefCon 1. I say again, we are at BeefCon 1. There's drama. Succulent drama. And I want to do a massive shout out. I want to do a massive shout out to the man, the myth, the legend, Tactical Tortoise 40k, for covering this. I think he actually broke this story. So please go ahead and like and subscribe to the Tactical Tortoise channel, because he does some genuinely very good work. And I have a lot of time, a lot of respect for him, and I actually end up watching a lot of his content. So what happened is there was cheating. There was some cheating, some low down, dirty cheating at a big tournament. And not only was it a tournament, but it was a team tournament. And this guy who cheated not only like got banned, but basically his whole team crashed out as well. Now, I don't think his team also cheated. I don't think it was a team effort. But this guy took everyone out with him, and it was very bad. But do you want to know the real beef? He comes on this video and defends himself. So he doesn't slink away. He fights back. So
it is the year of our Lord 2025, and we have an honest-to-goodness trick dice scandal on our hands in the Warhammer 40,000 community.
The old
this
double
is
down
a style of probability manipulation we haven't seen in ages. It's toilet dice all over again. And
1 minute.
We haven't seen in ages. It's
The poo flack of justice. Who remembers the poo flack of justice? Hashtag in poo flack we trust.
Toilet dice all over again. And it resulted with the player being ejected from an American Super Major and receiving a ban for the foreseeable future. And I've spent all week talking to the parties involved, getting the lowdown from the head judges of the event, from the team captains involved, as well as from the player.
It's like a crime watch. It's like Crime Watch. It's like fucking Crime Watch.
Himself. So let's dive into it. What's up, folks? Welcome back to Tactical Tortoise. My name is Trevi, and last week I streamed the 465-player American Teen Championship. This is a huge Warhammer 40k team event in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and is broken down into 2 sub-events. An 8-player team event where teams of 8 play against one another. There's
This
a whole pairing
guy
process that's involved.
This guy took out 7 people with him.
As a similar format of 5-player event. Now, in this particular case, we're going to be talking about this 8-player event. In the semi-final round of the event.
Tobacco Man, turns out when you make a game super sweaty, people will cheat. Who would have thought? Bro, I actually have to disagree with that. I faced so many more cheaters during 6th and 7th edition than I did during 8th and 9th. It's actually, what's interesting is it started to come back. I think we've had more high-profile instances of cheating in 10th than we did in 8th and 9th. Although 10th is the most competitive edition, so maybe you're right.
And a fateful dice tray was dropped on the ground, scattering dice.
Dramatic
all over
reenactment.
The event hall on concrete floors. Dice go for days.
Is that like
Unfortunately,
what?
the event staff were there to assist, picking up some of those dice.
Are those actually dice getting scooped into a bucket? That's hilarious.
As they did so, however, they found that some of those dice might not have necessarily been normal. I spoke to the head judge of the event, JD from Away Games, who gave me the breakdown of what exactly happened from the perspective of the judges on the day of.
Some dice had been spilled on the floor, and I just happened to be kind of in the area, and some players had picked up some dice, and then some refs had picked up some dice. And the players had given the dice kind of back to the refs, one of our refs, and then that ref had approached me and was like, hey, we have these dice, and I don't know if he knew it right then and there what he had, but he gave them to me because we were like, oh, we got to find the owner of these dice. And in investigating these dice, we noticed that there were no ones on them. We basically had 3 dice in our hands. They were both white-black pips, but 2 of them had no ones on them, and then one of them was just like a regular dice. And so we're like, well, this isn't good.
Wait, so dice was spilled, and other players picked the dice up and then gave them to the judges. Where was the guy who's spilled the dice? And why wasn't he helping to pick these dice up?
And so we had asked the players who had originally found the dice and given them to the ref, like what general direction had they come. They kind of pointed like back behind them, like kind of this way. And so I had the dice in my hand, and we start kind of, perusing, if you will, up and down to see if any of the dice matched any of the players' dice in the area. And I think it was literally the second player that we noticed. I'd seen his cart, and we all use those kind of push carts around. And then on his second shelf, the middle shelf, there were dice that matched the dice that we were holding. And then in turn, when I, without anybody really knowing, kind of like looked in, I could see dice not having one, so double 6s on his dice or on his tray in his dice bag as well.
So you can literally look into the tray and see they haven't got ones. And wow, okay, that I didn't. Wow, okay.
And then I kind of, looked around his table without, again, him noticing, and noticed the same exact dice, the same colors and all that, and then, again, pips that were missing the 1 and double 6s. So before we approached him...
bear in mind, these guys picked this up. Bear in mind that these guys picked this up within moments of interacting with these dice. Okay, so they were like, oh, wait, they've not got any fucking ones on them. So they noticed that quickly.
I went back, took the judge with me, and then called over Chris, who is one of the organizers and owners of ATC, and said, hey, let's discuss this and figure this out before we go approach this. So we pulled up the player packet. We looked at the grievances and all that, what this constituted, how we were going to handle it, discussed how we were going to approach it.
Actually, with this calibrated eye, you saw all 6 sides at a glance. You don't need to see all 6 sides. You just have to be able to see the 6. So if you can see a 6 on one side, there should be a 1 on the other side, because all facings add up to 7, right? So you only need to be. All he needs to do is be like, okay, there's a 6 there, and then go sort of look around from the other side of the table, and you'd be like, okay, there's no 6 on that one there. Yeah. He said he looked into the cart. He looked into the cart. If you've seen the carts that Americans use, they're huge. They're not like little tea trolleys. That I actually hate them. I've ranted about this on stream. The carts that the Americans use to like move their models around, they get in the way so badly. It's one of my biggest things about Adepticon is just fucking. Why do you have to have these giant fucking air hostess style fucking trolleys to transport your army around? Just use a fucking tea tray like a normal person. But anyway. So you can clearly see into them.
After that, it's, hey, we're going to walk over. Walked over to the game, stopped the game, and said, hey, gentlemen, we need to discuss something real quick. And kind of opened my hand, showed them dice, like, hey, we have these dice with 2 6s. We believe these are your dice. And right off the bat, the guy was like, nope, they're not mine. And we're like, well, I mean, they're on your dice tray, on your cart. They're literally lined up.
We can see the dice!
To be using, they exactly match your dice. These are definitely your dice. And his story changed from they weren't mine to, okay, I'll leave.
They're clearly your dice. I'd love to see these dice. I'd love to see these dice. They must have been very distinctive. They must have been very, very distinctive.
Packed up everything within 30 seconds, grabbed everything, and stormed off.
Now, immediately, as soon as it was found that these dice had duplicate facings, the judges confronted the player who packed up their stuff and promptly left the event hall.
We basically 0-20 all of his games, red carded him, banned him from ATC, banned him from away games, events, and then followed all the procedures in our player packet.
Which cuts them off from roughly about half of the GT and major level events on the little bit of that I like order to. This is thing that we've.
Sorry to skip ahead this bit, but he's just explaining about the organization itself.
Did sit down with me for an interview where he takes accountability for using those dice. However, he says that they were given to him by someone else, and he said,
"Story's changed again. They're not his dice. Now I'm gonna leave. Someone else gave me these dice. Who gave them to you? The supplier? Did the supplier give them to you? Because that doesn't count."
Didn't check them before playing them at the event.
It's so easy to spot defective dice. The face of evil. The face of evil. It's so easy to spot defective dice. I once received a pack of 20 dice from Games Workshop, or was it 15? It was the 9th edition Cadia ones with the eagle on one side and then the eagle on the 6, right? I noticed on the first time that I opened those dice that on one of them, where there should have been 3 pips, there were 3 indents in the dice, but only 2 of the indents had paint put in them. So it was a 3. There was 3 indents, but it looked like a 2. It looked like a 2 when you rolled it. I noticed that instantly. So, and that was on 1 dice in 15. If this is, I mean, how many dice is this motherfucker bringing? The fact that he's lost some, he's got some lined up on his tray, and then he's also rolling some on the table. You would notice. I noticed one dice that was off out of all of them. You'd notice straight away if a whole group of your dice were fucked. Anyway, let's carry on.
I don't know if you can imagine, but my emotions in my head since Saturday have been all over the place. Let me just condense it and say that I was unaware that the dice were set up as they were. They're not dice that I normally play. I received them from a source that had no malintent. I mean,
what the fuck does that mean? I'm willing to give this guy, by the way, let me make something clear. I am poking fun. I'm not witch hunting this motherfucker, okay? We're having a nice, fun beef video. And one thing I can say is, I got fucking respect for this motherfucker coming on here and, like, you know, he's not slunk away into the shadows. He's not slunk away into the shadows. And you could definitely argue that often it's hard to see defects in groups. One that's wrong in a group of that are right. And then you've got a whole bunch of dice that are all wrong. Maybe. Okay. So let's make something clear. But I am also going to have fun with this video.
And I had like 4 different colors of dice on the table. I had received 12. And as I've gone back, all 12 of them were bad dice. So it wasn't just the 2, it was the set of dice that I received. That.
Who does number 2 work for? Who does number 2 work for? That's what I'm getting. Who is the source? Who is your source? Steve Reisman, I don't buy it. As soon as they called him on it, he was like, okay, and left. I actually can understand that. Because if someone came up to me and said, you're cheating, I would be like a deer in the headlights. And I'd be like, what? No. But, you know, people are going to react in different ways. How I would probably react is I would shit myself if, like, a judge came up to me and started saying I was cheating. If I was innocent, which I'd like to think I'd always be innocent, and it would be a false accusation. Hashtag saltbathmg. But I'd like to think that I would shit myself, and then if it turned out that I was the person in the situation, what I would do is be like, oh, fucking hell. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, boys, 0 me. Red card me. I'd be like, you got, yeah, like I fucked up here, you know, but yeah, I'd say, look, this is a mistake, but you got to do this. You've got to fucking do it. I would be on the judge's side, but obviously everyone reacts differently, you know, and, yeah, everyone reacts differently. I think it's entirely understandable to shit yourself and run away, but I'm not saying I would handle the situation perfectly. I definitely shit myself, but I'd like to think that I would own it there and then on the spot. Do you know what I mean? I'd be like, yep, this is fucked. I take responsibility for this there and then. You got to red flag me. You got to take me out. I'm not going to play any more games. You know, I'm gonna leave the event because, you know, would I stick around? Would I leave? I'd probably leave because I'd have everyone coming up to me. But it depends. You know what? I'd probably stick around because do you know what I'd do? I'd go because I tend to go to events with people, or I know people who are going to the events. I'd go up to them and go, "You'd never guess what's fucking happened." They'd be like, "What?" I went, "Just been banned." They'd be like, "What?" I'd be like, "Yeah, didn't even realize it, mate." Turned out that I had a bunch of dice that had no fucking ones on them. And they'd be like, "What?" And I went, "Yeah, I had like a fucking set of dice and they had no ones on them." And so fucking hell, the judge would ban me. Absolutely right. I'd be like, "Look, I'm just gonna hang around and like wait, you know, we'll grab lunch or something." But yeah, dude, fucking wild, man. But even then, I think I'd notice. The reality of the situation is, if I had 12 dice that were defective, I think I'd fucking notice. You know, I think I'd know. This is the thing. I think I'd notice. I'm 99.999999999% certain I would notice if my dice were fucked. That's the thing.
By that person who's not in the hobby at all, thought was a funny joke. That sounds like a cover story. I understand. When JD showed me the dice, it was as close to having your.
Yeah, I bet it was his missus, or if his his partner, will say, to be inclusive. I bet it was his partner, and they were like, "Huh, this will be funny. I'll put some trick dice mixed in with other dice. Ha 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 ha. Go and have a good day at the tournament, sweetie. Tee. And he just comes home like, what the fuck did you do? What the fuck? Why? Oh, you're home early, sweetie. I didn't think the story ended. I think the tournament ended until I didn't think we were gonna get back till like 9 o'clock or something. Why are you back at like 4? And it's like, cause you put fucking trick dice in, didn't you? Come on, you could definitely. You know what? I could definitely see that being the situation. His missus or his partner pulled a fucking joke, pulled a fucking prank, and was like, "It's only toy soldiers, sweetie." I didn't realize, like, oh my god, you fucked me. I can kind of see that happening, and I can kind of see why he's dancing around it, because he doesn't want to throw his missus under the bus. Truth be told, if that happened to me, I would throw Mrs. Mordian under the bus instantly, because I'd be like, I love you, but you've really fucked me here, sweetie. And also, we've been together like 15 years, 16, 17 years. How long have we been together now? 16 years. Yeah. I've been here 16 years, so I would be furious, but I'd definitely come around seeing the funny side of it.
Life flash in front of you as you can get. I think of myself as a good sport. I play with sportsmanship. They were my dice, and I threw them, and it created an unfair advantage for me, and I take responsibility for that, and I take responsibility for the repercussions for that. My team's weekend.
Do you want to know what the giveaway is? Truthfully, do you want to know what the giveaway is? What army was you collecting? Because if it was Custodes, it would mean he had like 100% hit rate. But no, maybe that would be too obvious. Okay, yeah, hit with all of them. And Matt, no, that would be too obvious. Maybe if it was orcs or something. But it was very obvious. This guy got caught instantly, so I don't know.
Went to hell in a handbasket. I feel terrible about that. I have gone to the effort to pay for everyone's tickets, everyone's gas money, and everybody's accommodations. So they did not spend their weekend for nothing.
Now, whether or not you buy Blake's story is entirely up to you. He absolutely didn't have to come on this show and further discuss this. And we have seen a lot of...
I have to say, maybe it's a 5D chess move, but my experience of cheaters is that when they get called out, they slink away with their tails tucked between their legs. This is the first instance in Warhammer 40k drama where someone who's been caught cheating has come out and got on a video and talked about it. So maybe the guy's like trying to fucking psyop me, I don't know. But it does feel like it feels, I don't know. I'm not 100% convinced it was on purpose.
Players in similar
I'm not 100%
situations
convinced.
who have been accused of cheating like this, who just leave the community without saying anything.
Yeah.
He has also reimbursed his team for all of their travel expenses and entry fees. And I did speak to the team captain, who did ask that his voice not be broadcast on this video, but I will paraphrase what he said to me, and that was that is the case. He did reimburse all of the expenses for the entire team, which is definitely a point in Blake's favor. Now that...
Is it a point in his favor? Or is that him trying to assuage his guilt? So there's two ways you can look at that. him trying to do the right thing. Okay, I can be open to that. Or he feels bad because he knows, and he's, do you know what I mean? But I don't want that starting to get power into the realms of paranoia, which, yeah, maybe not. Like how bad, that's probably be thousands of dollars, like for the tickets and the hotels and everything. That's probably gonna be thousands of dollars. So, if it was like just reimbursing one person, maybe, but it's like that could be for 8 people. That's like thousands of dollars. That does feel like you must have had a hell of a guilty conscience if you were going to do that. Yeah.
Being said, both Blake and the team captain have expressed that some members...
Yeah, you're right, Whispering Monk. Don't care if it was him feeling guilty. That's a good thing. He did the responsible thing and took care of his team. That's true. Yeah.
Members of the team have received blowback from this incident.
On a side note, they got some blowback, just guilt through association, which I thought was very unfair.
And have even been threatened with bans from their local communities, which is insane. There is no evidence that the captain
you can't be guilty by
the
association.
remainder of the team were involved in this situation whatsoever. And in fact, the head judge had the observation that the team captain and the rest of the team were visibly distraught.
Yeah, when we spoke with their team captain and even some of their players, like, I would say they were physically distraught, right?
Mm-hmm.
To hear that, a player that they had brought on, that I guess they'd known for a bit, not a long time, a bit, had done that. And
he might have been just filling a slot.
Right?
He must have just been filling a slot on the team, and he's fucked it.
To be represented well, and their team, has a name that people might know, or they the team themselves care.
Which team was it? Art of War team? Was it you? We got TJ Mark II here.
About.
Only kidding. TJ has redeemed himself. TJ has redeemed himself. He's been on the redemption journey.
Not do their name well, or not do the team's image well, I think will cause a team to be upset. Captains and players alike.
So if you're looking for your pound of flesh from players who are not involved in the game whatsoever and were simply assigned to the same team, don't do that. No evidence suggests that they had any idea of what was going on whatsoever. But I do want to applaud the rapid response from the ATC judge team in response to this incident.
Especially for this event, we had a large judging staff that was actively being around. And then even if judges had questions, they would come find me or TOs. Hey, is this how this works? And then go back and correct it if it was or wasn't.
Right.
And I think that's a good thing too. Like some dice fell, we grabbed some dice, and then that in turn led to us figuring things out. And I think that in itself should be applauded for ATC to have judges walking around and talking to players.
Right, this guy's wanking himself off.
Whether
Okay.
or not it was your intention to bring those dice to the game, your hand is still caught inside the cookie jar, even if you didn't intend to steal any
You
cookies.
must have
And
noticed.
Of course, there should be culpability for that.
You
Regardless of
must
whether
have
or not it was
noticed.
intentional,
What
there should
game
be
was
heavy
this on?
penalties assigned to players who are
What game was it on?
involved
What
with
day
dice
was it on?
manipulation like this. It ruins the experience and it corrupts the competitive integrity of the game for everyone else involved. Warhammer 40,000 tournaments are not professional affairs. Players typically are not making money going to any of these things. Instead, they are paying money to the organizers in order to get the opportunity to compete for prizes and get a bunch of games in a structured
12,
environment.
CJ.
Which means that if somebody shows up to a
12
Warhammer
trick
event
dice.
and cheats in this way, whether intentional or not, they are potentially ruining that experience for 5 other paying customers in exchange for their own self-gratification, or at least their own advantage, even if it wasn't intentional. So the American Team Championship judge team and the away games team...
It's dice for advantage. This motherfucker diced for advantage. God damn it. It's another thing. We've had modeling for advantage. Now we've got dicing for advantage. The big question is, could the trick dice fit through a hole in a piece of paper?
very promptly dealing with this situation and removing his player from competition is absolutely the way to go. And one benefit I will say is that an event this large had a relatively sizable judge team, at least compared to the size of most judge teams in Warhammer 40,000 events. That allowed them to catch the situation because they constantly had judges patrolling all over the hall, waiting for calls or rules questions, resolving measurement issues, or in some cases, checking people's dice. Now, for a little bit of context, I mentioned as well that this was in the semi-finals round of the event.
Semi-finals! So that's either game 4, game 5, it's like a 5 or 6 round event, or that could be game 7? If it's a super major? It's got to be at least 3 games. What? No way.
But to be clear, Blake's team were not in the semifinals.
Oh.
They were not in contention to win the event.
Oh, okay.
In fact, after Blake's scores had been zeroed out as a result of this situation,
But they were still there.
The team actually lost all of their rounds. And according to the team captain, at the time that the dice were found, Blake actually had a losing record, despite playing one of the most powerful armies in the game. It goes to show you that Warhammer 40,000 is not a game entirely about dice. Now, from here, I want to approach things a little bit more seriously.
Maybe this guy was just a bit fucking stupid. Like, maybe, like, I'm not, like, I'm sorry, Blake, if you're watching this, please, you know, I'm sorry, I do apologize in advance, but this motherfucker had taken knights to an event and was getting shat on. And had trick dice and was losing. Like, it had, to me, it actually kind of makes me feel like there's 2 ways it could go. There's 2 ways it could go. One, he had knights and how to put this? There's 2 ways this can go on the stupidity argument. It's like 2 ways it could go. One, this guy was just a bit dim and just didn't notice the trick dice because he was a bit dim. And so there's no malice involved there. Or the other way is that he's a bit stupid. So he's like, I'm going to take knights, which I know are really powerful, but he's a bit shit player, so he's going to like lose his game. So he goes, oh, I'm going to take these trick dice because that'll help me win. You know, like it's almost like, you know, almost like that childlike sort of approach to it, like scheming. Do you know what I mean? It's either he just didn't fucking notice for like 4 games, which is kind of fucking wild. You didn't notice 4 games in, bro. That makes me go, or your whole plan was you knew you were a bit shit. So you brought a powerful army and then were like, haha, now I'm going to bring these trick dice. Do you know what I mean? At this point, if you're taking knights and you've got trick dice and you're getting bummed, even if it was entirely accidental, I am going to say that you are guilty of incompetence. You know? I'm going to say, you know what? Let's say it was entirely, there was no malice aforethought. You can still be found, you know what? People get found guilty of gross incompetence all the time. That's what I'd find him guilty of. In the court of Mordian, we accept that there is a very small margin of doubt that maybe you didn't do this on purpose, okay? But you're still going to jail because you're incompetent.
I tend to use humor.
Gross
in these videos
negligence.
because
There you
a
go.
lot of times the situations
Gross
involved
negligence.
are
That's
a little
it.
silly, but there are definitely some more serious implications for the community to discuss in this video. First of all, I mentioned earlier that some players were facing local bans for being on the same team as Blake.
That's not right.
In this instance, one of the players in question, at least as far as I have been informed, was a mercenary for the team, meaning that they have no official affiliation with the original gaming group at all. They were simply brought onto the team to fill in an empty spot. The team had 7 players, an 8th was being added. That 8th player was not part of the original gaming group and is now facing repercussions because of the actions of another player on the team that they don't actually have any official involvement with. That's fucking wild. I'm a little bit at a loss for words of how to sort of describe the situation, but that's the most insanely misguided splash damage I've ever seen.
So one thing I want to say is, so I've got a mate called Joe Freeman, and he is one of the soundest guys that I've ever met. This guy has got so many most sporting trophies you wouldn't believe. He once won a real life replica chainsword for most sporting, which is fucking awesome. He went to a tournament once, and he hadn't. He's been out of 40k for a little bit, but he's getting back into it now. And he went to like one of his first tournaments back. He needed to fill in for, I think it was fill in for a team. It might not have been fill in for a team. I think he was just, no, I don't think he was filling in for a team, but he was like, oh, I want to get back in. And I think someone was like, come on down to the event. We'll lend you an army and we'll lend you a bunch of dice. Or maybe he forgot his dice. But he borrowed a whole bunch of dice off someone. And in his first game, he was rolling some dice, and he was rolling some dice. And one of the dice that he had, this was in like the first couple of turns. He borrowed a big mixed bundle of dice, and he's like sort of picked them up and he rolled them. And one of the dice rolled and went, and it went right on the edge, and it went bang, like it was like it thudded, it almost like thudded back down. And him and his opponent both looked at it and went, that doesn't feel right. And it landed on a 6. So they rolled it again. He was like, hang on, mate. Rolled it again. He went, that dice is fucked. Rolled it again, a 6. Rolled it again, a 6. And he went, yeah, that's a weighted dice. And he just basically, he just borrowed a whole bunch. It was just basically a jam jar of fucking dice. But he noticed in one game, in like one turn, he noticed there was a weighted dice in this like random pot of fucking dice. So, do you know what I mean? It's very easy to spot weighted dice. It's very easy to spot dodgy dice. It's kind of like, you know how people can spot fake notes even if the replica's really, really good? It's a well-known scientific phenomenon. People that work in retail are phenomenal at spotting fake notes because they're so used to handling cash all the time that they can just, without even really knowing it, they can be like, this note isn't right. It's like that with wargamers. We're so used to rolling dice. We're so used to seeing how dice normally interact on the table that the moment one starts doing dodgy shit, you can just straight away. Now, I know we're talking about weighted dice there, but I still think the same thing would apply to trick dice. Yeah.
Well, I'm 100% in favor of calling out cheaters and strict rules enforcement in Warhammer 40k. This kind of thing where people are going after associates rather than the players themselves is ludicrous. In addition to that, in my discussion with the team captain, they provided me a report that another die had been found in the area.
Later talking to the team, and I don't know.
What kind of ghetto-ass dice is this? Look at this dice. You can see it on the zoomed-out picture. Dude fucking carved this out. Fucking hand-carved this fucking thing.
Another die had been found in the area.
Later talking to the team, and I don't know if I think we might have discussed this, is team later found some extra dice of his that had been drilled and weighted. We did not, as ATC did not see these dice. We were just informed later on that there were some other dice, not the dice that we found, but some other dice that they believe were drilled and weighted. So
the evidence suggested on their end that this dice had been manipulated. It had potentially been drilled, and the pip.
Art of War! Guilty by association. There's a single Art of War dice next to the other dice, and it's on a 6. I'm joking. Art of War, great. I'm only taking the piss. Look at that, though. Fucking sank.
Repainted. They sent me some pictures of this die, but all I have to go on is their testimony, essentially. The die was found in the same area as the dice that Blake spilled, but whether or not it belonged to Blake, I don't know. For context here, this is a saline float test that's meant to test dice and dice balance. The idea is that a plastic die is meant to be positively buoyant in a...
Dice do not float, Irish Relief. Do you need, if you put salt into it's like a... If you put salt in water, enough salt in water, it will make normal dice float.
Saline solution, and if you were to enact a force on it, it would theoretically then come to a random facing every time. According to them, the dice at the bottom of the solution is the one they found in the area of the ATC venue around where Blake was playing, and while they believe it to be a normal plastic die, it does not float. Now, obviously, there'll be a lot of caveats in this story. It could very well not belong to Blake, or it could be made out of a different material, but they believe that it had been manipulated in some way. But in any case, Blake has decided to step back from the community in response to this situation.
I've already put in my armies for sale. I'm going to step out of the hobby. I'm 64 years old. I've been playing miniatures for 50 years. Okay, so or war games and
reporting for duty, sir.
I've been.
Okay, maybe he is just old as shit and he hasn't got good eyesight. I want to say he actually looks pretty good for 64. Hats off to this guy. He actually looks pretty good for 64. I bet he's, and Blake, again, apologies for if I'm sounding insulting here. I bet he's just old as shit and he just didn't see the dodgy dice. And the whole thing about there being a weighted dice in the area, that just smacks to me of bandwagoning. Yeah.
Wondering, why am I still playing with toy soldiers? So I'm going to move on from my life. I'm not going to, nobody has to worry about me. I'm just going to do something else because I value my integrity, and I don't want to ever walk up to a table and have somebody say, "You're that guy."
Yeah, that would be awful.
Whether or not you take Blake's explanation of events at face value is entirely up to you.
It was definitely the wife.
They were the one using trick dice at the event, and as a result of...
I'm calling it right now, and you can call me sexist glory. Sorry, you know, I'm not. But I can see right now that it was a trick. It was a funny joke by his wife. That's called a wife, partner, whatever it is. It was the fucking wife, for sure. I'm telling you right now, that's what it would have been. And, you know, because you could just imagine it, like, have a good day at your tournament, sweetie. And he's like, oh, yeah, we'll do, like, you know, kind of thing. And he goes there, and he's, like, rolling his dice, and his eyes are old as shit, and he can't fucking tell what he's doing. You know, and that's why, so he wasn't grossly incompetent. It wasn't gross negligence. He's just, like, an old dude that's been playing Warhammer forever. I know loads of these guys in the hobby. Old dude, playing Warhammer forever, playing miniatures forever, you know. And you know, he's just rolling the dice. He's not really concentrating on what he's doing. He's been to so many events, he's like, rah, 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 rah. Yeah, and then he finds out, and then he's just like, what the fuck, man? I'm getting the fuck out of here. And he's just gone home, and he's just been like, sweetie, did you? She gets home, she's like, you're home early. And he's like, did you fucking put trick dice? And she's gonna be like, yeah, I thought it'd be funny. And he's just like, I want a divorce. Oh, it really feels like a prank gone wrong. Or it could have been his kids or grandkids. Do you know what I mean? It could have been kids or grandkids. Because, you know what, I don't think that, you know, actually, seriously, if I think about, you know, maybe I'm just very fortunate, but if I think about, you know, Mrs. Mordian in this situation, she would never do that. She respects, well, she tolerates me. I would say respects me, but she tolerates me and she tolerates my hobby. No, I'm joking. Mr. Mordian, we have a great respect for each other, We have great respect for what each other's hobbies are as well. And I don't think she would do it, but I could definitely see someone's grandkids doing it or someone's kids doing it. Yeah, I can definitely see that being the case. That would be, if I was a betting man, I think that's the situation. Yeah. Check your Chinese food, Mordian. Yeah. Her plan worked. Now he's out of the hobby. She had plans for the hobby room. Yeah, now she turns the hobby room into like an art den. Yeah, that's what it's gonna be. Yeah. The evidence for me that adds up here is dude's like 64, so he's not old, but he's not like dementia-riddled or anything. But he's old enough to where his eyesight is probably a bit off, probably. He's been playing for a long, long time. To go, truthfully, I feel like cheating is a young man's game, although, Lance Armstrong. But, I feel like you wouldn't, I feel like you'd have to go 50 years without being, 50 years without being called out as being a cheat is a pretty good fucking streak. So I doubt that was the situation. He was using knights and he was still getting bummed. He wouldn't really, he didn't give away who the dice had come from, but he said there was no malice in it and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, it really, really feels like either a prank from a partner or a prank from a family member, whether that, maybe it's like a grandchild or a child or something. It feels that's, and the guy, that's the evidence to me. Now, I don't know. Maybe the guy is just a fucking cheating piece of shit. Maybe he's just an utter bastard. But I'm just not. I don't know. I'm just not. I'm not getting it. Yeah. I'm not getting it.Maybe it was crocodile tears at the end. I don't know. But to me, it sounds like a prank gone wrong. Now, if this was a young dude, I think it would be a lot more sus, rolling them trick dice and everything. But yeah, I still think it's not good. And I think he should have noticed he had bad dice. 100%. I think he should have noticed bad dice. I think he's, like I said, I think there is still an element of guilty of fucking up. Yeah, I think there's an element of guilty of fucking up, but yeah, I don't know. I'm on the fence. Classic Mordian glory, right? I'm on the fence. Yeah. Yeah, but that's just me anyway. But anyway, gentlemen, give me a second here. Let's put this link down in the chat. Right. So what I'm going to do now, guys, is we'll keep some cool pictures on screen. What I'm going to do now, guys, is catch up on all my super chats, because I've got a bunch of super chats coming in here, and then we're going to wrap the stream up. If you missed that, it'll go out as a stream highlight at some point. So, Mayo Nation covered 25 of them. The flex. Thank you for that, mate. Just covered the cheating, bro. X-Force, double X-Force, baby. Blacksmith Chapter Master, hobby ideas, and a meme on me. All right, let's have a look. Everyone's saying, hey, the new Space Dwarves are Chaos Dwarves. I see new Chaos Space Dwarves. Also, have a Val meme on me. Can't wait to see what the new game looks like. I mean, that's true. If you Photoshop that, or is that AI or something? That's cool, man. Yeah. Why is Karl in the background? That's kind of interesting. Chaos Space Dwarfs. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, why not combine the two? Yes, we do sell martyrdom. The fuck am I talking about? Is this AI? Am I scamming myself? Dogging hammer. What's it on there? James Val Workshop. All access. Senior publicity CEO. Fucking hell. Brilliant. That's cool. Blackstone. It's artwork by Eddie Gonzalez. That's cool. Shout out to Eddie Gonzalez. Cares Votan. That's cool. That's cool as fuck. Ishmael, my boy. Thank you for the super chat, man. Just got here. What beef did I miss? There was a bit of beef with the reveals, but the reveals were a solid 3.6. Not great, not terrible. Some very good stuff, some very messed stuff. Bit of beef with Hellstorm, but don't wanna start any more beef. So yeah, Hellstorm I thought was a bit mean, but apart from that, and then big dramas on cheating. There you go. There you go, Ishmael. Nick, my boy, thank you so much, super chat. Some thoughts in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Making a Legends and calling it, pretending it isn't, almost completely kill. Almost making something Legends and calling it, pretending it isn't, has almost completely come under 30k. I was going to go full sell the new box edition and spend $1 billion, but all the changes, I might pick up the new box if it goes on sale. I love axes and chain axes, but I think they look stupid on jump back units. Agreed. Most of the new Marine Combat Patrols are sad, but that is probably a good thing because I will save money. Cool new heavy weapon teams for Traitor Guard. Yeah, definitely Traitor Guard heavy weapon teams there. Yeah, for sure. Traitor Guard Bombast field guns, boys. It's even called a Bombard. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. But no, Legacies is different in Old World and it is different in Heresy. So for me, turning something Legacy / Legend doesn't kill its interest for me. It's all of the lies and fucking around, and it's all of the big question is why? If you just keep asking why, you eventually get to the truth. And it's like, why was any of this necessary? Why? And when you get, and you could come up with all the bluster and all the corpo speak, but the reason they did it was not with the customer's best interest in mind. It was corpo fucking bullshit. That's why it was done. That's what killed my interest in 30k got killed because it no longer represented a haven from the corpo bullshit of GW. Godlike Poet, thank you for 23 member flex. 1 more month until I'm a bolter bitch. I was going to say, yes, 1 more month until you finally get your bolter. Yes. Shit, man. Godlike Poet, thank you for supporting the channel for nearly 2 years, and I look forward gleefully to giving you your bolter next month. And last but not least, I want to say a huge thank you to Ishmael, my boy. Thank you so much, man. Dude, I hated playing with people with the double decals on one and 6 faces. Confusing. Yeah. I don't like. There should only ever be one symbol on a dice. So that should be on a 6. GW used to release dice when the symbols were on a 1, and I never understood it. It was always very confusing. Yeah. I'm glad that isn't a thing anymore. Yeah. All right. I also want to say a quick thank you to 11 Curry, Sorowit, John Ewan, and Jonah for subscribing on YouTube. A skull on a 1 is fine. It's when they used to put like the Genes to the Cult symbol on the 1, the side of it. That was when it was fucked. Yeah. We've covered a lot today. We've covered drama. We've covered beef. We've covered reveals. It's been good. It's been really good. Any closing thoughts for myself? Not particularly. But one thing, you want some real beef. You want some real beef. Taking Tau to the tournament tomorrow. Shall we see, as a last thing before I wrap the stream up, shall we see what my pairing is tomorrow? Because I haven't looked at it yet. Let's have a look. I'm probably fucked. I think it's going to be Operation Submarine, guys, if I was a betting man. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think? I'm facing Blood Angels. They've got... How is Dante only 120 points? How is Dante 120 points and Leontis is 150? What? Okay. So, I'm facing Dante, Mephiston, Lamatis, and a Blood Angel captain with the Rage-Fueled Warrior enhancement. I'm then facing one squad of 5 Assault Intercessors, one squad of 5 regular Intercessors. I'm then facing 6 Blade Guard and 10 Death Company with jump packs. So 6 Blade Guard and 10 Death Company with jump packs. 2 squads of 3 Interceptors. 1 squad of 6 Sanguinary Guard. 1 Scout Squad. Vindicator, Vindicator, Impulsor. And that's it. Well, I might lose it, but... I only really have 2 units. There's only 3 units in the list I worry about. Well, the Vindicators are quite good, I suppose. There's only 3 units in the list I'm truly worrying about. The Sanguinary Guard vex me terribly, and the Death Company vex me terribly. And the Blade Guard vex me terribly. And the 2 Vindicators vex me minorly. But if I only have to kill 5 units in an army and then I'm basically in the clear, I'm kind of okay with that. You know what I mean? It's only 5 units I need to kill, and then the army's kind of on its ass. And that's if I want to wipe all of them out. Yeah. Bear in mind, they got 1 Impulsor. See, it's always hard to judge these things. It's always hard to judge these things. But, especially when I'm using an army I'm not familiar with. But bear in mind I'm in Montca, so he's going to want to come to me because he's Blood Angels. That's good for me, because that means I actually get to shoot the piss out of him. Where the fuck is the pairing gone again? 1 minute. I'm not sure what the mission is. I'll have a look on the day. So bear in mind my list is 40 Fire Warriors and 20 Pathfinders. So I've got 60 Screening Infantry. God, my list is formatting was shit. I really didn't give a fuck when I submitted this list. Jesus Christ. I apologize to the people that have to read my list. But it's 40 Fire Warriors, 20 Pathfinders. So that's plenty of screening Do you know what I mean? That's plenty of screening. And then I've got 2 big units of 6 stealth suits as well, which I can use to chaff the fuck out of him with. And also do half decent damage. And then for damage dealing, I've got 3 hammerheads, 2 broadsides, 2 riptides. And then on top of that, I've got a piranha and 2 devilfish. So I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 6 damage dealing units. I mean, the Pathfinders do damage as well. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he runs at me, beats up some fire warriors, and then I shoot him. What do we think, chat? It feels like a very elite army. I took 2 broadsides out, and I'm a bit worried I should have. I put 2 devilfish in instead. I'm a bit worried I should have put the taken the devilfish out and put more broadsides in. I was a little over focused on screening, I think, but I don't know. I wanted the I don't know. I wanted the extra screening, and I figured I had 6 damage dealing, 6 damage dealing units. In a guard army, normally I have 5. Yeah, so I don't know. I'll probably be okay. Yeah, I'll probably be okay. We'll see. Fuck it. Fuck it. We'll see. I don't know what mission it is in table. I'll check that later. All right. So, Cosmic. Thank you for the super chat. What did I miss? Cosmic, you missed the entire fucking stream. I'm not going to summarize the entire stream for you, you mad bastard. Go back and watch it. You missed the whole reveal show, Cosmic. Jesus Christ. But I will look at your lad's gun. Hey. Oh, it's getting close to completion. Just got a sling. It broke a clip. I had to dig a hole in the stock and use putty to secure the bracket. But it's working at this point. I don't know how functionally it will be, but that's okay. I added some work to the last pack and looking around to see if I have any last minute accessories. I mean, dude, that looks pretty fucking good to me. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good to me. Yeah, you fixed that, so that's good. Honestly, man, I'll probably give you the 1,000 points for that. Just finish it off. And yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. That's pretty fucking legit. Nice. Yeah, I like that, man. That's cool. That's cool as fuck. There we go. Mad Larkin, thank you for the super chat, man. List review and stream discussion. I want to go to sleep, guys. Can I get... Stop. Apothecary. It's just a fucking meme list. Apothecary. Lieutenant combat weapon. 3 intercessor squads, 6 impulsors, 3 gladiator lancers, 3 hellblaster squads. I mean, I guess it's guardified. I guess. I don't like it though. Too many fucking what the fuck's all the fucking characters, man? 1 character. What do you think we're playing? 10th edition? I actually don't think that's so bad, you know. I actually don't think that's so bad. Triple gladiator and then mech'd up. The only thing I would do is probably fix this. I don't think you need all this. All these characters. I think you could cut down to like a handful of characters. And I think you need 1 more. I think you need like a predator in there or something. You need 1 more damage dealer. Yeah. There you go. All righty ho. Gentlemen, we're going to wrap this bad boy up. Thank you so much for joining today's stream. Thank you for joining on Kick, on Twitch, on YouTube. Thank you for your support. Thank you for liking and subscribing and joining. And of course, thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all of the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that great stuff. I will keep, if you're in the Discord, I'll keep you updated on how the tournament's going. If I might talk about it on stream on the Monday, or Monday or Tuesday, or I might save it for the tournament after action report video, which should go out in a couple of weeks. So yeah, something like that. But yeah, keep an eye out on the Discord. But gentlemen, we come to the end of another week of streaming. There's been a lot of drama this week, and truth be told, even someone who likes to dine on a solid diet of beef, even I'm getting a bit beefed out. I really hope that we can just get back to enjoying tabletop war games. I want GW to stop fucking up. I want there to be reasons for me to be excited for their games. And I hope that soon the heresy stuff will pass. I've still got 1 or 2 videos I want to do talking about it, but I want to move on from... I want to get the final bits of... I'm BMWing, and I want to get the final bit of bitching, moaning, and whining out of my system. And then we are going to go into positive Heresy 2.0 content. There we go. There we go. All right, gentlemen. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all of your support in the stream and all of the streams. Hope you guys are excited to see how the tile do. Hope you guys are excited for the weekend. I know you guys got lots of good stuff going on. And as always, hashtag Conflict Curious. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. One second, I just need to find the song. I nearly played the wrong one. It's going to happen now, though. Mad Larkin, this one's for you.
Out on the edge of the firestorm, no one's coming, we're alone. No reinforcements, no retreat, just iron will and aching feet. We're the forgotten left to fight, a broken dawn, no end in sight. But we swore our blood and breath to hold the line until our death. We'll hold the line, we won't break, for the greater good our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall, for every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain, the Gabesso will remain. We'll hold the line, till the stars forget to shine. The earth cast said we'd be prepared, but the ammo's gone, the guns are bare. A war machine without the heart, but we still fight, we play our part. In the shadows, in the dust, our cause is more than bones and rust. With every ball shot, every cry, we give them hell before we die. We'll hold the line, we won't break, for the greater good our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall, for every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain, the Gabesso will remain. We'll hold the line, till the stars forget to shine. The heavens may burn, the ground may quake, but our resolve they can't forsake. A bond of steel, a bond of flame, united by more than just a name. We'll hold the line, we won't break, hold the line. We'll hold the line, we won't break. For the greater good, our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall. For every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain,